The ocean has always been a place of mystery. For all of human history, it's tested the limits of our courage and understanding. We build ships to conquer its vastness, but the sea doesn't give up its secrets easily. And there is no greater secret, no more haunting maritime mystery than the story of a ship found in good condition, yet utterly empty. A ship that became a legend, a ghost ship. This is the story of the Mary Celeste, and the 10 people who vanished from its decks, leaving behind a riddle that has baffled investigators and historians for over 150 years. What could make an experienced captain, his family, and his entire crew abandon a perfectly seaworthy ship in the middle of the Atlantic? Today, we're going to sift through the evidence, navigate the storms of wild speculation, and follow the clues to their most logical and most terrifying conclusion. This isn't just a spooky legend, it's a real-life cold case, and we're going to investigate what really happened. In the vast, empty expanse of the Atlantic in 1872, a ship was found under sail, ghosting through the waves with no one at the helm. It was the Mary Celeste. On board, everything seemed eerily normal. A child's toys were left in a cabin, the crew's belongings were in their quarters, and a cargo of over 1,900 barrels of industrial alcohol was almost entirely untouched. The ship itself was seaworthy. But the captain, his wife, their 2-year-old daughter, and the entire 7-man crew were gone. There were no signs of a struggle, no final, frantic log entry. They had simply vanished. So, what really happened to the crew of the ghost ship Mary Celeste? To solve the mystery, we have to go back to the beginning. Our story starts not on the open ocean, but in the bustling heart of New York City in the autumn of 1872. A 282-ton brigantine named the Mary Celeste was docked at Pier 50 on the East River. Its hold was being loaded with a volatile and valuable cargo, 701 barrels of raw alcohol, destined for Genoa, Italy, where it would be used to fortify wine. The master of the Mary Celeste was the ideal 19th-century sea captain, Benjamin Spooner Briggs. At 37, he was a seasoned mariner from a long line of seafaring men, known for his skill, fairness, and calm demeanor. A devout Christian and a teetotaler, he was a man you could trust. This voyage was special for him. Captain Briggs had invested his life savings into part ownership of the ship, a vessel he described to his mother as being in beautiful trim. This wasn't just a job, it was his family's future, and his family was with him. Briggs had brought along his wife, Sarah, and their 2-year-old daughter, Sophia. Their 7-year-old son, Arthur, stayed behind in Massachusetts with his grandmother to go to school. Sarah Briggs was no stranger to life at sea, and her presence, along with young Sophia, turned the captain's cabin into a home. A small pump organ was brought aboard, along with Sarah's sewing machine and Sophia's toys. It was a picture of domestic life on a working merchant ship. Captain Briggs was just as careful in picking his crew. First mate Albert Richardson had sailed with Briggs before, and was highly regarded. The second mate was Andrew Gilling, a young man from New York. The rest of the crew were 4 German sailors who all spoke good English and had solid reputations. This wasn't some rough, thrown-together crew. These were professionals handpicked for a routine transatlantic crossing. The ship itself had a storied, if somewhat unlucky, past. Launched in Nova Scotia in 1861, she was originally called the Amazon. Her first captain died just days into her maiden voyage. She was later involved in a collision and ran aground. Some sailors might have called her an unlucky ship, but after being salvaged and sold, she was extensively refitted and given a new name, Mary Celeste. By all accounts, in the fall of 1872, she was a sound and sturdy vessel, ready for sea. After waiting for bad weather to clear, the Mary Celeste finally weighed anchor on November 7, 1872. She sailed out of New York Harbor, catching the crisp autumn wind on a journey that should have been completely unremarkable. No one watching her leave could have possibly imagined that she was sailing into legend, and that not one of the 10 people aboard would ever be seen again. Almost a month later, around December 4, 1872, another brigantine, the De Gratia, was slicing through the Atlantic midway between the Azores and Portugal. Its captain, David Morehouse, was actually an acquaintance of Benjamin Briggs. Through the fog, a lookout spotted another ship about 6 miles away. It was sailing erratically, its sails askew, yawing in the wind as if no one was steering. As it got closer, Captain Morehouse raised his spyglass and felt a chill. He recognized her. It was the Mary Celeste. He knew she'd left New York over a week before his own ship and should already be in Italy. Seeing her here, sailing aimlessly, was deeply wrong. The Dei Gratia closed the distance. Morehouse hailed the ship. No reply. He scanned the empty decks and signaled again. Only silence came back. The Mary Celeste drifted past like a phantom. Convinced the ship was in trouble, Morehouse sent his chief mate, Oliver DeVoe, and 2 sailors to board her. As their small boat pulled alongside the Mary Celeste, the silence was unnerving. All they could hear was the creak of the rigging, the flapping of torn sails, and the wash of water against the hull. With a growing sense of dread, DeVoe and his men climbed aboard. The deck was wet, as if waves had recently washed over it, but the ship was deserted. They moved through the vessel like men exploring a tomb. Structurally, the ship was fine. Her sails were partly set, though some were torn, likely from days of unmanned sailing. There were about 3.5 feet of water sloshing in the hold, but for a ship her size, that wasn't critical. Oddly, though, one of the ship's 2 water pumps was disassembled on the deck. Below deck, things were even stranger. In the crew's quarters, sailors' chests and personal items were all neatly stowed. Money, pipes, rain gear, all left behind, as if the men had just stepped away for a moment. The galley was in order, with enough food and fresh water to last 6 months. The legends of a meal left on the table are just that, legends, but there was no sign of panic or chaos. The most baffling clues were in the captain's cabin. Sarah Briggs's sewing machine sat there with a small vial of oil upright beside it. A child's toys were scattered on a bed. Captain Briggs's clothes were folded away. But crucial items were gone: the ship's register, the sextant, and the chronometer, the essential tools for navigation. The ship's logbook was found, but its last entry was from 10 days earlier on November 25th. It noted the ship's position off the Azores and was completely routine, with no mention of any trouble. One final piece of evidence told them what happened. The ship's only lifeboat was missing. The davits it hung from were fine, but the boat itself was gone. It was clear the 10 people aboard the Mary Celeste had deliberately abandoned a perfectly good ship and rowed off into the open Atlantic. Stunned, DeVoe and his men reported back to Captain Morehouse. A sound ship, a valuable cargo, and a vanished crew. Morehouse made a bold decision. He split his crew, sending DeVoe and 2 others back to the Mary Celeste to sail the ghost ship nearly 800 miles to Gibraltar. As the 2 ships parted ways, the real mystery had only just begun. The question wasn't just where the crew had gone, but why, on Earth, they had left. When the Mary Celeste arrived in Gibraltar, she was immediately impounded by the Vice Admiralty Court. What should have been a simple salvage hearing to reward the Dei Gratia crew turned into a circus. The Attorney General in charge, Frederick Solly Flood, was convinced from the start that this was a case of foul play. His meticulous, if biased, investigation is the reason we have so many forensic puzzle pieces to work with today. So, let's step onto the deck and examine the evidence like an investigator, separating fact from the fiction that quickly surrounded the story. First, the ship's condition. The Dei Gratia crew described her as a thoroughly wet mess, but she was fundamentally seaworthy. There was water in the hold, but it was manageable. The sails were in disarray, but that's what you'd expect after 10 days adrift. There were no signs of a fire anywhere. This becomes a critical detail. Next, the cargo. The 1,701 barrels of raw alcohol were almost all there. Solly Flood ordered a full inspection. Of the entire cargo, only 9 barrels were found to be empty. Then there's what was left behind. The personal effects of the crew and the Briggs family were untouched. Valuables, clothes, 6 months' worth of food and water. This fact pretty much sinks the most obvious theory: piracy. Pirates would have looted the ship, taking anything valuable, especially the cargo. The lack of any violence, overturned furniture, or bloodstains also argued against a mutiny. Solly Flood's team thought they found blood on a sword, but it turned out to be something else. So if it wasn't pirates and it wasn't a mutiny, what was it? The most telling clues are what was taken. The ship's single lifeboat was gone, and so were Captain Briggs's navigational tools, his sextant and chronometer, and the ship's papers. This points to an orderly but urgent evacuation. An experienced captain like Briggs would only grab these specific items if he planned to navigate to safety. He took the tools of his trade, not personal valuables. But why didn't they take food or water? It suggests two things. Either they left in an extreme hurry, or they thought their evacuation was only temporary. The second option seems more likely. Why else abandon 6 months of provisions for a tiny lifeboat in the open Atlantic? Let's lay out the key puzzle pieces. 1. A seaworthy ship. 2. No signs of violence. 3. Valuable cargo and personal items left behind. 4. The lifeboat is missing. 5. The captain's navigation tools are missing. 6. The last log entry is routine from 10 days earlier. 7. One of the 2 water pumps is disassembled. 8. 9 barrels made of porous red oak are empty in a hold full of alcohol. Frederick Solly Flood, however, was obsessed with a story of human evil. He first accused the Di Gratia crew of murder for the salvage money. When that fell apart, he theorized that the Mary Celeste's crew got into the cargo, got drunk, and murdered Briggs and his family before fleeing. This theory ignored the fact that the industrial alcohol was toxic and undrinkable, and it didn't match the stellar reputations of Briggs or his hand-picked crew. After 3 months, the court found no evidence of foul play but awarded the salvagers only a fraction of the reward money, a clear sign that suspicion lingered. The court's failure to give an answer created a vacuum, and into that void rushed a torrent of speculation, myth, and fantasy. The Mary Celeste was no longer a legal case. It was becoming the world's greatest maritime mystery. With the official inquiry over, the story of the Mary Celeste was set adrift in the public imagination. The Victorian era loved stories of spiritualism, sea monsters, and lurid crime, and this mystery was a perfect blank canvas. Before we get to what likely happened, we have to clear away the fog of these myths, many of which persist to this day. The most famous contributor to the legend was a young writer named Arthur Conan Doyle. Years before Sherlock Holmes, he wrote a short story called J. Habakkuk Jeffson's Statement. It was a fictional tale of a supposed survivor, featuring a bloody massacre on a ship he called the Marie Celeste. Conan Doyle's story was so popular that his fictional details, including the misspelled name, were often repeated as fact, cementing the ghost ship in popular culture forever. So let's tackle the most popular, yet least likely theories one by one. First, foul play, piracy, or mutiny. The piracy theory collapses immediately. Why would pirates murder 10 people only to abandon a valuable ship and its cargo? It makes no sense. What about mutiny? This was Solly Flood's pet theory, a drunken crew killing Captain Briggs and his family. But this is a disservice to the crew. They were experienced professionals and Briggs was a respected leader. More importantly, the cargo was industrial-grade alcohol, not something you'd drink for a party. It was poison. And again, the evidence on the ship just doesn't show a violent struggle. There were no bodies, no weapons, no signs of a fight. Mutineers usually take over the ship. They don't abandon it for a tiny lifeboat. Then we get into the realm of the fantastic. Sea monsters, giant squid, alien abduction. Could a kraken have risen from the deep and plucked the crew from the deck? It's a great image for a movie, but it defies logic. An attack like that would have shredded the ship's rigging and masts. Yet the Mary Celeste was found largely intact. A giant squid doesn't carefully disassemble a water pump or steal a navigator's sextant. The alien abduction theory is a more modern idea, but like the sea monster, it offers no explanation for the specific clues left behind. The empty barrels, the disassembled pump, the missing lifeboat. It's speculation that can't be proven or disproven. These theories are popular because they're exciting, but they aren't based on evidence. The truth of what happened to the crew of the Mary Celeste is likely not a story of monsters or malice. It's a story of human error, bad judgment, and a terrifying combination of events. To find a real answer, we have to leave fantasy behind and look at the powerful, unpredictable forces of the natural world. Once we dismiss the sensational theories, we're left with scenarios grounded in the real dangers of the sea. The enemy here isn't a person or a monster, but the ocean itself and the laws of physics. For a long time, two theories stood out: a freak weather event like a waterspout, or a submarine earthquake called a seaquake. First, the waterspout. Think of a tornado over water. It's a terrifying vortex of wind and spray that could have caused chaos on deck. The sheer horror of it might have panicked the crew into abandoning ship, believing it was about to be torn apart. They could have jumped in the lifeboat to escape, only to be separated from the ship once the squall passed. The problem with this theory? A waterspout violent enough to make 10 people abandon ship should have done far more damage to the masts and rigging. And it doesn't explain why Captain Briggs would grab his navigational tools but not food and water. The calm scene in the captain's cabin just doesn't fit with a marine tornado. Then there's the seaquake, an earthquake on the ocean floor. A tremor could have shaken the ship violently, creating strange, massive waves and terrifying noises from the cargo hold. This could have easily started a panic, with the crew thinking the ship was breaking up. But again, the ship was found to be sound. A seaquake that intense likely would have caused more structural damage. It also doesn't directly explain those 9 empty barrels of alcohol or the disassembled pump. It's a possible trigger, but it doesn't tie all the clues together. A third theory blames a series of simple misfortunes. We know the ship's previous cargo was coal. It's possible that leftover coal dust had clogged the pumps. This would explain why one pump was found taken apart on deck. The crew was trying to fix it. With a failing pump system, Captain Briggs would have been unsure how much water was really in the hold. Add to that a faulty chronometer, which could have thrown off his navigation and his confidence. In this scenario, Briggs, already stressed from bad weather, might have wrongly concluded his ship was sinking. Seeing land in the distance, he orders a precautionary evacuation to the lifeboat. This theory is good. It accounts for the disassembled pump, but it doesn't explain the 9 empty alcohol barrels, which feels like too important a clue to be a coincidence. Each of these theories is plausible, but none of them quite fits all the peculiar facts of the case. To find the most complete explanation, we need a theory that connects the pump, the weather, the evacuation, and most importantly, the strange state of the cargo. We need a theory that explains what could create a moment of absolute rational terror on a ship that was actually perfectly fine. We've navigated a sea of speculation, from pirates to seaquakes. Now we arrive at the one theory that elegantly and chillingly connects every single piece of evidence: a non-destructive, pressure wave explosion from alcohol fumes in the hold. Let's reconstruct the final hours of the Mary Celeste. She's carrying 1,701 barrels of raw alcohol. As we know, 9 of those barrels were made of porous red oak. As the ship sailed from the cold of New York into the warmer climate near the Azores, the temperature change would have caused the alcohol to expand and release flammable vapor. The porous barrels would have been the first to leak, slowly filling the unventilated cargo hold with an invisible ticking time bomb. The last log entry puts the ship near Santa Maria Island on November 25th. Captain Briggs, being a cautious man, might have been concerned about his volatile cargo. Perhaps he or a crewman caught a whiff of the alcohol fumes. He may have ordered the cargo hatches open to air things out. This would explain why the Dei Gratia crew found the hatches open. Now picture the scene. The crew is on deck. The hatches are open. Below them, a volatile mix of alcohol vapor and air is brewing. All it needed was a spark, maybe from the friction of 2 metal barrel hoops rubbing together as the ship rolled. What happened next was not a fire. It was a vapor explosion. A 2006 experiment by Dr. Andrea Sella at University College London showed exactly what this would have been like. They ignited a gas mixture in a replica of the hold. The result wasn't a destructive fire, but a massive pressure wave, a huge whoosh of hot air that would blow the heavy hatch covers off, followed by a ball of flame that vanishes almost instantly. This type of blast produces a terrifying roar and a dramatic flash, but it burns so quickly it doesn't even scorch the wood. To Captain Briggs and his crew, it would have been horrifying. A deafening boom from the hold, a flash of fire, and the hatches blown open. They would have no way of knowing it was a one-time pressure release. All they knew was that their ship, loaded with 1,500 barrels of explosive liquid, just had one explosion. For a prudent captain, with his wife and child on board, the only sane conclusion would be that a much larger catastrophic explosion was coming. This single moment of terror explains everything. The immediate priority is to get everyone off the ship. There's no time for log entries or packing provisions. But Briggs, the professional, knows he needs his navigational tools. He orders the evacuation. They grab the chronometer and sextant and scramble into the lifeboat. But they don't plan to leave forever. They think the Mary Celeste is a floating bomb, but it's also their only hope. The logical move would be to launch the lifeboat but stay tied to the ship with a long tow line. Maybe a few hundred feet. They could wait at a safe distance and see if the ship explodes. If the danger passed, they could simply pull themselves back. This explains why they took no food or water, and why a frayed rope was reportedly seen trailing from the ship. And here, the final tragedy unfolds. 10 people are huddled in a small lifeboat, watching the ship that is both their greatest fear and their only salvation. The weather is still rough. A sudden squall or a gust of wind fills the Mary Celeste's remaining sails. The strain on the tow line is immense, and then it snaps. In a heartbeat, their lifeline is gone. The Mary Celeste, a fast ship, begins to pull away. They would have rowed desperately, but a small boat is no match for a brigantine under sail. They would have watched, helpless, as their ship, their home, and their only hope grew smaller and smaller on the horizon until it disappeared, leaving them alone in the vast, indifferent Atlantic. The perfectly seaworthy ship sailed on, unmanned, while its crew, adrift in a tiny boat, were left to face their tragic, unrecorded fate. This is the only theory that fits all the facts. It transforms the mystery from a ghost story into a deeply human tragedy of misjudgment, born from a moment of understandable terror. For over 150 years, the Mary Celeste has been the world's most famous ghost ship. The image of an empty vessel sailing the open ocean has inspired countless stories and theories, filled with everything from pirates and mutineers to sea monsters and aliens. But when we strip away the myths and look closely at the evidence, a far more plausible and poignant story appears. This isn't a tale of the supernatural, but a tragedy of the natural world, of physics, and of human instinct. The theory of a vapor explosion in the hold accounts for every strange clue. It paints a vivid picture of a competent captain, Benjamin Briggs, making a split-second rational decision to save his family and his crew from what he believed was imminent disaster. His plan to evacuate temporarily was an act of prudence, not panic. The true tragedy is the cruel twist of fate that followed, the snap of a rope that cut them off from safety and condemned 10 souls to the lonely Atlantic. The Mary Celeste herself sailed for another decade before being deliberately wrecked in an insurance fraud scheme in 1885, a sad end for such a legendary vessel. But her story, the mystery of what happened on that day in 1872, has become immortal. While the alcohol explosion theory provides the most complete explanation, we have to admit that without the crew to tell their story, we can never know with absolute certainty. The ocean holds its secrets close. The fate of the 10 souls who vanished from the Mary Celeste is one of them. Their story is a powerful, humbling reminder of the unforgiving nature of the sea, and of the fine line between a routine voyage and an enduring mystery. The Mary Celeste remains the ultimate ghost ship, a timeless monument to those lost at sea, and to the questions that will forever echo across the waves. The story of the Mary Celeste is a puzzle assembled from history and science. But what do you think? Does the alcohol explosion theory solve the case for you? Or do you have another idea? Let us know your theory in the comments section below. We read every single one, and if you enjoy exploring historical mysteries like this one, make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss our next investigation. The Lighthouse Keeper's last log. What really happened? At the very edge of the world, on a sliver of rock beaten down by the North Atlantic, stands a lonely tower. For over a century, it's held its vigil, a silent monument to one of the most chilling and enduring mysteries in all of maritime history. In the winter of 1900, this place, the Flannan Isles Lighthouse, became a tomb of secrets when its 3 keepers simply vanished from the face of the earth. They were erased, leaving behind nothing but perplexing clues that have fueled 100 years of fear, debate, and wild speculation. These weren't just names in a logbook. They were fathers, husbands, and sons who walked into the heart of a mystery and never returned. Tonight, we're lighting the lamps on this cold case one more time. We'll walk the storm-battered cliffs, step into the abandoned rooms, and read the final cryptic words they left behind. We are going to piece together all the evidence, from the mundane to the terrifying, to uncover what really happened to the keepers of the Flannan Isles. In December 1900, on a remote storm-lashed island off the coast of Scotland, 3 men vanished without a trace. They left behind a table set for a meal that was never eaten, a stopped clock, and a final chilling entry in their logbook. More than a century later, the mystery of the Flannan Isles lighthouse keepers endures. Tonight, we piece together the final, terrifying moments of these men and ask, what really happened at the edge of the world? Our story begins in a place that feels more like myth than reality. The Flannan Isles, a small, severe cluster of 7 islands known to locals as the Seven Hunters. Found 21 miles west of the already remote Isle of Lewis in Scotland, they're little more than jagged teeth of rock jutting from the perpetually furious North Atlantic. For centuries, these islands were a place of superstition. Shepherds would bring their flocks to graze on the largest island, Eilean Moor. But they would never, ever stay the night, fearing the spirits they believed haunted the land. They called it the Other Country, a place set apart from the world of the living. It was on this haunted rock that the Northern Lighthouse Board decided to build a beacon. The waters here were treacherous, a graveyard for ships, and a light was a modern marvel, meant to tame an ancient peril. Designed by the famous lighthouse engineer David Allen Stevenson, the Flannan Isles Lighthouse was a testament to Victorian ambition. Construction was a brutal 5-year struggle against the elements. Every block of stone and bag of cement had to be winched up sheer 150-foot cliffs from supply boats tossing on the waves below. The lighthouse tower itself stood 74 feet tall, a white spear against a gray sky, with its lamp perched 275 feet above the raging sea. On December 7, 1899, its powerful beam cut through the darkness for the first time. It was a symbol of safety. No one could have imagined that in just 1 year, it would become the center of a mystery that made it more feared than any storm. Life at Eilean Moor was one of profound isolation and rigid routine. The lighthouse was manned by a crew of 4 keepers in rotation, 3 on the island and 1 on shore leave. For 6 weeks at a time, the 3 men on duty were the only souls on the island. Their lives were governed by the clock and the lamp. Tending the light was a relentless, meticulous job. The paraffin lamps had to be kept burning, the lenses polished, and the clockwork mechanism that rotated the great lens had to be wound and maintained. Their days were filled with cleaning, painting, repairing, and endless observation, all recorded in a detailed log. In December of 1900, the 3 men holding this lonely vigil were James Ducat, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur. These weren't rookies. They were seasoned men of the sea and the service. James Ducat was the principal keeper, the man in charge. At 43, he was a veteran with over 2 decades of service. He was a family man with a wife and 4 children waiting for him back home. Ducat was known to be steady, reliable, and experienced, the perfect person to command such a remote post. And yet there are hints he was uneasy. He'd reportedly told his supervisor that Eilean Moor wasn't a suitable place for a man with a young family, a comment that now seems like a chilling premonition. The second assistant was Thomas Marshall, a 28-year-old bachelor. He'd been a seaman before joining the service, so he was no stranger to the ocean's fury. Records suggest a small detail about his past. He'd once been fined 5 shillings when some equipment was washed away during a gale at another station. It was a minor mistake, but in a service that prized diligence above all, it was a mark against his name, a mistake he would be determined never to repeat. The third man was Donald MacArthur. He was an occasional keeper, a substitute filling in for a colleague on sick leave. At 40, MacArthur was a tough, seasoned mariner from the nearby village of Breskleet. He was an old soldier and known as a bit of a brawler, a man with a reputation for a short temper. For a man like that, the crushing silence of Island Moor, broken only by the howling wind, must have been its own kind of torment. These were the three men, bound together by duty at the edge of the world. A steady family man, a younger keeper with something to prove, and a volatile tough guy. As Christmas of 1900 approached, they were counting the days until the relief ship, the Hesperus, would arrive. But the Hesperus would find only silence. The men were about to become a permanent part of the island's ghostly lore. The first sign that something was terribly wrong at Eilean Mor came not from the island, but from the dark waters it was meant to protect. On the night of December 15, 1900, the steamer Archtor passed through the area, and its captain noted in his log that the Flannan light was out. A dark lighthouse is a serious danger. When the Archtor docked 3 days later, the sighting was reported to the Northern Lighthouse Board. However, due to some holiday slowness or bureaucratic mix-up, the report wasn't immediately acted upon. After all, the relief ship, the Hesperus, was scheduled to sail on December 20th anyway. But the Atlantic had other ideas. Vicious storms swept through the Outer Hebrides, trapping the Hesperus, under the command of Captain Jim Harvey, in port. For 6 long days, the ship waited for a break in the weather. Finally, on the morning of December 26th, Christmas Day having come and gone, the seas calmed just enough for the ship to make its journey. On board was Joseph Moore, the relief keeper, looking forward to seeing his colleagues. As the Hesperus approached Island Moor around noon, a strange quiet hung over the island. There was no flag flying from the flagpole to greet the ship. There were no provision boxes waiting on the landing stage to be restocked. And most unnerving of all, there were no men. Normally, all 3 keepers would be waiting at the landing to welcome the ship. Today, there was just the lonely cry of gulls. Captain Harvey ordered the ship's whistle to be blown. Silence. He fired a signal flare. Still nothing. A deep sense of dread began to settle over the ship. A small boat was lowered, and Joseph Moore was rowed to the eastern landing. He leaped onto the slippery rock and began the long climb up the steep stone staircase carved into the cliff. He found the main gate to the compound closed. He continued to the main door of the living quarters. It was also closed, but it was unlocked. He pushed the door open. The air was cold, heavy with an unnatural silence. The first thing he saw was the kitchen clock, its pendulum still. On the table, he saw plates and utensils laid out for a meal that had clearly never been eaten. A single chair was knocked on its side, as if someone had jumped up from the table in a great hurry. In the entranceway, 2 of the 3 sets of heavy oilskins, the keeper's foul-weather gear, were missing, but 1 set remained hanging on its hook. This was deeply disturbing. No keeper would ever venture out into a December storm in the North Atlantic without his oilskins. It was a death sentence. Moore's search of the living quarters revealed more strangeness. The beds were unmade, which was unusual for such disciplined men. But in the lantern room, the lamps were perfect. They had been cleaned, trimmed, and refilled, ready to be lit for the coming night. It seemed the men had gone about their morning duties as usual before they vanished. The only sign of life was a canary, still alive in its cage, a silent witness. I did not take time to search further, Moore later reported, for I only too well knew something serious had occurred. He fled the silent lighthouse and scrambled back down the steps. The grim news was relayed to Captain Harvey. The lighthouse was deserted. The men were gone. Captain Harvey sent 2 more sailors ashore with Moore. They scoured every inch of the island, shouting the keepers' names into the wind, but found nothing. No bodies, no signs of a struggle, no clues. But when they made their way to the western landing, they found a scene of incredible violence. Iron railings that lined the path were bent and twisted out of shape. A railway track used to haul supplies up the cliff had been wrenched from its concrete moorings. A heavy supply box, normally kept in a secure crevice 110 feet above sea level, was smashed open, its contents scattered. Even more astonishingly, a massive rock weighing over a ton had been dislodged and moved. And on the very top of the cliff, more than 200 feet above the waves, thick carpets of turf had been ripped from the ground. The power required to do that was almost incomprehensible. It was clear a storm of unimaginable ferocity had battered this side of the island. That evening, Captain Harvey sent a chilling telegram to headquarters. A dreadful accident has happened at Flannan's. The 3 keepers, Ducat, Marshall, and the Occasional, have disappeared from the island. The clocks were stopped, and other signs indicated that the accident must have happened about a week ago. Poor fellows, they must have been blown over the cliffs or drowned trying to secure a crane. Joseph Moore and 3 volunteers were left on the island to man the light. As darkness fell on December 26th, the Flannan light shone once more, but it now seemed less a beacon of safety and more a memorial, casting its sweeping gaze over the cold, dark water that held the secret of the 3 lost men. In the cold, abandoned lighthouse, investigators turned to the one thing that could speak for the missing men, the logbook. This was the official record of life on the island, a place for professional entries about weather and the light's performance. But in the years since, a second, more sensational version of the logbook has emerged, one filled with terror and despair. To figure out what really happened, we have to separate the facts from the fiction. First, the official record. The investigation, led by Superintendent Robert Muirhead, found the keeper's logbook itself was in perfect order. The last formal entry was on December 13th. Details for the 14th and the morning of the 15th were jotted down on a slate, ready to be neatly transferred into the log later. This confirms that at least one keeper was alive and working on the morning of Saturday, December 15th. The lamp was clean and ready. This suggests the men vanished sometime that afternoon, but this is where the story splits. A far more dramatic set of log entries has become central to the legend. These entries, which you've probably heard, paint a picture of men descending into madness. According to this popular but almost certainly fake version of the log, Thomas Marshall wrote a disturbing entry on December 12th. He allegedly described severe winds the likes of which I have never seen before. He went on to note that principal keeper James Ducat was very quiet, and that the tough as nails Donald MacArthur had been crying. This detail was shocking. The idea of MacArthur, a known brawler, openly weeping in fear of a storm, seemed completely out of character. The alleged entry for December 13th claimed the storm was still raging, and that all 3 men had been praying. Again, this seemed bizarre. These were professionals in a brand new fortress built to withstand the worst the Atlantic could throw at it. For 3 seasoned men to be reduced to prayer by a storm, no matter how severe, felt unbelievable. What makes these supposed entries so strange is that there were no reports of major storms in that area on December 12th, 13th, or 14th. The weather was rough, sure, but nothing unusual for a North Atlantic winter. This has led to speculation that the storm the men described wasn't a physical one, but a supernatural or psychological one. The final sensational entry is said to be from December 15th. It simply read, "Storm ended, sea calm, God is over all." That ominous sign-off was seen as a final, cryptic surrender to fate. So, were these terrifying log entries real? The overwhelming evidence says no. Official reports from the Northern Lighthouse Board make no mention of them. The real logs were professional and routine. The story of MacArthur crying and the God is over all sign-off appear to be later embellishments, fictions that likely started with a 1912 poem by Wilfred Wilson Gibson called Flannan Isle. That poem also introduced the unforgettable image of the uneaten meal and the overturned chair, cementing them in the public imagination. The legend of the haunted logbook was just a better story than the mundane reality. It created a tale of psychological horror. But even without the fake log entries, the facts were strange enough. 3 men were gone. The lighthouse was left in a state of eerie preparedness. And the West Landing was a scene of unbelievable destruction. The official investigation would have to piece these real clues together to find a rational explanation. On December 29, 1900, Superintendent Robert Muirhead arrived on Island Moor to lead the official investigation. This wasn't just a professional duty for Muirhead. He knew all three of the missing men personally. He was the last person from the board to see them alive. Now, he was tasked with uncovering their fate. Muirhead was a practical man. He meticulously examined the lighthouse, the real logbook, the clothing left behind, and the catastrophic damage at the West Landing. After weighing all the evidence, he submitted his official report. His conclusion was sober, logical, and tragic. He theorized that the chain of events began on the afternoon of Saturday, December 15th. He believed that James Ducat and Thomas Marshall went down to the West Landing to secure a supply box full of mooring ropes and landing gear. With the sea state worsening, they would have been anxious to make sure nothing was lost. This makes perfect sense for Thomas Marshall, who had been fined before for losing equipment to a gale. He likely persuaded the senior keeper, Ducat, to go with him. Muirhead's report then paints a terrifying picture. As the two men worked near the storage box, 110 feet above the sea, an unexpectedly large roller, what we'd now call a rogue wave, surged up the face of the cliff. He wrote that the water went up higher than where they were, and coming down upon them had swept them away with resistless force. The power that moved a 1-ton boulder and mangled iron railings would have easily snatched two men from the rock and pulled them into the sea. This explained Ducat and Marshall. But what about Donald MacArthur? His oilskins were back in the lighthouse. According to the strict rules, one keeper had to be on duty inside at all times. MacArthur was obeying that rule. Muirhead concluded that MacArthur, from his post in the tower, likely saw the monstrous wave coming. Realizing his colleagues were in mortal danger, he did the only human thing he could. He ran to warn them. In his haste, he didn't stop for his coat, which explains the overturned chair. He dashed out of the lighthouse, down the path toward the West Landing, a lone figure charging into the gale. But he was too late. He might have arrived just as the wave struck, or in its violent aftermath, searching for his friends in the surge of white water. In the chaos, a second wave could have easily caught him too, sweeping him away to the same fate. This theory neatly accounted for the evidence. The two missing sets of oilskins, the one left behind, the sudden departure from the kitchen, and the immense damage at the West Landing. It was a dreadful accident, just as Captain Harvey first guessed. Robert Muirhead, the man who knew them, was satisfied this was the most likely explanation. This remains the official and most widely accepted theory. It's a story of duty and the unforgiving nature of the sea. There was no monster, no ghost, just the awesome power of water. Modern scientific studies have even confirmed that the specific geography of the Flannan Isles makes them prone to generating enormous rogue waves during certain storm conditions, adding scientific weight to Muirhead's 100-year-old conclusion. The men left behind families who would never have a body to bury. James Ducat left a wife and 4 children. Donald MacArthur left a wife and 2 children. For the Northern Lighthouse Board, the case was closed. But for the public, an explanation based on a wave, no matter how colossal, just wasn't enough. The eerie details left the door open for darker theories to take hold. While the rogue wave theory is the most logical, it has never been enough to satisfy everyone. The strangeness of the scene created a vacuum that has been filled with a century's worth of speculation, from the plausible to the bizarre. So what if it wasn't a wave? What if the danger came not from the sea, but from inside the lighthouse itself? One of the most persistent theories is that it was all down to a violent fight. Imagine the psychological pressure cooker of Eileen Moore. 3 men, confined to a tiny rock for weeks with only the howling wind for company. This theory usually centers on Donald MacArthur. He was known to be a volatile character, a brawler with a quick temper. Could the isolation have pushed him over the edge? The scenario goes something like this. An argument breaks out. MacArthur, in a fit of rage, attacks and kills Ducat and Marshall. The fight could have happened on the cliff edge, sending all 3 men into the sea during the struggle. A variation suggests that MacArthur murdered the other 2, threw their bodies into the ocean, and then, overcome with guilt, threw himself in after them. The evidence for this is purely circumstantial. It relies almost entirely on MacArthur's reputation. There was no sign of a struggle inside the lighthouse. In fact, it was noted to be tidy. But Superintendent Muirhead, who knew the men, dismissed the idea. A triple homicide seemed unthinkable. Given the island's eerie history, it's no surprise that supernatural theories quickly popped up. Locals already whispered of spirits calling the place the other country. This was fertile ground for terrifying explanations. Some said a giant sea serpent rose from the depths and snatched the men. Others blamed a colossal seabird. More elaborate tales spoke of the Phantom of the Seven Hunters, a ghost said to haunt the Isles, luring the keepers to their doom. In the modern era, these theories have been updated. The sea serpent became an alien spacecraft. Proponents of this idea point to those fake logbook entries, suggesting the storm the men feared wasn't of this world. Could the men have been abducted by a UFO? As intriguing as these ideas are, they exist entirely in the realm of fantasy. There isn't a shred of evidence to support any of it. These stories say more about our human need to fill terrifying voids with monsters. Another theory suggests the men were deliberately taken from the island. One version claims they were abducted by foreign spies. At the turn of the 20th century, tensions were brewing across Europe, and maybe the keepers saw something they shouldn't have, a secret meeting or a submarine, and were silenced. A related idea suggests the men weren't taken at all, but that they arranged for a ship to take them away to start new lives. Fed up with the harsh, lonely existence, they supposedly paid a passing boat to ferry them to a new world. Both of these theories crumble under scrutiny. Arranging a secret rendezvous in the seas around the Flannans would be a logistical nightmare. Plus, James Duckett and Donald MacArthur were married with children. It seems incredibly unlikely they would abandon their families. And if you're running away, why leave your last paycheck behind? As for the spy theory, there's just no evidence to suggest any foreign power was interested in a remote Scottish lighthouse in 1900. Each of these theories provides a tantalizing alternative to the official story. But without evidence, they remain just that. Stories. The most logical path, the one supported by the physical evidence, leads back to Robert Muirhead's conclusion. It leads back to the water. The Flannan Isles mystery is a puzzle with missing pieces. For over 120 years, people have tried to fit them together, but the picture is still incomplete. We've walked through the evidence, from official reports to the wildest speculation. Now, I want to hear from you. Based on everything we've discussed, what do you think really happened to James Duckett, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur? Was it the terrifying power of a rogue wave, a sudden act of violence, or something else entirely? Let me know your theory in the comments below. And if you find these unsolved mysteries as fascinating as I do, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss our next investigation. In the end, we are left where we began, on a windswept rock in the North Atlantic, staring at an empty lighthouse. The bodies of the three keepers were never recovered, leaving their families in a state of perpetual limbo. The lighthouse itself was not abandoned. A new team of keepers was soon assigned, but life on Island Moor was forever changed, shrouded in a chilling legend. The lighthouse was fully automated in 1971, and since then it has stood silent, its light now powered by machines, a lonely sentinel guarding its own dark secret. The story has seeped into our culture, inspiring poems, songs by the rock band Genesis, and even the recent film, The Vanishing. We're drawn to this story because it touches on our deepest fears, the fear of the dark, of isolation, and the terrifying power of the natural world. While the most credible explanation points to a dreadful accident, the mystery endures because it's incomplete. Without a final witness, there will always be a sliver of doubt, a space for our imagination to wander into darker territories. The overturned chair, the stopped clock, the single set of oilskins left behind, these are the details that haunt us. Perhaps the final truth of what happened on Island Moor is not something to be found in a dusty report or a sensational theory. Perhaps it's simply written in the relentless crash of the waves against the cliffs, a story told in a language we can hear but never fully understand. The keepers are gone, absorbed by the sea and the legend they left behind. Their story is a humbling reminder that even in our modern world, some places remain wild, some mysteries remain unsolved, and the ocean always keeps its secrets. The submarine rescue that went horribly wrong. It's 11:28 a.m. on August 12, 2000. Deep beneath the icy gray surface of the Barents Sea, a shock wave rips through the Russian nuclear submarine Kursk. The force is so brutal, so concussive, it's registered by seismic sensors thousands of miles away. But that's only the prelude. Just 2 minutes and 15 seconds later, a second, far more powerful explosion erupts from the bow. It's an absolute cataclysm, tearing a hole in the vessel and sealing the fate of most of the 118 sailors on board. For the few who survived the initial blasts, a new, more terrifying ordeal was just beginning. They were trapped in a crippled, powerless steel coffin, resting on the seabed 354 feet down. And there, in the crushing dark, they waited for a rescue that would go horribly, tragically wrong. This is the story of how catastrophic failures, technical blunders, and crippling national pride doomed the men of the K-141 Kursk. Before it was a tomb, the K-141 Kursk was a titan of the deep, a symbol of resurrected Russian naval power. Commissioned in 1994, it was an Oscar II-class nuclear-powered cruise missile submarine, one of the largest and most advanced attack submarines ever built. At over 150 meters long, this vessel had one singular, terrifying purpose: to hunt and destroy an entire United States aircraft carrier group. Its arsenal was formidable. It was capable of carrying 24 supersonic P-700 Granite cruise missiles, weapons designed to swarm and overwhelm enemy fleets. Each missile could be armed with a conventional warhead powerful enough to cripple a massive ship, or a nuclear warhead capable of erasing it from existence. The submarine's design was a marvel of Soviet engineering. It had a double hull, with a thick outer layer of specialized stainless steel that resisted corrosion and reduced its magnetic signature, making it harder to detect. Between the outer hull and the inner pressure hull was a wide gap, providing extra buoyancy and, in theory, an added layer of protection. The submarine was divided into 9 watertight compartments, a feature that led some to believe it was practically unsinkable. It was powered by 2 OK-650B nuclear reactors, allowing it to stay submerged for up to 120 days and reach speeds of over 30 knots. In August of 2000, the Kursk was the flagship of the Northern Fleet, ready to star in Summer-X, the largest Russian naval exercise in more than a decade. This was meant to be a grand display, a declaration that after years of post-Soviet decay, the Russian Navy was back. With 30 ships and multiple submarines in the Barents Sea, it was a sprawling war game simulating a full-scale naval conflict. For the 118 sailors aboard the Kursk, this was the peak of their training. They were the elite, operating the most feared vessel in the fleet. That morning, the Kursk was scheduled to fire practice torpedoes at the battlecruiser Pyotr Veliky, the Peter the Great, which was acting as the exercise's main target. As the submarine slipped beneath the waves, no one could have imagined they were sailing towards their own annihilation. The pride of the fleet was about to become its most profound tragedy. The morning of August 12th started like any other day in a major naval exercise. The Kursk had a window between 11:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. to fire its torpedo. The weapon chosen for the first launch was a Type 6576 kit practice torpedo. Unlike modern torpedoes propelled by electric batteries, this one used a highly volatile and unstable fuel, high-test peroxide or HTP. HTP was powerful, but it was notoriously dangerous. Western navies had abandoned it decades earlier after a series of accidents, but the Russian Navy continued to use it, seeking cheaper, more powerful options. Sometime before 11:28 a.m., the crew in the forward torpedo room began loading the HTP-fueled weapon. It was right here that the chain of disaster began. An official investigation later concluded that a faulty weld in the torpedo's casing failed, allowing the high-test peroxide to leak and come into contact with the torpedo tube's metallic surfaces. The chemical reaction was instantaneous and violent. The HTP decomposed explosively, creating a massive amount of superheated steam and oxygen. The pressure inside the tube skyrocketed, and at 11:27 a.m., the torpedo detonated. The force was immense, equivalent to exploding 100 kilograms of TNT. Sailors on nearby ships felt a heavy shudder. On the Pyotr Veliky, The Kursk's target. The sonar operator registered the event but dismissed it as just part of the exercise. The explosion tore through the torpedo room, instantly killing the 7 men stationed there. A fireball blasted rearward, but a critical design flaw now sealed the fate of dozens more. A large ventilation shaft running from the torpedo room back through the command compartments had its valves left open. The explosion surged through this conduit, incinerating the command center in the second compartment and parts of the third and fourth. The captain and his senior officers, the submarine's nerve center, were gone in a flash. The sub, now a runaway wreck, began its plunge toward the seabed. But the horror wasn't over. The initial blast had started a fire in the forward compartments where the rest of the Kursk's deadly arsenal was stored. For 2 minutes and 15 seconds, the crippled vessel sank in silence. Then, the heat from the fire cooked off the remaining warheads. At 11:44 a.m., between 5 and 7 combat-ready torpedoes detonated at once. This was the second cataclysmic explosion. Seismic stations as far away as Alaska registered it, with a force that some experts compared to a 4.2 on the Richter scale. The blast was enormous, estimated to be up to 250 times more powerful than the first, and it tore a gaping hole in the double hull, peeling back the steel like it was a tin can. Seawater rushed in, flooding the forward sections of the sub. For the vast majority of the 118 men aboard the Kursk, death was instantaneous. The second explosion was the knockout punch. The Kursk, weighing over 18,000 tons, slammed into the floor of the Barents Sea at a depth of 108 meters, or 354 feet. Its bow, mangled and torn open, plowed deep into the clay of the ocean floor, embedding the wreck at a sharp downward angle. The first 5 of the submarine's 9 compartments were completely destroyed. Miraculously, the nuclear reactors in the 5th compartment had automatically shut down and remained intact, narrowly averting an environmental catastrophe. The bulkhead behind the reactors held firm. In the aft compartments, 6, 7, 8, and 9, a handful of men survived both blasts. With the lights out, their only illumination came from emergency lamps. Realizing the forward sections were lost, survivors from compartments 6, 7, and 8 made their way back to the 9th compartment, the rearmost section, which contained the only other escape hatch. 23 men gathered in the dark. Command fell to the most senior officer among them, 27-year-old Lieutenant Captain Dmitry Kolesnikov. On the surface, there was just confusion, then an unnerving silence. The Northern Fleet Command had lost contact with the Kursk. An emergency rescue buoy, designed to automatically deploy, had been disabled, a common but dangerous practice to prevent revealing the sub's position during exercises. When the Kursk failed to make a scheduled communication check at 6 p.m., over 6 hours after the explosions, the fleet finally became concerned. A search was launched, but it wasn't until 10:30 p.m., 11 hours after the disaster, that the Northern Fleet finally declared an emergency. Even then, the crisis was deliberately downplayed. Nearly 20 hours after the sub sank, Minister of Defense Igor Sergeyev finally notified the new president, Vladimir Putin, who was on vacation in Sochi. Sergeyev assured him the situation was under control. That same day, the commander of the Northern Fleet, Admiral Vyacheslav Popov, briefed reporters not on a missing submarine but on the resounding success of the naval exercise. Meanwhile, 354 feet down, Dmitry Kolesnikov was documenting their final hours. He began to write, listing the names of the 23 survivors who had gathered with him in the 9th compartment. His words, chilling in their calm professionalism, told a story of men trapped with no way out. "All personnel from Sections 6, 7, and 8 have moved to Section 9, he wrote. "There are 23 of us here. We have made this decision because none of us can escape." As time passed and the emergency lights died, his handwriting grew desperate. His final entry, scrawled in the pitch black, read simply, "I'm writing blindly." As the world slowly learned of the tragedy, the Russian Navy launched its own rescue effort. A search vessel finally located the Kursk on the seabed on August 13th. The Navy's primary rescue assets were its Praise-class deep submergence rescue vehicles, or DSRVs. These mini-subs were designed to dive to a sunken submarine, create a vacuum seal over an escape hatch, and ferry survivors to the surface. On paper, it was a solid plan. In reality, it was an exercise in futility. The first attempts were plagued by problems that spoke to the decay of Russia's northern fleet. The DSRVs, reportedly unused for years, had poorly maintained batteries that died quickly. On its first attempt, one DSRV collided with the Kursk's stern and had to surface for repairs. Time and again, the pilots struggled against strong underwater currents and near-zero visibility, fighting to align their craft with the escape hatch on the ninth compartment. The angle of the Kursk on the seabed made their task almost impossible. Resting at a severe list, the submarine's escape hatch wasn't level. The Russian DSRVs, with their rigid mating skirts, just couldn't get the perfect seal needed to equalize the pressure. Each time a submersible made contact, it failed to latch on. Its batteries would run low and it would be forced to return to the surface, defeated. To make matters worse, the weather was deteriorating, making it dangerous to even launch and recover the small rescue subs. Over 4 agonizing days, the Russian Navy made dozens of failed attempts. Meanwhile, the information fed to the public and the desperate families was a confusing mix of false hope and misinformation. Officials spoke of technical difficulties, and at one point the Navy announced they could hear tapping from inside the hull, the classic SOS signal. This gave families a glimmer of hope, but was later revealed to be untrue, likely just the noise of the wreck settling or the rescue vehicles themselves. Inside the command center, the truth was far grimmer. The Russian equipment wasn't working. With every passing hour, the chances of finding anyone alive were fading to zero. As the Russian Navy fumbled, offers of international assistance poured in. The United Kingdom, Norway, and the United States, all with advanced deep-sea rescue capabilities, offered their help. But the Russian government, in a decision that would draw global condemnation, refused. For 4 critical days, Moscow insisted it could handle the rescue alone. The decision was rooted in a mix of national pride, Cold War suspicion, and paranoia about letting NATO members near one of its most advanced nuclear submarines. Senior Navy commanders even pushed a baseless theory that the Kursk had sunk after colliding with a NATO submarine that was shadowing the exercise. It was a convenient excuse to reject foreign help, framing the crisis as a matter of national security rather than a humanitarian disaster. The political optics were disastrous. President Vladimir Putin, just months into his first term, remained on vacation at his Black Sea resort. For 5 days he was silent, an absence the public perceived as callous indifference. His approval ratings plummeted as the world watched the Russian government seemingly prioritize secrecy over the lives of its sailors. The most heart-wrenching scenes played out in Vidyayevo, the Kursk's home port. Here the sailors' families gathered, desperate for information, only to be met by a wall of silence and contradictions. When Putin finally traveled to Vidyayevo 10 days after the disaster, he was confronted by a hall of grieving, furious relatives. Putin in turn deflected blame, pointing to the decay of the military and lashing out at the media. But the damage was done. The government's refusal of aid had wasted the most crucial window of opportunity, turning a potential rescue into a slow-motion tragedy. On August 17th, 5 full days after the Kursk sank, President Putin finally relented and authorized the Navy to accept foreign help. The decision was a tacit admission of complete failure. Immediately, an international rescue operation began to mobilize, but precious time had been lost. The British rescue team and their LR-5 submersible had been on standby for days. Their equipment was flown to Norway and loaded onto the Normand Pioneer, an offshore support vessel. Norway also dispatched the Seaway Eagle, carrying a team of highly skilled deep-sea saturation divers. The flotilla finally arrived at the disaster site on the evening of August 19th, a full 7 days after the initial explosions. The difference between the international equipment and what the Russians had been using was night and day. While the Russian DSRVs were old and clunky, the British LR-5 was modern and agile. More importantly, the Norwegian team brought remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, unmanned, camera-equipped submersibles that could survey the wreck in high detail without risking human life. On Sunday, August 20th, 8 days into the crisis, the Norwegian team lowered an ROV to the wreck. The video it streamed back confirmed the catastrophic damage to the bow, but it also revealed something that directly contradicted the Russian Navy's excuses. The rear escape hatch, the one Russian submersibles had failed to latch onto for days, appeared to be largely undamaged and operable. The plan was for Norwegian divers to inspect the hatch, clear any debris, and then the British LR-5 would descend to attempt the rescue. There was a palpable sense of urgency, but it was coupled with a grim resignation. Everyone feared it was already too late. On the morning of August 21st, 9 days after the Kursk sank, the moment of truth arrived. A team of Norwegian divers descended the 354 feet to the sunken submarine. Their first task was to open the outer cover of the 9th compartment's escape hatch. Where the Russian submersibles had failed for days, the divers succeeded with shocking ease. They found the hatch was not seriously damaged and opened it. What they found inside extinguished the last flicker of hope. The escape trunk, the small airlock between the outer and inner hatches, was completely flooded. This was the definitive sign that there were no survivors. After receiving permission from the Russian command, they proceeded to open the inner hatch. As it swung open, a rush of air bubbles escaped, revealing the grim reality. The 9th compartment was entirely filled with water. The 23 men who had survived 2 massive explosions were all dead. Later analysis, including a second note found on another sailor's body, shed light on their final horrifying hours. A fire had broken out in the compartment, likely caused by a chemical reaction when a regenerative oxygen cartridge came into contact with oily seawater. The fire consumed the remaining oxygen, filling the small space with deadly carbon monoxide. An autopsy of Dmitry Kolesnikov's body confirmed he had died from carbon monoxide poisoning. The survivors hadn't slowly suffocated over days as many had feared. They had likely perished within hours of the disaster, either from the fire or by drowning as water filled their final refuge. That afternoon it was announced to the world that the Kursk was flooded and all 118 crew members were dead. With the crew confirmed dead, the mission shifted to recovery and investigation. The Russian government, determined to find the cause and retrieve the bodies, embarked on one of the most complex salvage operations ever attempted. A contract was awarded to a consortium of Dutch companies, Mamoe and Smit International. Their audacious plan involved using a massive barge called the Giant Forlas. The first step was to deal with the mangled bow section. To avoid it breaking off during the lift, a specialized cable was used to saw the entire bow from the rest of the hull, leaving it on the seabed. Then, divers cut 26 large holes in the Kursk's double hull to attach heavy-duty steel cables. In October 2001, more than a year after the sinking, the main operation began. In a meticulous 15-hour process, the giant Forwarn slowly winched the 9,000-ton wreck of the Kursk off the ocean floor. The submarine was raised, clamped securely underneath the barge, and slowly towed to a dry dock in Roslyakovo. There, investigators finally pieced together what happened. They recovered the ship's log and the remains of 115 of the 118 crew members. The official investigation conclusively dismissed the Russian Navy's collision theory, finding no evidence of impact with another vessel. Instead, it confirmed the disaster was triggered by the explosion of a single, faulty practice torpedo due to a defective weld. The report also highlighted that the Kursk's crew had no training in handling these volatile HTP torpedoes. The Kursk disaster left a deep scar on Russia. For President Putin, it was a brutal political lesson in crisis management. In the years that followed, he moved to consolidate control over the country's media, a decision many analysts trace back to the harsh criticism he faced during the Kursk crisis. The tragedy also forced a painful reckoning within the Russian Navy, exposing years of neglect and leading to a renewed emphasis on safety and modernizing rescue capabilities. On an international level, the disaster underscored the folly of letting Cold War pride stand in the way of saving lives. The story of the Kursk is a haunting reminder of how human error, technical failure, and political pride can create a perfect storm of tragedy. The 23 men who survived the initial blasts died waiting for a rescue that was fatally delayed by secrecy and incompetence. Their story is one of many maritime disasters where the human cost was tragically high. To learn about another infamous sinking, where mystery still shrouds the final moments of its crew, click on our video about the Edmund Fitzgerald here, and if you want to make sure you don't miss our next story, be sure to subscribe and ring the notification bell. The loss of the K-141 Kursk was more than a naval accident. It was a national trauma. It was the story of 118 sailors, betrayed first by a faulty piece of equipment, and then by a system that failed them at every turn. The final, scribbled notes from the darkness of Compartment 9 became a testament to their courage in the face of certain death. The haunting image of the wrecked submarine, raised from the depths a year later, served as a tombstone for a crew and a monument to a profound failure. The submarine rescue that went horribly wrong is a story of what happens when technology fails, when governments falter, and when the cold, unforgiving sea has the final say. The Bermuda Triangle survivor who escaped. What if you could jump 100 miles in just 3 minutes? For one pilot, this wasn't a hypothetical. It was the terrifying reality he says unfolded high in the skies over the world, as most notorious stretch of ocean. On a routine flight over the Bermuda Triangle, Bruce Gernon flew into a bizarre, swirling cloud that he would later call an electric fog. Inside it, his instruments went haywire, the laws of physics seemed to crumble, and time itself appeared to bend. When he finally broke free, he discovered he was in a place that should have been impossible to reach so quickly. This isn't just another tall tale about the Devil's Triangle. This is the story of Bruce Gernon, the man who flew into the heart of the mystery and escaped. It's a story he has backed with chilling details for decades, fascinating and baffling researchers. And it all began on what should have been a perfectly normal day. Picture this: December 4th, 1970. The sun is shining over the Bahamas. Veteran pilot Bruce Gernon, an aviator with thousands of hours under his belt, is prepping his single-engine Beechcraft Bonanza for a short flight. He's not alone. His father and a business associate are with him. Their destination is the Florida coast, a trip Gernon has made more times than he can count. The plan was simple: take off from Andros Island, head toward Bimini, then make the final hop to Palm Beach. All in all, it should take about 90 minutes. The weather forecast looked great, with just a few scattered thunderstorms predicted far away over southern Florida. As the Bonanza's engine roared to life and the plane climbed into the clear blue, there wasn't a single hint of the nightmare waiting for them. There was no sign they were about to fly directly into one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. According to Gernon, what happened in the next 47 minutes would defy all explanation and turn a routine flight into a fight for survival against a force that felt intelligent. At first, everything was picture perfect. The turquoise waters of the Bahamas stretched out below, dotted with tiny islands. The plane climbed to its cruising altitude of 10,000 feet. Everything was calm. Everything was routine. Gernon was a careful pilot, and his Bonanza A-36 was a reliable plane. He knew this route like the back of his hand. But then he saw it. Dead ahead, a strange cloud was materializing out of thin air. It was a massive, lens-shaped lenticular cloud, almost like a silky, saucer-like disk. Now, lenticular clouds aren't ghosts. They're real, but they're usually formed by air flowing over mountains and are seen at much higher altitudes. This one was just hovering a few thousand feet over the ocean, a weird anomaly in an otherwise clear sky. It was odd, but Gernon wasn't too worried. Confident in his skills, he figured he'd just fly over it. As they passed above the strange, lonely cloud, that's when things started to get weird. Looking back, Gernon saw something that made the hairs on his arms stand up. The cloud was changing. It wasn't a stationary disk anymore. It was expanding, stretching out two massive arms that raced across the sky to form a perfect circle, like the eye of a colossal hurricane. But there was no storm, no wind, just this impossibly fast-growing formation. Gernon thought about climbing to get above it, but he realized with a shock that the cloud was rising with him, its top estimated to be at 40,000 feet. His Bonanza couldn't possibly climb that high. Flying under it was no longer an option either. The cloud's base now seemed to touch the ocean's surface. It felt like they were being herded. Then, ahead of them, another cloud started to form from nothing. This one was different. It was huge, dark, and menacing, and it grew with an unnatural speed, blocking their path. Jernan was trapped. He could either turn back and try to outrun the ring of cloud closing in from behind, or push forward into the dark mass ahead. With fuel on his mind and the path forward looking like the only way out, he steered the Bonanza into the darkness. The second the plane pierced its edge, the world outside vanished. They were swallowed whole, and the real terror was just getting started. What do you do when the sky itself seems to be hunting you? For Bruce Jernan, there was only one answer. You fly. The moment they entered the cloud, daylight disappeared. It was replaced by a heavy, pitch-black darkness, not like a normal storm cloud, but a total absence of light. Then came the flashes. Not the jagged forks of lightning you'd expect, but brilliant white flashes that lit up the void for a split second, revealing nothing but the thick fog around them. Jernan later called it an electric fog, a term he came up with to describe the bizarre, charged feeling in the air. Inside this fog, according to Jernan, the rules of physics no longer applied. His flight instruments, his only way of navigating the blackness, began to fail. The magnetic compass, the most basic tool for any pilot, started spinning wildly. His electronic instruments, the directional gyro, the artificial horizon, all went haywire. He was flying completely blind, with no idea which way was up or down. All he could do was try to keep the wings level by feel alone, a nearly impossible task. Then, the cloud's structure changed. Flying deeper into the storm, Jernan realized he was in a tunnel. A perfectly round, horizontal tunnel carved right through the cloud. At the far end, he could see a small circle of light, his only hope of escape. But the walls of this tunnel weren't smooth. They were lined with strange, swirling lines rotating slowly counterclockwise. It was like flying through a giant, twisting vortex. He felt the plane was no longer completely under his control. A strange force seemed to be pulling the aircraft forward through the tunnel. A feeling of intense acceleration, even though his airspeed indicator didn't budge. According to his account, he radioed Miami Air Traffic Control about his situation, but the line was filled with static. As they shot through this vortex, the tunnel began to shrink. The swirling walls closed in on the small plane, threatening to crush it. Jernan knew he had only seconds. He pushed the plane toward the light at the end of the tunnel in a desperate final shove for survival. For what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 or 30 seconds, he flew toward that pinprick of hope as the vortex tightened around him. And then, just as suddenly as it all began, they burst out. They were free. But they weren't in a clear blue sky. The plane was now surrounded by a weird grayish-white haze that stretched in every direction. There was no sky, no ocean, no horizon, just a milky void. And as they exited the tunnel, Jernan and his passengers all felt a moment of complete weightlessness, as if gravity had just switched off for 10 seconds. He grabbed his radio to call Miami Air Traffic Control again, desperate for a radar fix on his position. The controller's response was perhaps the most chilling part of the story. According to Jernan, the controller was calm, but his words were terrifying. There were no planes on his radar anywhere near Jernan's expected position. No aircraft visible between Andros, Bimini, or Miami. As far as Miami ATC was concerned, Bruce Jernan's plane didn't exist. It had vanished from the sky. For a few terrifying moments, Bruce Jernan and his passengers were ghosts. They were lost in a gray void, invisible to radar, with instruments that didn't work, and no idea where they were. All he could do was fly what he hoped was west, relying on his pilot's instinct. He held his course, pushing through the strange haze, waiting for something, anything, to appear. Then, his radio crackled to life. It was the same Miami controller, his voice now filled with confusion. He said an aircraft had just appeared on his radar out of nowhere, directly over Miami Beach. Jernan was baffled. He told the controller that couldn't possibly be him. By his own math, only about 34 minutes had passed since takeoff. He should still be far out over the ocean, nowhere near the Florida coast. A normal flight from Andros to Miami in his Bonanza would take 75 to 90 minutes. Being over Miami already wasn't just unlikely, it was impossible. But as the gray haze finally began to break apart, the impossible became real. Below them, clear as day, was the unmistakable skyline of Miami Beach. They had made it. But how? Still in shock, Jernan flew north and landed safely at Palm Beach International Airport. The total flight time, from takeoff to landing, was only 47 minutes. After landing, he checked his watch, his father's watch, and the clock on the plane. All were in sync. He started doing the math, and the numbers made no sense. The flight path he took, including the detours, covered about 250 miles. To travel that far in 47 minutes, his little propeller plane would have needed an average speed of over 300 miles per hour, far faster than its cruising speed of around 180 mph. But the truly mind-bending part of the calculation was the tunnel. Jernan estimated he was inside that vortex for only about 3 minutes. In that short time, he had traveled nearly 100 miles. That would mean his plane had hit speeds of around 2,000 miles per hour, the kind of speed reserved for military jets, not a private aircraft. And according to Jernan, there was one more piece of the puzzle: the fuel. When he refueled the plane, he discovered it had used significantly less fuel than it should have for a flight of that distance. It was as if the plane hadn't just covered an impossible distance in an impossible time, but had done so with impossible efficiency. Bruce Jernan and his passengers had survived, but they brought back a story that seemed to defy everything we know about aviation and physics. A story of a 100-mile jump in 3 minutes, a disappearing act from radar screens, and a mysterious, seemingly intelligent fog. The ordeal was over, but the mystery was just beginning. Bruce Jernan was haunted by what happened. He wasn't a man who told tall tales. He was a practical, experienced pilot. But he couldn't deny what he believed were the facts of his experience: the impossible speed, the saved fuel, the failing instruments, and the terrifying cloud vortex. He began a lifelong quest to understand what he had survived, co-authoring a book called The Fog and appearing in numerous documentaries. Central to Jernan's story is his interaction with Miami Air Traffic Control. He has long claimed that radar logs from that day would prove his plane vanished and then reappeared 100 miles away. This alleged radar data is often presented as the key piece of evidence that makes his story different. But here's the critical part. As of late 2025, no such publicly available or independently verified radar data exists to back up his claim. Aviation authorities have never confirmed this anomalous event. The radar confirmation remains a pivotal but unproven part of his personal testimony. Without official validation, Jernan developed his own theory. He spent years researching weather, electromagnetism, and other Bermuda Triangle incidents. He concluded that he had flown through a rare phenomenon he named electronic fog. He theorized that under certain atmospheric conditions, a unique form of energy is released, creating a highly charged, dense fog. According to his theory, this fog isn't just water vapor. It's something akin to a plasma that disrupts electronics and, most incredibly, can warp space-time. The tunnel he flew through, he believes, was a time storm, or a temporary wormhole created by the fog's intense energy, which flung his plane forward through space and time. He suggests that many ships and planes that have vanished in the Triangle might have encountered a more powerful version of this fog and couldn't escape. It is important to stress that electronic fog is Jernan's personal theory and is not a concept recognized by mainstream meteorology or physics. Other speculative ideas have sprung up around his story, from the influence of leftover technology from Atlantis to interference from extraterrestrials. But these are pure conjecture. In the end, the story remains Bruce Jernan's incredible personal account, supported by his passengers but not by verifiable scientific data. This leaves us with a difficult choice. Do we trust the detailed, consistent testimony of a credible pilot? Or does the lack of hard proof mean it was all just a terrifying combination of equipment failure and disorientation inside a severe storm? While Bruce Jernan's story is captivating, it's important to ask what science says about the Bermuda Triangle itself. For decades, the area has been painted as a paranormal hotspot. But is it really? According to reputable sources like the U.S. Coast Guard and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, there is no evidence that mysterious disappearances happen more frequently in the Bermuda Triangle than in any other large, heavily trafficked part of the ocean. A 2013 study of the world's most dangerous shipping waters didn't even include the Bermuda Triangle on the list. The region sees a massive amount of traffic every day. Statistically, accidents are bound to happen. Much of the myth was thoroughly debunked back in 1975 by a librarian and pilot named Larry Kusha. In his book, The Bermuda Triangle Mystery Solved, Kusha investigated the most famous incidents. He found that many stories were the result of sloppy research, exaggeration, and sensationalism. Writers often left out key details, like the fact that a mysterious disappearance happened during a violent hurricane, or that a ship reported lost in the Triangle had actually been lost in the Pacific. Kusha concluded the legend of the Bermuda Triangle is a manufactured mystery. So if there's no supernatural force, what could explain what happened to Jernin? Scientists offer several logical, if less sensational, explanations. First, the weather in this region is famously volatile. It's a place where multiple storm systems can converge, and oceanographers have confirmed that conditions are ripe for creating massive rogue waves, some nearly 100 feet tall, that could sink large ships in minutes. These same weather systems create extreme turbulence that can overwhelm an aircraft. Second, the Gulf Stream is a powerful current, like a fast-moving river in the ocean, whose warm waters can trigger sudden, violent weather changes. Its strong current can also quickly scatter wreckage, making it hard to find evidence after a crash. Third, there's simple human error. Even the best pilots can get disoriented. Kusha E.O.'s research on the famous disappearance of Flight 19 in 1945 suggested the flight leader got lost, and tragically led his squadron further out to sea, thinking he was over the Florida Keys. As for Jernin's specific claims, the idea of an electronic fog that warps space-time has no basis in current science. Severe thunderstorms can cause electrical interference that makes a compass spin, but that's a known phenomenon, not a time-traveling vortex. His claim of traveling 100 miles in 3 minutes remains entirely anecdotal. It's possible he encountered an unusually powerful jet stream that dramatically increased his ground speed, which, combined with instrument failure, led to his disorientation and his extraordinary interpretation of events. Science demands evidence that can be tested and verified. Bruce Jernin's story, while a powerful personal narrative, doesn't meet that standard. It remains a chilling tale held up by personal belief, not scientific proof. So, we're left with two conflicting stories. On one side, we have the official scientific consensus. The Bermuda Triangle is a myth, its mysteries explained by weather, human error, and hype. On the other, we have the unshakable first-hand account of Bruce Jernin, a pilot who has spent over 50 years describing an event that science says is impossible. He tells a story of flying into the heart of a living storm, a vortex of electric fog that he claims swallowed his plane and spat it out 100 miles away in just minutes. An experience so profound it led him to believe he'd passed through a tear in the fabric of space and time. His story is a powerful reminder of how little we might know about our own planet. While science hasn't verified his claims, his testimony stands as one of the most detailed survivor accounts to ever come out of the Devil's Triangle. Could Jernin have simply experienced a terrifying combination of a storm, instrument failure, and disorientation that his mind pieced together into a narrative? Or did he stumble upon a rare, undocumented natural phenomenon that truly bends the rules of our reality? The story of Bruce Jernin exists in that fascinating gray area between what we know and what we can only imagine. It forces us to wonder what secrets might still be hidden in the depths of the ocean and the vastness of the sky. What do you think happened to Bruce Jernin on that flight in 1970? Was it a harrowing journey through a severe but natural storm, or did he really escape a time-warping phenomenon? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you want to dive deeper into the world's greatest unsolved mysteries, Make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell. Voices from the ocean floor. We finally heard them, the Mariana Trench. It's the deepest, most alien part of our own planet. A place of total darkness, temperatures near freezing and pressure so intense it could crush steel like a soda can. For centuries we saw it as a silent, empty void, a lifeless desert at the very bottom of the world. Turns out, we were wrong. Recent explorations have completely shattered that illusion. They've revealed that the Hadal Zone, the ocean's deepest layer below 20,000 feet, isn't a desert at all. It's a thriving, dynamic world. Expeditions with advanced submersibles have found bustling ecosystems, packed with communities of tube worms, ghostly snailfish, and giant amphipods, all surviving against impossible odds. In fact, recent studies have announced the discovery of thousands of new species of microbes from the trench, the vast majority of which were entirely new to science. Life, it seems, is far more stubborn than we ever gave it credit for. We've sent probes, submersibles, and autonomous drones into this abyss. We've mapped its landscapes with sonar and scooped up samples from its floor. We have even listened, dropping ultra-sensitive hydrophones, underwater microphones into the crushing dark. We expected to hear the groans of the earth, the rumble of tectonic plates, and maybe, just maybe, the faint clicks and calls of the bizarre creatures living down there. But imagine for a moment we sent something more. Imagine we set up a permanent listening post at the deepest point on Earth. And the voices that came back weren't from volcanoes. They weren't from whales. They were structured. What you're about to hear is a thought experiment. It's a journey into what could be waiting for us in the last true frontier on our own planet. The technology is real, or at least based on concepts being developed right now. The environment is terrifyingly real. But the sounds are the heart of this mystery. This is a story grounded in science, built to ask one of the biggest questions there is. Are we alone on this planet? Before we get to the unknown, you've got to understand what we expected to hear. The deep ocean is anything but quiet. For decades, using hydrophone arrays like the U.S. Navy's Sound Surveillance System, SOSUS, scientists at organizations like NOAA have been cataloging our planet's underwater soundtrack. First up, you have the geological sounds. The Earth's crust is always moving, and the Mariana Trench is one of the most active spots on the globe. It's a subduction zone, where the massive Pacific Plate is being shoved underneath the smaller Mariana Plate. This process creates a constant chorus of low-frequency rumbles from earthquakes, the sizzle and crack of hydrothermal vents spewing superheated water, and the thunderous roar of underwater volcanoes. These are the groans of a living planet, powerful, chaotic, and completely natural. Then you have the biological sounds. Whales, dolphins, and other marine mammals use complex calls to talk, navigate, and hunt across huge distances. Their songs and clicks can travel for thousands of miles through the water. But these sounds have patterns and frequencies we've studied for years. We know the haunting songs of the humpback whale and the sharp clicks of a sperm whale's echolocation. We've even solved some sounds that were, for a time, total mysteries. Take the famous sound known as the bloop. Recorded back in 1997, it was an incredibly powerful, ultra-low-frequency noise picked up by hydrophones over 3,000 miles apart. Its acoustic signature didn't match any known animal or earthquake, which led to some wild theories. Was it some colossal, unknown sea monster? For years, nobody knew. But the truth, when it finally came out, was just as amazing. The bloop, and other sounds like it, were ice quakes, the sound of giant Antarctic icebergs cracking apart. Another mystery, the bioduck, was this weird, repetitive quacking noise that had scientists stumped for decades. It sounded almost mechanical. Finally, in 2013, researchers identified the source: Antarctic minke whales. A spooky, unidentified noise suddenly became a key insight into one of the ocean's most elusive creatures. So when we listen to the deep, we expect rumbles from the planet and chatter from its creatures. We expect noise, even strange noise. But every sound we've ever been able to identify has fallen into one of two buckets: geology or biology. Until now. To explore the deepest ocean, You need technology that can handle over 16,000 pounds per square inch of pressure. That's like having 50 jumbo jets stacked on top of you. For our thought experiment, let's imagine a new, top-secret mission called Project Chimera. The goal? Set up the first permanent, real-time listening post on the floor of the Challenger Deep, the deepest point in the Mariana Trench. While real-time monitoring systems do exist, none operate continuously at this crazy depth. At the heart of Project Chimera are 3 advanced autonomous underwater vehicles, or AUVs. We'll call them Erebus, Nyx, and Tartarus, named for the ancient gods of darkness and the abyss. Unlike ROVs, which are tethered to a ship, AUVs are completely wireless, pre-programmed to do their jobs all on their own. Real-life AUVs, like the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution's Orpheus, are already pushing the limits of deep-sea exploration. Our fictional Chimera AUVs are a huge leap forward. Their hulls aren't just titanium, they're a hypothetical Ceramo titanium composite, lighter and stronger against the crushing pressure. They have next-gen power sources that let them stay down for months, not hours. And most importantly, they carry the most sensitive wide-spectrum hydrophones ever built. Their mission is simple. The 3 AUVs descend nearly 36,000 feet into the Challenger Deep. They arrange themselves in a wide triangle miles apart, creating a massive sensor array on the seafloor. This lets them not only hear sounds but triangulate their exact origin with pinpoint accuracy. For the first few weeks, the data that streams back is exactly what the scientists expected. They hear the low rumbles of tectonic shifts. They record the faint clicks and movements of Hadal snailfish and crustaceans. The soundscape is active, but it's familiar. It's the sound of a world that, while extreme, plays by the known rules of science. And then, on day 34, everything changes. It starts with Erebus. The AUV's hydrophone picks up a signal that the analysis software immediately flags as an anomaly. It's a sound unlike anything recorded before. It's not a low-frequency rumble or a chaotic burst of noise. It's a single, clean, resonant tone. A pure sine wave at exactly 12.8 kilohertz. It lasts for precisely 2 seconds, then stops. After a pause of exactly 4 seconds, the tone repeats. Then again, and again. A perfect, unwavering pattern. The scientists on the surface give it a name, the chime. They frantically check the data. Could it be an equipment glitch? No. Nyx and Tartarus, miles away, picked up the very same signal at the same time, with the tiny delay you'd expect from the speed of sound in water. The triangulation is perfect. The source is on the seafloor, right in the middle of all 3 AUVs. It's not an echo. It's real. Could it be biological? No known animal makes a pure, unvarying sine wave. Whale songs are complex and emotional, full of shifts and harmonics. Dolphin clicks are broadband pulses, not a single tone. Even the machine-like bioduck call has organic quirks. The chime has none. It's as mathematically perfect as a signal from a lab. Could it be geological? A hydrothermal vent? Some weird mineral resonance? Highly unlikely. Geological sounds are almost always messy and broadband, the product of huge, chaotic forces. They don't make clean, structured patterns. It's true that strange sounds can sometimes have mundane explanations. For instance, some mystery noises have been traced back to old deep-sea mining experiments, but even those were the chaotic sounds of disturbed sediment, not a clean signal. The chime continues its pattern for 3 hours and 12 minutes. 2 seconds on, 4 seconds off. Then just as suddenly as it started, it stops. The deep goes back to its familiar, chaotic symphony. The Project Chimera team is left staring at a chilling reality. They've recorded a powerful, structured, repeating signal from the most inaccessible place on Earth. It appears to be completely artificial. For the first time, it seems they have evidence of something down there that isn't an animal and isn't a volcano. And it's communicating. The implications of a discovery like this are just staggering, and we are only beginning to scratch the surface of this fictional mystery. If you find this thought experiment as fascinating as we do and want to see where it leads, make sure you hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. The mystery of the Mariana Trench is only getting deeper. For 2 weeks, there's only silence. The chime is gone. The Chimera team pores over the data, running it through every simulation, comparing it to every known sound. The conclusion doesn't change. The signal looks artificial, but a single weird event is just an anomaly. It's not a pattern. They need more. On day 48, they get it. This time, the signal that wakes up the system is way more complex. It starts with the familiar pure tone of the chime, coming from the same spot as before. But this time, it's not alone. A few seconds later, a second signal answers. This new signal is different. It's a series of 5 quick pulses, each at a different frequency, like a rapid musical phrase. It comes from a spot 2 miles to the east. A moment later, a third signal joins in, a long, slow, downward sweeping tone from a mile to the south. Soon, a dozen different signals are active, all within a 10 square kilometer patch of the seafloor. Each has its own unique signature: chimes, pulses, sweeps. They overlap and weave together, responding to one another in a complex, rhythmic cascade. This isn't a monologue anymore. It's a conversation. The scientists call it the chorus. The AUV's sensors go into overdrive, grabbing not just sound, but also magnetic and thermal data. The area shows no temperature change, ruling out hydrothermal vents. There are no magnetic spikes, ruling out any normal kind of machinery. This seems to be a purely acoustic event. What on earth could be creating this? The team thinks about the most out-there biological explanations. Could it be a species we've never seen? Maybe a colony of organisms talking in a way we can't comprehend. Scientists have already discovered that the Hadal zone is home to huge communities of microbes and other strange life, like xenophyophores, giant single-celled organisms that can grow to be several inches across. Now, there is zero scientific evidence that these things can talk, but Project Chimera's fictional scientists have to consider everything. Could a massive colony of organisms spread across the seafloor be acting as a single distributed superorganism? Could the chorus be the sound of its thoughts, a biological neural network communicating with itself through sound? It's a wild speculative jump, but in the dark of the abyss, every possibility has to be on the table. The chorus goes on for 18 hours, an intricate symphony from an unknown composer. The patterns are too complex for a simple call and response. It looks like it has structure, syntax, and repetition. It looks like a language. As the team listens to this alien concert from the bottom of the world, a horrifying and thrilling thought starts to form. They're not just listening to a strange natural event. They're eavesdropping. The discovery of the chorus sends shockwaves through the secret halls of Project Chimera. They now have proof of complex, structured, and seemingly intelligent acoustic activity coming from the Challenger deep. But they still have no idea what is talking or why. The fictional project is kicked up to the highest levels of secrecy. They decide to take a huge risk. They can't just listen anymore. They have to try to make contact. The plan is bold. They'll use the AUV Erebus at the center of the activity to send a signal of their own. But what do you say to an unknown intelligence at the bottom of the ocean? They choose the most universal language they can think of: math. They decide to broadcast a simple sequence of prime numbers: 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, and so on. They turn the numbers into a simple binary acoustic signal, a short, low-frequency pulse for a 0, and a short, high-frequency pulse for a 1. It's a signal that is deliberately, undeniably artificial, a clear sign of intelligence. With the entire team holding its breath, they send the command. Erebus's transmitter fires the sequence of pulses into the crushing dark. For 2 full days, there's nothing but the familiar hum of the abyss. The scientists start to worry. Did they scare it away? Was their attempt to talk too primitive, too loud, too human? Then, on the 3rd day, a response comes. But it's not the chime or the chorus. It's something else entirely. All 3 AUVs are hit with a powerful broadband data stream. It isn't a simple tone or a few pulses. It's a dense, complex signal packed with information. It's binary code, just like the one they sent, but infinitely more complex. It broadcasts for exactly 1,271 seconds, then stops. The project's data analysts work around the clock. The signal isn't random, it has repeating structures and mathematical patterns. After days of work, they have a breakthrough. They realize the signal isn't a sound to be heard, it's a file to be opened. It's visual. When they finally render the data, a collective gasp fills the control room. The image is a simple black and white pictogram. On the left is a diagram of a hydrogen atom with one proton and one electron. Next to it are diagrams of other basic elements. On the right side of the image is something unmistakable and utterly impossible. It's a map of our solar system. There's a central star and 9 planets orbiting it. Their relative sizes and distances are shockingly accurate. An arrow points to the 3rd planet from the star. Below the map are 2 other symbols. The first is a circle with a line through it, followed by the binary for 3.14159, the value of pi. The second is a line divided into 2 segments, followed by the binary for 1.618, the golden ratio, phi. The message is crystal clear. We know where you are. We know your biology. We know your math. To be perfectly clear, no such signal has ever been found. This is the heart of our speculative story. This discovery is completely fictional. But just imagine for a second the world-altering implications if it were real. Mankind has just gotten a message from an unknown intelligence. An intelligence that doesn't live in the stars, but in the deepest, most hostile place on our own planet. The questions are overwhelming. Who sent this? How long have they been there? And what do they want? The fictional discovery of an intelligent message from the Mariana Trench would change everything. The question is no longer if something is down there, but who? The scientists of Project Chimera are left with 3 mind-bending possibilities. The first theory is maybe the most humbling. What if we aren't the only intelligent species to evolve on Earth? What if another intelligence grew up right here, hidden in the one place we could never look? The Hadal Zone is an environment of extremes, but it's also been incredibly stable for millions of years. Maybe life took a different evolutionary path down there. Instead of evolving eyes for a world with no light, it perfected hearing to a degree we can't even imagine. Perhaps this intelligence isn't one creature but a vast collective like we speculated with the Xenophiophores, but evolved to full consciousness. The immense pressure might have even driven a different kind of biology, one based on silicon instead of carbon, creating beings that are more like living rock. This theory suggests an intelligence that is native to Earth, but so alien it might as well be from another galaxy. They would be the true original inhabitants, who watched in silence from the deep as we noisy, short-lived mammals took over the surface. The thought is chilling. We've been sharing our planet the whole time and never even knew it. The second theory sounds like pure science fiction, but it fits the evidence scarily well. That solar system map and the mathematical constants, that is exactly the kind of hello an alien intelligence would send. This theory suggests the source isn't from Earth at all. It's a probe. Think of it as a Bracewell probe. The idea is that an advanced civilization wanting to explore the galaxy would not send living crews on billion-year trips. They'd send autonomous, intelligent robots programmed to travel to distant stars, find habitable planets, and then just wait. They would observe, learn, and only make contact when the locals got smart enough. And where would be the perfect place for a probe to hide for eons? The bottom of the ocean. The water would shield it from radiation, asteroids, and the prying eyes of any apes evolving on the surface. The pressure and cold would be nothing for a machine built for deep space. It would lie dormant, a silent watcher, for ages. In this scenario, our broadcast of prime numbers was the doorbell. It told the probe we were finally home. The signal it sent back was its greeting card, a simple way of saying, "Hello, we see you. We get your science." The third theory is the most abstract. It suggests we're not talking to an individual, a colony, or a machine. We're talking to an entirely new definition of life, a planetary-scale intelligence. The theory goes like this. The unique chemistry of the Hadal Zone, with its immense pressure and mineral-rich water from vents, gave rise to a form of computation based on chemical or quantum processes. We already know about chemosynthetic life that gets energy from chemical reactions instead of sunlight. What if that process evolved past simple metabolism and into information processing? Imagine a vast network of microbes and chemical reactions spread across the trench floor, all linked by sound and pressure waves. Not a bunch of separate brains, but one single, massive, distributed mind. It wouldn't have a body. The trench is its body. Its thoughts would be complex pressure waves, its language the very symphony that Project Chimera recorded. It would be a living, thinking ocean. In this model, the message wasn't a deliberate hello. Our prime number signal might have just been a stimulus that caused a complex reaction in this giant mind, a reflex that from our tiny perspective looks like a picture. We didn't have a conversation, we poked a god and it blinked. Project Chimera and the voices it heard are, for now, a work of fiction. The chime, the chorus, and the message have not been found. There is no confirmed evidence of an intelligent civilization, an alien probe, or a sentient ocean in the Mariana Trench. But the foundation of this story is built on a powerful truth. We know less about the deepest parts of our own planet than we do about the surface of Mars. The Hadal Zone is the last great unexplored frontier. And with every real-life expedition, we are pushing the boundaries of that frontier. We are finding new species, new ecosystems, and new wonders that rewrite our understanding of life. Just in the last few years, scientists have announced discoveries of dozens of new species in the deep oceans, from carnivorous sponges to glowing scale worms. The reality of deep-sea exploration is, in many ways, just as strange as our story today. We've learned that life thrives in the most impossible places. We've learned the ocean is full of mysteries we're only just beginning to solve. We are constantly deploying new technologies, from robots to cabled observatories, to listen more closely to the deep. The voices we imagine today are a thought experiment, but they force us to ask a profound question. As we keep sending our probes into the dark and as we listen with ever more sensitive ears, what voices are still waiting to be heard? What if, one day, the sounds that come back aren't the groans of the earth or the songs of whales, but something else entirely? What do you think the real voices from the ocean floor will one day tell us? Let us know your theories in the comments below. Which idea do you find most compelling? A lost civilization, an alien watcher, or something far stranger? We read every comment and love hearing your ideas. If you want to join us on more journeys into the biggest mysteries of science, make sure to like this video and subscribe. Thanks for watching. The cursed fishing vessel that sails forever. There are ships lost to the sea, and then there are the ships that the sea just refuses to let go. They're the vessels that slip between the waves and into legend, their stories whispered in hushed tones in dockside taverns, passed from one generation to the next. They become more than just memories of wood and steel. They become warnings, specters of the deep that haunt the maritime imagination. Most are tragic tales, stories of brave souls claimed by an unforgiving ocean, but one legend is different. It's not about a vessel that was merely lost, but one that was damned. Legend speaks of a fishing vessel swallowed by a phantom storm, its crew damned to eternally trawl the dark waters for the souls of the lost. They say it sails on moonless nights, a ghostly silhouette against a black horizon, its nets cast for a catch no living person has ever seen. This isn't a story of rest, but of endless, tormented labor. Today we're exploring the terrifying folklore behind the one vessel that sailors pray they never, ever encounter. The cursed fishing vessel that sails forever. Our story doesn't begin in shadow, but in sunlight. It starts in a time when the sea was a promise of a good life, not a watery grave. It begins in the small, salt-sprayed harbor of Port Blossom, a town carved into the rugged coastline, where life moved to the rhythm of the tides. The houses clung to the cliffsides like barnacles, their windows staring out at the vast, endless ocean, and the air was always thick with the scent of brine, tar, and frying fish. In the heart of this town, bobbing gently at the main quay, was a vessel that was the envy of the entire fishing fleet. She was a herring seiner, built of stout oak and iron, broad in the beam and ready for anything the North Atlantic could throw at her. Her lines were clean, her hull was painted a proud, deep ocean blue, and emblazoned on her bow in elegant gold lettering was her name, the Siren's Lament. The name was a bit of poetic irony from her captain, Elias Thorne, and Captain Thorne was not a man given to poetry. He was a product of Port Blossom, born with sea salt in his blood and a compass in his soul. He was a large man, with a beard the color of sea foam and hands as gnarled and tough as old rope. He knew the ocean's moods better than he knew the faces of his own kids. He could read the sky, taste the wind, and feel the turn of a current in the deck right under his feet. He was respected, admired, and maybe even a little feared. He pushed his crews hard, but he pushed himself harder. And under his command, the Siren's Lament became a legend of a whole different kind. She was a lucky ship, impossibly lucky. While other boats came back with half-empty holds, their crews grumbling about elusive shoals, the Siren's Lament would glide back into Port Blossom, low in the water, her decks gleaming silver with a bounty of fish. Her nets never snagged, her engine never sputtered, and she had an almost supernatural knack for finding the herring. The whole town got rich on the back of her success. Debts were paid, shops opened, and the name Thorne became another word for good fortune. The crew of the Lament were all local men, held together by shared hardship and shared success. There was old Finn, the first mate, a man who'd sailed with Elias's father. His face was a roadmap of wrinkles, each one a memory of a storm or a hard-won catch. He was the steady hand on the tiller, the voice of caution to Thorne's raw ambition. Then there was young Thomas, barely 17 and on his second season at sea. He was saving every penny to marry his sweetheart, his eyes full of the future the Lament's luck was building for him. And there were others, a dozen men in all, each with a family and a life woven right into the fabric of Port Blossom. They talked about the ship like it was alive. They'd pat her railings when they came aboard, or whisper a word of encouragement to the engine in the deep cold of a pre-dawn start. The ship, in turn, seemed to look after them. Stories made the rounds in the taverns about her uncanny feats. Once a rogue wave, a monster born from a distant storm, rose up out of a calm sea, threatening to swamp a smaller boat fishing nearby. The crew of that boat swore that the Lament, without any noticeable change in course, somehow just shifted and took the brunt of the wave on her sturdy bow, shielding the smaller vessel from certain doom. Another time, during a thick, disorienting fog that had blinded the entire fleet, Captain Thorne, trusting his gut and his ship, steered the Lament on a course that seemed like nonsense to his crew. But they emerged from the fog bank directly in the mouth of the harbor, while other more careful captains spent hours lost in the gray confusion, burning precious fuel. The Siren's Lament wasn't just a fishing vessel. She was the town's beating heart, a symbol of their command over the powerful ocean. She was proof of hard work, skill, and a seemingly bottomless well of good fortune. Nobody questioned it. Nobody dared. They just reaped the rewards and toasted Captain Thorne and his lucky ship. But the sea is a jealous master. It gives, and it takes, and it doesn't suffer the pride of men for long. The golden age of the Siren's Lament was coming to an end. A darkness was gathering on the horizon, a storm that no one, not even the great Elias Thorne, could have possibly seen coming. A storm that wouldn't just take the ship, but curse it. The final voyage started out like any other. The pre-dawn air was cold and sharp, full of the familiar smells of diesel and low tide. The sky was a canopy of brilliant, sharp stars, the kind that promise calm seas and a clear day. And yet, for the first time in his long career, old Finn felt a knot of unease in his stomach. The gulls, usually a loud choir greeting the departing boats, were silent. They just sat huddled on the rooftops, watching the Lament with an unnatural stillness. Finn mentioned it to Thorne, who just grunted. His eyes were already on the open water, his mind on the silver fortune waiting for him. Ambition had made him deaf to omens. As the Siren's Lament cleared the harbor and the lights of Port Blossom shrank to a faint glimmer, the sea was strangely placid. Too placid. It was like a sheet of dark glass, the usual gentle swell just gone. The air grew heavy, humid, and still, clinging to your skin. The familiar slap of waves against the hull was replaced by a soft, unnerving lapping, as if the ocean itself were holding its breath. By midday, the sun was hazed over, veiled by a thin, sickly yellow mist that had risen out of nowhere. There was no wind, but the mist writhed and coiled in the air, forming strange, fleeting shapes. The crew grew quiet. Their usual jokes and banter were replaced by furtive glances at the bizarre sky and the unnervingly calm water. Young Thomas, polishing a brass fitting, swore he heard whispers in the fog, faint voices that sounded like his mother calling his name. The older hands laughed at him, but their laughter was brittle, lacking any real conviction. Captain Thorne stayed on the bridge, resolute. His charts and his instruments told him the weather was fair, that there wasn't a storm for 1,000 miles. He trusted his science, his experience. He saw the sea as something to be conquered, a resource to be harvested, and he had always been the victor. He ordered the nets cast, dismissing the crew's fears as superstitious nonsense. The sea was calm. The fishing would be easy. But when they hauled the nets in, they weren't filled with shimmering herring. They were full of a thick, black, foul-smelling seaweed, a type none of them had ever seen. It clung to the nets like tar, and woven inside its slimy tendrils were fish skeletons, picked clean as if they'd been boiled. A shudder went through the crew. This was wrong. All of it. Finn confronted Thorne again, his voice low and urgent. "Elias, we have to turn back. The sea is warning us. This isn't natural." Thorne's face hardened, his pride stung. "Turn back? From what, Finn? A patch of fog and some rotten weed? We've faced down hurricanes. We are not scared of shadows. We will fill our hold, or we will not return at all." It was a proclamation made in anger, a line drawn in the sand. He had no idea how prophetic those words would be. As if in answer to his defiance, the sea began to change. The glassy surface started to heave, not in rolling waves, but in sharp, jagged peaks as if something monstrous were stirring below. The sky darkened with terrifying speed, the sickly yellow turning to a bruised, violent purple. And then the wind came. It didn't rise. It struck the siren's lament like a physical blow, a screeching, howling gale that seemed to come from all directions at once. The temperature plummeted and a freezing rain as sharp as needles lashed the deck. This was no ordinary storm. Storms had patterns, rhythms. They came from a direction. You could fight them, outrun them, ride them out. This was just chaos. It felt like a malevolent intelligence. The waves weren't waves. They were liquid fists pounding the hull with a spiteful rhythmic fury. The wind shrieked with a sound that was horribly close to laughter, a chorus of insane voices tearing at the senses. Lightning, not white or blue, but a venomous green, spiderwebbed across the sky, lighting up a sea whipped into a churning, white-mawed frenzy. The lament, for all her strength, was tossed about like a toy, groaning under the impossible strain. The crew, hardened veterans of the Atlantic, were paralyzed with a primal terror. This wasn't weather. This was rage. This was the ocean itself, alive and vengeful, rising up to punish them for their captain's arrogance. They weren't sailors on a ship anymore. They were trapped animals in a cage being shaken by a giant. And on the bridge, Captain Elias Thorne, for the first time in his life, felt a cold tendril of fear touch his heart. But that fear quickly gave way to his fatal pride. He would not be beaten. He would not be broken. He would face this phantom storm and he would win, or he would die trying. He was about to make a bargain not with God but with the abyss itself. The world aboard the Siren's lament had become a symphony of destruction. The deafening roar of the wind and the crashing of water against the hull were unending. Every wave that broke over the bow felt like a death blow, sending torrents of freezing, green-tinged water across the decks, trying to drag the men into the depths. The ship creaked and shuddered, its strong oak timbers screaming in protest. Below deck, the engine sputtered as it was choked by seawater, its steady heartbeat growing faint. Young Thomas, his face pale with terror, clung to a railing. his knuckles white. A wave had slammed him against the bulkhead when he'd been trying to secure a loose crate. He saw old Finn wrestling with the wheel, his aging muscles straining to keep the Lament's nose pointed into the colossal waves. But it was a losing battle. The ship was being turned, broadside to the storm, a fatal position for any vessel. Then one wave, bigger than all the rest, a moving mountain of black water crowned with phosphorescent green foam, rose up before them. It blotted out the entire sky. In that terrifying, suspended moment, a profound and absolute silence fell. The wind held its breath. Every man on deck looked up at that liquid cliff face, and in its dark, glassy surface they didn't see their own reflections. They saw distorted, screaming faces, the faces of 1,000 drowned sailors. This was the breaking point, the moment where hope is lost and only desperation remains. This was the abyss looking back. From the shattered remains of the bridge, Captain Elias Thorne saw it all. He saw the wave. He saw the terror in his crew's eyes. He saw the end of his luck, the end of his ship, the end of his life. Everything he had built, everything he had conquered was about to be erased. But Elias Thorne was not a man who accepted defeat. His pride, his defining, magnificent, and ultimately tragic flaw, surged through him, hotter than any fear. He clambered onto the bow, clinging to the anchor winch as the wind tore at his clothes. He stood, a lone figure of defiance against the apocalypse. He raised a fist, not to the heavens in prayer, but to the monstrous wave in challenge. And he roared, his voice somehow cutting through the impending doom, a sound of pure, blasphemous fury. "You will not have me," he screamed, hurling his words into the teeth of the gale. "You will not claim the ship. You think you can drag us to your silent, watery grave? Never. I would rather sail these seas for eternity, damned and forgotten, than surrender my ship and my crew to you. I would trawl this black ocean until the stars grow cold before I let you be our master." He had made his proclamation. He had rejected a final watery grave and, in his pride, had declared his own eternal sentence. It was a devil's bargain, offered not in a whisper, but in a roar. And the sea, it seemed, accepted his terms. The great wave didn't crash down on them. It did something far more terrifying. It collapsed, not onto the ship, but around it. For a horrifying second, the siren's lament was inside a tunnel of water, the world outside a swirling vortex of green light and screaming faces. The pressure was immense. The men cried out as their ears popped, as the very air was squeezed from their lungs. The light from the spectral water burned, searing their eyes and bleaching all the color from the world. It wasn't the violent, messy end of a shipwreck. It was a transition into something else entirely. The ship didn't sink. It was consumed, pulled through a veil from the world of the living into the realm of legend. The phantom storm hadn't tried to destroy the siren's lament. It came to claim it, to transform it. Elias Thorne had wished to sail for eternity rather than be taken by the sea. And in its cruel, literal way, the ocean had granted his wish. He and his crew would not be taken by the sea. They would become a part of it. Their vessel would not be broken on the rocks. It would be forever bound to the waves. Back in Port Blossom, days turned into weeks. Hope, a stubborn coastal weed, slowly withered and died. The siren's lament, the luckiest ship in the fleet, was declared lost with all hands. A solemn memorial was built in the town square, the names of Elias Thorne and his crew carved into cold, unforgiving stone. They were mourned as men taken by the sea. No one could possibly know the truth. They hadn't been taken. They had been sentenced, and their eternal work was about to begin. Years passed. The story of the siren's lament faded from a raw wound into a sad local legend. A cautionary tale told to young, ambitious captains about the dangers of pride. Port Blossom moved on, as communities must. New boats were built, new fortunes made and lost, and the memorial became just another landmark. The sea keeps its secrets well, but not forever. The first sighting happened nearly a decade after the lament had vanished. It was reported by the captain of a British merchant ship, the North Star, passing through the same treacherous waters. The weather had been calm, the night clear and moonless, when the lookout cried out, pointing to a strange light on the port bow. The captain, a man named Alistair Finch, raised his spyglass. He saw a fishing seiner, moving silently through the water. It was running with no lights except for a sickly, pale green glow that seemed to come not from lanterns, but from the very wood of its hull. It glowed like decaying fish on a dark beach. Finch felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. As the ghost ship drew closer, more disturbing details became clear. Her sails, where they weren't in tatters, were stiff with frost despite the mild night. Her decks were slick with a strange shimmering slime, and there was a crew on board. They were standing at their posts, motionless, one man at the wheel, another by the nets, a third staring out from the bow. They were like statues, their faces pale and gaunt, their eyes wide and empty, frozen in the eternal final moment of their duties. But the most terrifying detail, as Captain Finch would later recount in a shaky voice, was the nets. The ship was actively fishing, her massive net cast into the black water. But it wasn't fish she was hauling. The net was filled with faint, shimmering humanoid shapes, wisps of light that struggled feebly before being hauled over the side. Finch swore he could hear a sound carried on the silent air, a faint, collective sigh of despair. Finch shouted an order to steer clear, his voice cracking with a fear he hadn't felt since he was a boy. As the North Star passed, the figure at the bow, the one that could only be Captain Elias Thorne, slowly turned its head. Its empty eyes, burning with a cold green fire, seemed to lock onto Finch's for a single soul-shattering moment. There was no malice, only an eternity of endless, joyless labor. Then, as silently as it appeared, the glowing vessel faded, dissolving into the darkness. Captain Finch's report was met with skepticism. People said he'd seen a trick of the moonlight, a pod of phosphorescent algae, or had simply had too much brandy. But Finch knew what he had seen. He quit the sea within the year and was said to have never gone near the coast again. His wasn't the last report. Far from it. Over the next century, the sightings became a fixture of maritime lore. A whaling ship in the 1880s reported seeing a silent, glowing trawler just before a sudden squall claimed two of their longboats. The crewmen were never found. During World War II, a naval destroyer hunting for U-boats picked up a bizarre radar contact. It was a surface vessel, moving at a steady 10 knots, but it was completely silent, giving off no engine signature. When they approached to investigate, they saw it. A dilapidated fishing boat glowing green, its crew frozen at their posts. The contact vanished from their radar screens the moment it faded from sight. The logbook entry was classified for 50 years. The legend grew. Sailors gave it names: Thorne's Folly, or more often, the Soul Trawler. They learned to recognize the signs of its approach: an unnatural calm, a sudden drop in temperature, whispers on a windless night. They said the ship was cursed to fulfill its captain's final, desperate vow. He had refused to be claimed by the sea, so now he served it. He and his crew were doomed to eternally trawl the oceans, not for herring, but for the souls of the freshly drowned, gathering the sea's grim harvest. The siren's lament had become a ferryman of the damned, its appearance a harbinger of tragedy and loss. The curse of the siren's lament wasn't one of idle wandering like the Flying Dutchman. It was a curse of labor, a sentence of endless, horrifying work that twisted the very purpose of the ship and its crew. Captain Thorne had been a fisherman, a harvester of the sea's bounty. In his damned afterlife, he was a fisherman still, but his catch had changed. Maritime folklore is filled with ghost ships, but the lament holds a unique and terrifying place. It isn't just a ghostly echo or a passive omen. It's an active participant in the ocean's ledger of death. Legends from around the world began to center on this horrifying idea. The lament doesn't cause shipwrecks, but it's drawn to them. It senses the imminent loss of life, the moment when souls are torn from their bodies and cast into the water, and it comes to collect. A story from the late 19th century, told by a survivor of the wreck of the freighter Empress of Sky, perfectly illustrates this. The Empress had struck an iceberg off Newfoundland. The sinking was swift and violent. The survivor, a young stoker named Liam, was clinging to a piece of wreckage, the screams of his shipmates fading into the icy blackness. The cold was a vice gripping his heart. He was starting to slip away when he saw it. Through the freezing fog, a green glow appeared. It was the siren's lament. Liam watched, paralyzed by terror as the spectral vessel glided silently through the debris field. Its crew, those silent frozen figures, moved with a jerky, unnatural purpose. They lowered their massive net into the water. Liam could see them clearly now. Old Finn, his face a mask of eternal regret, guided the ship. Young Thomas, his eyes still wide with the shock of a stolen future, helped work the winch. And on the bow stood Thorn, his gaze fixed on the water, his expression one of grim, unending duty. The net wasn't scooping up bodies. It was gathering the faint, shimmering lights rising from where the sailors had gone down. Liam watched as the spirit of his captain, a man he'd respected, was drawn into the net like a moth to a flame. He saw the souls of his friends being hauled from their watery graves not to salvation, but to a new form of captivity. They were the catch. The lament's hold, once filled with the silver bounty of herring, was now being filled with the captured souls of the lost. As the last light was drawn from the water, the ship paused. Thorn's burning eyes swept over the wreckage and seemed to pass right over Liam. But he was still alive. He wasn't part of the harvest yet. The ship, its work done, turned and faded back into the fog, leaving Liam alone in the awful silence. This pattern was repeated throughout history. In 1928, after the mysterious disappearance of the steamer the Star of Halifax, a lone, empty lifeboat was found adrift. Scratched into the wooden seat were the words, "Fog, engine dead, green glow, nets in water, God help us." During the brutal winter storms of the 1970s, a radio transmission was picked up by a Coast Guard station. It was a garbled, terrified voice, shouting over static. The man wasn't calling for rescue from the storm. He was screaming about another boat. "It's here, the trawler. The glowing trawler. It's not here to help. Oh God, it's just watching us. It's waiting." The transmission cut out. The vessel was never heard from again. The folklore became a complex tapestry of fear. To see the lament was to know that tragedy was near. It was a vulture of the sea, circling the dying. To see its nets in the water meant the souls were already being collected. Sailors developed rituals to ward it off. A piece of iron nailed to the mast, a prayer, or simply refusing to speak the ship's name aloud, because to name it, they believed, was to call its attention. And no one wanted the siren's lament to know they were there. Its eternal trawl was a grim reminder that the sea always collected its debts, and that for some, there's a fate far worse than drowning. In our modern era of GPS, satellites, and advanced radar, you'd think a legend like the siren's lament would just fade away, dismissed as the superstition of a bygone age. But the ocean is vast, and its darkest corners still hold mysteries. The story of the soul trawler hasn't died. It has adapted. It has become a ghost in the machine. The sightings are different now. They're no longer just the terrified tales of sailors in smoky taverns. They're grainy cell phone photos of a strange green glow on a stormy horizon, snapped just before the phone was drenched in spray. They're inexplicable radar anomalies, ghost echoes, that show a solid vessel moving at a steady pace, only to vanish when someone tries to get a visual. They're strange, garbled transmissions on emergency frequencies, where behind the static you can almost make out the groan of rigging and a bell tolling slowly in a storm that isn't there. Of course, historians and debunkers have tried to find a rational explanation. They point to real-world tragedies and suggest the curse is just a way for our minds to process a pattern of uncanny, tragic coincidences. The sightings, they claim, are classic examples of mass hysteria, confirmation bias, or natural phenomena misinterpreted by a tired, frightened mind. That green glow? Probably ball lightning, a rare weather event, or maybe the bioluminescence of agitated algae, known as a milky sea. The frozen crew? A trick of light and shadow on a derelict vessel. The radar ghosts? Simple atmospheric interference. For every piece of the legend, science offers a plausible, logical answer. But the legend persists, because for every logical answer, there's a detail that defies it. How could ball lightning mimic the shape of a fishing trawler for minutes at a time? Why would independent witnesses, separated by decades, describe the exact same details? The motionless crew, the nets in the water, the feeling of profound dread? The town of Port Blossom, they say, never truly recovered. The name Thorn became a stain, a whisper of a curse. His descendants reportedly left generations ago, unable to bear the weight of their ancestors' legacy. The fishing industry there declined, a slow decay that some old-timers blame on the shadow cast by the lament. They say the sea around Port Blossom is now barren, as if Thorn's eternal harvest has depleted not only the souls, but the very life from the water. The story lives on, a persistent whisper on the internet, a favorite on late-night paranormal radio shows, and a story shared by grizzled modern-day fishermen who've spent too long staring into the dark. They might laugh about it in the light of day, but when they're alone on that vast, empty ocean, and a strange fog rolls in, the laughter dies. They check their radar, they scan the horizon, and they pray they don't see an unexplained green glow, because rational explanations are comforting on land. But out on the water, in the dead of night, the old fears feel much more real. The legend of the Siren's Lament is a chilling reminder. We may have mapped the ocean floor, but we haven't even begun to chart the depths of its mysteries or the consequences of a promise made in rage to the abyss itself. The line between history and folklore is often blurred by sea mist. Was the Siren's Lament a real vessel, lost to a freak storm, its story magnified by tragedy and time? Or is it something more? A mythic creation, a manifestation of every sailor's deepest fear about the sea, that it's not just a force of nature, but a conscious, hungry, and sometimes vengeful entity. The legend makes you ask a question you might be afraid to answer. What happens after the waves close over your head? Is there just silence, or is there a cold green light? Is there the sound of a net being cast, and a spectral captain bound by an ancient oath come to claim his catch? The ocean doesn't give up its dead easily, and according to the legend, some of them are put to work. So if you ever find yourself on the open ocean, on a night when the stars are hidden and the water is unnaturally still, and you see a lone fishing vessel on the horizon, sailing against the wind with a faint green glow, you might just be in the presence of the damned. You might be witnessing the eternal cursed trawl of the Siren's Lament. If you enjoyed this exploration of maritime folklore, be sure to subscribe and ring the notification bell for more tales from the deep. Let us know in the comments below, what other legends of the sea keep you awake at night? Disappearance at Sea, the Carroll, a Deering story. The ocean doesn't keep secrets, it swallows them whole. For every ship that makes it to port, another battles the waves, and some just vanish. They become legends, whispered on the wind and tide, ghost ships. Now the most famous of these is the Mary Celeste, but there's another story just as chilling, just as complete in its mystery. It's the story of a magnificent 5-masted schooner found wrecked and deserted. Its sails were still set. A meal was on the galley stove, but its crew was gone, erased from the world. And this isn't some work of fiction. This is the true story of the Carroll A. Deering, the ghost ship of the Outer Banks. What happened to the 12 men who sailed her? For over a century, the answer has been lost to the waves, locked in a mystery that involves mutiny, pirates, and the strange, dark forces of the sea itself. January 31st, 1921. Through the mists of a stormy dawn, a surfman on watch at Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, spots an impossible sight. A colossal 5-masted schooner, driven hard onto the treacherous Diamond Shoals. Its sails are fully, eerily set, as if it's still under command. But no one is at the helm. For days, violent seas keep anyone from getting close. When rescuers finally climb aboard, they find a ghost ship. In the galley, pots of food sit on the stove, a meal prepared for a crew that is nowhere to be found. The captain's cabin is a mess, but the ship's log, its navigational tools, and every single one of its 12 crew members have vanished without a trace. Where did they go? What could make an entire crew abandon their ship in the middle of a meal? The answers lie somewhere between a violent rebellion and the depths of the ocean itself. To really get the mystery, you have to understand the ship. The Carroll A. Deering was a marvel of her time. Launched on April 4, 1919 from the G.G. Deering Company yards in Bath, Maine, she was one of the last great wooden schooners ever built. A 255-foot, 5-masted behemoth, she was made for the rugged world of commercial cargo hauling. Outfitted with oak, mahogany, and ash, she was even considered luxurious for a cargo vessel, with some accounts claiming she had features like electricity and steam heat. The owner was so proud, he named her after his son, Carroll Atwood Deering. This wasn't just a collection of planks and sails. She was a testament to a fading era of maritime craftsmanship, a powerful vessel designed to tame the world's oceans. Her final voyage began on August 26, 1920, leaving Virginia with a cargo of coal for Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. At first, the ship was commanded by Captain William H. Merritt, a celebrated hero of the Great War. Just 2 years earlier, Merritt had saved his entire crew when a German U-boat sank his previous ship. His son, Sewall, was serving as his first mate. But shortly after leaving Virginia, Captain Merritt fell gravely ill. The Deering had to turn back, putting into port in Delaware to leave both Merritt and his son behind. The G.G. Deering Company needed replacements, and fast. They found their new captain in William W. Wormel, a 66-year-old retired sea captain, a veteran of the waves coaxed back for one last trip. As first mate, the company hired a man named Charles B. McClellan. With a new command structure and a crew of 10 men, mostly from Denmark, the Carroll A. Deering set sail once more on September 8, 1920. The trip down to Rio went off without a hitch. The coal was delivered. But under the surface of this routine journey, a dark current was beginning to form. While docked in Rio, Captain Wormel gave his crew shore leave. During this time, he met up with an old friend, a Captain Goodwin. In their conversations, Wormel didn't hold back about his new crew. He complained about their unruliness and said he deeply mistrusted most of them. The one man he claimed to trust was the ship's engineer, Henry Bates, whom Goodwin also knew. But his main source of frustration? His own first mate, Charles McClellan. The Carroll A. Deering left Rio on December 2, 1920, stopping for supplies in Barbados. It was here that the tension simmering on the ship boiled over for everyone to see. First mate McClellan got drunk at the Continental Cafe and was overheard openly trashing Captain Wormel. He griped about the captain's skills, his inability to navigate without his glasses, and his constant meddling. Even more chilling, one crew member was overheard making a direct threat, saying he was going to get the captain before the voyage was over. McClellan was arrested for his drunken tirade and thrown in jail. In a move that was either merciful or just practical, Captain Wormel went ashore, bailed his first mate out, and brought him back to the ship. But the damage was done. Wormel wrote to Captain Goodwin telling him he was having trouble with his crew and just had to grin and bear it. He was worried a mutiny was brewing. This stop in Barbados was a critical turning point. It left a clear paper trail of the bad blood between the captain and his second-in-command. When the Deering weighed anchor and left Barbados on January 9, 1921, bound for Virginia, it sailed under a cloud of suspicion and barely contained hostility. The seeds of mutiny had been planted. For nearly 3 weeks, the Carroll A. Deering sailed north, fighting the Atlantic's winter storms. Then, on January 28, 1921, the ship was spotted by the Cape Lookout lightship, a floating lighthouse off the coast of North Carolina. What happened next is one of the most crucial and bizarre pieces of the whole puzzle. The Deering hailed the lightship, and its keeper, Captain Jacobson, noted the strange exchange. A man on the schooner's deck used a megaphone to shout across the waves. He reported that the Deering had lost both of its anchors in a storm off Cape Fear, and asked Jacobson to notify the ship's owners. Jacobson logged the message, but his own radio was down, so he couldn't pass it along right away. But it wasn't just the message that was odd. It was the man who delivered it and the whole scene on the Deering's deck. Jacobson described the man with the megaphone as tall, thin, with reddish hair and a foreign accent. This was definitely not the 66-year-old Captain Wormel. In fact, Jacobson noted the man didn't look or act like an officer at all. He also saw that the crew was milling around on the quarterdeck, a part of the ship where the crew wasn't normally allowed. That was the officer's domain. Not a single officer was visible on deck. This was a huge red flag, a profound breach of maritime discipline. It suggested the normal command structure had completely fallen apart. Someone other than Captain Wormel was in control of the ship. The very next day, the log entries, which had been kept in Captain Wormel's handwriting, were suddenly written by someone else. The day after that, the steamship SS Lake Elon passed the Deering and noted it was steering a strange course. Something was clearly deeply wrong aboard the Carroll A. Deering. It was sailing like a ship without a master, a prelude to the discovery that would soon shock the world. At dawn on Monday, January 31st, 1921, surfman C.P. Brady stared into the gray morning light. There, caught on the edge of Diamond Shoals, was the Carroll A. Deering. The shoals, a network of shifting sandbars off Cape Hatteras, have been a sailor's nightmare for centuries, earning the area the grim nickname, the Graveyard of the Atlantic. The sight was deeply unsettling. The Deering was stuck fast, getting pounded by breakers with all her sails standing. Her decks were awash with waves, and from a distance, she looked completely abandoned. But the weather was far too violent for rescue ships to even try to approach. For 4 agonizing days, the Coast Guard could only watch as the Atlantic battered the helpless schooner. Finally, on February 4th, the seas calmed enough for a boarding party to make its way to the wreck. What they found has been the subject of intense speculation ever since. They boarded a ship that was both eerily normal and terrifyingly empty. The 2 lifeboats were gone. The ship's logbook, chronometer, and all other navigational gear were missing. The crew's personal belongings were gone too. But in the galley, the scene was frozen in time. Pots of food were on the stove, as if the crew was in the middle of preparing a meal when they just left. The only living souls aboard were a few half-starved cats, including a distinctive 6-toed one. The physical state of the ship only created more questions. The rudder was broken, and the steering wheel was shattered. This suggested either a violent struggle or straight-up sabotage. The ship's anchors were gone, just as the man on the megaphone had reported, but it was a scene that made no sense. Why would a crew, even in an emergency, take the time to gather their personal belongings and the ship's vital records, yet leave a meal cooking on the stove? It was a hasty departure and a methodical one all at once. The 12 men of the Carroll A. Deering had stepped off their ship and into thin air, leaving behind one of the greatest maritime mysteries in American history. The discovery of the abandoned schooner sparked a media frenzy and launched an investigation of a scale rarely seen. The mystery of the Deering wasn't just local news. It became a national obsession. 5 separate U.S. government departments were thrown at the case: Commerce, Treasury, Justice, the Navy, and the State Department. And overseeing the massive effort from the Department of Commerce was a man whose name would soon be known around the world: Herbert Hoover. Hoover was personally intrigued, especially because the Deering wasn't alone. Several other ships, like the sulfur freighter SS Hewitt, had also vanished in roughly the same area at the same time. Hoover put his ambitious assistant, Lawrence Ritchie, in charge of the investigation. Ritchie's task was monumental. He had to build a story from almost nothing. His team tried to chart the Deering ES final days by reviewing the logs of every Coast Guard station along its route. They searched sailors' boarding houses and shipping registers, desperate for any whisper of the missing crew. But it was like chasing ghosts. The Coast Guard tried to salvage the Deering, but the ship was too badly damaged and stuck in the sand. On March 4th, 1921, it was declared a hazard to navigation. The Carroll A. Deering was destroyed with dynamite, its wooden hull blown to bits. With the main piece of evidence now in fragments on the ocean floor, the investigation had to turn to theories and speculation. The government was facing a blank wall. No bodies, no survivors, no wreckage from the lifeboats, and no distress calls. There were only the chilling facts of an empty ship and the deafening silence of 12 missing men. The deeper investigators looked, the bigger the mystery got. It's a story that pulls you in, a puzzle with a dozen possible answers, but none that fit perfectly. If this mystery is pulling you in the way it pulled us in, we'd be hugely grateful if you could hit that like button. And if you haven't already, subscribe and click the notification bell. We have so many more mysteries to explore together. Now, with the ship gone and the investigation in full swing, the federal government had to consider every possibility. Where could the crew have gone? Let's get into the theories. The first and most enduring theory was mutiny. The evidence for an uprising was pretty compelling, and it all started long before the ship hit the graveyard of the Atlantic. The conflict began with that last-minute crew change. You had Captain Wormel, an old-school sea captain, and his first mate, Charles McClellan, a man with a clear problem with authority and alcohol. The public arguments in Barbados were Exhibit A. McClellan's drunken complaints and the alleged threat to get the captain established a clear motive. Captain Wormel himself was afraid of it. He'd put his worries in writing to his friend. This wasn't just speculation, it was documented tension. Then you have that bizarre scene at the Cape Lookout lightship. The man on the megaphone wasn't an officer. The crew was on the quarterdeck, where they shouldn't have been. This points to a total breakdown of the ship's hierarchy. It strongly suggests that by January 28th, Captain Wormel was no longer in command. The fact that the final log entries were in an unknown handwriting seems to confirm it. Someone else had taken control. The physical evidence on the wreck also fed the mutiny theory. The shattered steering wheel could easily be a sign of a violent struggle. In the end, Herbert Hoover and his lead investigator, Lawrence Ritchie, concluded that mutiny was the most likely answer. The story seemed to fit. A disgruntled crew, led by a belligerent first mate, rises up against their captain, seizes the ship, and then... what? This is where the mutiny theory starts to fall apart. If the crew pulled off a successful mutiny, why would they abandon a perfectly good, valuable ship? Usually mutineers take the ship, not desert it. And if they did abandon it, where did they go? They would have left in 2 small lifeboats in the middle of a vicious winter storm. It sounds like suicide. One captain at the scene believed the crew looted the ship and ran her aground on purpose. But that just leads to the same question. Where did they go next? Mutiny explains the conflict, but it doesn't explain what happened to the mutineers. If not mutiny, maybe the crew fell victim to something else. Pirates. In the early 1920s, piracy wasn't entirely gone. More importantly, it was the dawn of prohibition, and the East Coast was becoming a hotbed for rum running. The Deering, with its huge cargo hold, could have carried a fortune in illegal liquor. So, was the crew involved in a smuggling deal gone wrong, or were they attacked by criminals? This theory blew up on April 11, 1921, when a fisherman named Christopher Columbus Gray came forward with a message in a bottle. The note inside was a desperate plea. It read, "Deering captured by oil-burning boat something like chaser. Taking off everything, handcuffing crew. Crew hiding all over ship, no chance to make escape. Finder please notify headquarters Deering." Suddenly, the mystery had a story. The bottle was proven to have been made in Brazil, where the Deering had just been. And most convincingly, Captain Wormel's widow identified the handwriting as that of the ship's engineer, Henry Bates, the one man her husband had trusted. The message seemed to confirm the sighting of a mysterious steamer seen trailing the Deering. The idea of a pirate attack, maybe even by Bolsheviks as some papers wildly speculated, took hold. The FBI was now hunting for a phantom pirate ship. But just as quickly as the theory appeared, it collapsed. First, there were problems with the logic. Why would a crewman writing a desperate note ask the finder to notify company headquarters instead of the police? Then the whole thing unraveled. Investigators discovered that Christopher Columbus Gray had forged the note. He hoped the fame would help him get a job at the local lighthouse. Handwriting experts backtracked on their initial assessment, and eventually, the lead investigator tricked Gray into a confession. The message in a bottle was a complete hoax. And with that, the piracy theory lost its only piece of real evidence. While some still think rum runners could have been involved, there's just no proof. A slow, obvious sailing vessel like the Deering would have been a terrible choice for smuggling anyway. The theory was dead in the water. Maybe the explanation wasn't sinister at all. Maybe it was just tragic. The waters off Cape Hatteras are infamous for a reason. The graveyard of the Atlantic is where violent storms can appear with terrifying speed. We know for a fact that a series of powerful hurricanes had just swept through the area. This leads to the simplest theory. The crew abandoned ship in a catastrophic storm. One of the first Coast Guard captains on the scene, a veteran named R.L. Gaskell, dismissed all the talk of mutiny as so much newspaper bunk. He offered what he saw as a logical explanation. He argued that after the ship lost its anchors, it became uncontrollable in the storm and ran aground. Facing 90-mile-per-hour winds and waves like mountains, the crew had a terrible choice. Stay on a wrecked ship that could break apart any second or take their chances in the lifeboats. For Captain Gaskell, the missing lifeboats were all the proof he needed. In such a sea as this, he stated, the crew of the Deering manned their lifeboats and tried to make shore 9 miles away. It would have been a futile effort, practically suicide. No small boat could have survived those waters. The crew would have been swamped and lost almost immediately. This theory explains the missing crew and the missing lifeboats in one simple, tragic move, but it struggles with the other strange details. If you're panicking and abandoning a ship in a hurricane, why would you take the time to gather your personal belongings and the ship's log? And the biggest question of all, why would the ship be found with its sails fully set? Standard procedure in a storm like that is to furl the sails to keep the masts from snapping. Leaving them up makes no sense. The calm scene in the galley with a meal cooking also doesn't fit with a panicked evacuation. The storm was definitely a huge factor. But the simple abandonment theory doesn't quite line up with the evidence. When logic fails and evidence disappears, people often turn to the supernatural. And in the world of maritime mysteries, no force is bigger than the Bermuda Triangle. The legend as we know it wouldn't fully form for a few more decades, but the Carroll A. Deering would become one of its founding stories. The Triangle is a loosely defined area of the Atlantic where countless ships and planes are said to have vanished. The Deering's final voyage took it right through the western edges of this notorious patch of ocean. For many, the sheer weirdness of the crew's disappearance was enough to link it to the Triangle's reputation. The idea that some paranormal force just plucked the crew from the deck offered an explanation, however fantastic, for the complete lack of any trace. Newspapers, books, and TV shows have all enthusiastically pushed this theory, cementing the Deering's place in supernatural lore. It is, however, a theory on shaky ground. For one, the Deering was wrecked off North Carolina, hundreds of miles from the core area of the Bermuda Triangle, and official investigators have always dismissed any claims of the supernatural. Most incidents blamed on the Triangle have later been explained by severe weather, human error, or were just flat-out exaggerations. The Bermuda Triangle theory provides a convenient, otherworldly answer to an impossible question. It plays on our fascination with the unknown, but without a shred of evidence, it remains firmly in the realm of folklore, a tantalizing but ultimately empty footnote in the official investigation. And the theories didn't stop there. Investigators considered other possibilities, each with its own problems. Could the Deering have collided with another ship, like the SS Hewitt, which also vanished at the same time with its 42-man crew? This might explain the lost anchors. But if they collided, why did the man on the Deering only mention lost anchors, and not a catastrophic collision? Plus, no wreckage from the Hewitt was ever found. There were even whispers of a Bolshevik plot to hijack American ships and sail them to Russia, a theory that was popular in the press, but had zero proof. The official investigation, led by Ritchie and Hoover, eventually ground to a halt. After nearly 2 years, they had nothing definitive. In late 1922, the investigation was officially closed, with no formal explanation ever given for the disappearance of the crew. The case went cold. We're left with the same questions that haunted investigators a century ago. Why was the meal left on the stove? Who was the mysterious red-haired man on the deck? Why would a crew pack their bags but leave in such an apparent hurry? And the biggest question of all, where did 12 men in 2 small lifeboats go? The ocean is vast, but to disappear so completely, without a single body or piece of wreckage ever washing ashore, is almost statistically impossible. The sea, it seems, had swallowed them whole. The story of the Carroll A. Deering is a perfect mystery. It's a tapestry woven from human conflict, the terrifying power of nature, and the allure of the unknown. Each theory seems plausible, right up until it smacks into a contradictory piece of evidence. A mutiny explains the conflict, but not the abandonment. A storm explains the wreck, but not the weirdness on board. Piracy explains a violent takeover, but is based on a proven lie. The Bermuda Triangle explains everything and nothing at all. For more than 100 years, the fate of Captain William Wormel and his 11 crewmen has remained one of the sea's most profound secrets. The ship itself is long gone, dynamited into splinters with only a few relics, like its bell and possibly its capstan, surviving in a museum in Hatteras. They serve as a tangible link to a story that has otherwise passed into legend. The ocean holds the truth locked deep within the graveyard of the Atlantic. The Carroll Deering is more than just a ghost ship. It's a timeless reminder of how thin the line is between a routine voyage and an eternal mystery. The men are gone, the ship is gone, and all that remains is the story and the endless unanswered question. What happened to the crew? What do you think is the most likely explanation? Let us know your theory in the comments below. A deep sea diver's supernatural encounter. They tell you the pressure is the most dangerous thing down in the deep. They're wrong. They say equipment failure is the biggest threat. They're wrong about that too. The most dangerous thing is realizing you're not alone. It's finding something that shouldn't exist, something that sees you, and something that doesn't want you to leave. My name is Elias Vance. For 20 years, I was a professional deep-sea diver and submersible pilot. I've seen things on the abyssal plains that would make biologists weep. I've brushed against creatures that glow with their own galaxies and navigated canyons that have never seen the sun. I've felt that profound, crushing loneliness of the deep, and I always found a strange comfort in it. It was my cathedral, a place of silent, magnificent solitude. You have to understand, I was a rational man, a man of science, of engineering, of pressures and tolerances. I believed in what I could measure, what I could see on sonar, what my cameras recorded. Ghosts and phantoms, those were stories for sailors on foggy nights, not for a guy sealed inside a 12-ton titanium sphere. The dive into the Hesperian Depression was supposed to be the peak of my career. This wasn't a separate trench, not like the Mariana. This was a newly charted feature, a sudden, impossibly steep drop within the Kuril-Kamchatka trench system, a pit that went deeper than any recorded sounding in that region. It was a void within a void, a total unknown. The mission was simple. Get down there, survey, collect samples, and plant a flag for the Institute. It turned into a descent into a nightmare I am still trying to claw my way out of. I went down into that trench a scientist. I came back, something else. My submersible was the Odyssey, not some repurposed tourist boat. She was a state-of-the-art exploration vehicle, an engineering marvel built for one thing, to go where nothing else could. My home for the next 12 hours was the pilot sphere, a perfect globe of 90-meter thick titanium alloy. It was a one-atmosphere environment. What that means is the air pressure inside my little bubble was the same as it is on the surface. I was breathing normal recycled air, not some exotic pressurized mix. That's a crucial detail. It means no risk of nitrogen narcosis, the rapture of the deep, which can cause hallucinations. In the Odyssey, what you saw was real. There was no chemical excuse for delusion. Miles above me, our support vessel, the Pathfinder, floated on a calm Pacific. "How's it looking down there, Elias?" The voice on the comms was Dr. Eris Thorne, our lead oceanographer and my lifeline to the world. "Beginning descent," I announced, all business. "All systems green. Sphere integrity is nominal." "Copy that, Odyssey," Eris crackled back. "We've got you on acoustic tracking. You are go for the deep. Enjoy the ride, Elias. Send a postcard from the bottom." The first part of the descent is always a journey through worlds. The first few hundred meters, the sunlit zone, are just dazzling. Light pierces the blue, lighting up schools of flashing silver fish. It's alive. But that beauty doesn't last. By 1,000 meters, you're in the twilight zone. The blue has faded to a deep, bruised purple. The only light now is bioluminescence. ghostly creatures drifting past the viewports like pulsing jellyfish with tentacles of spectral lace. Below 2,000 meters, it's absolute blackness, the midnight zone. There's no up or down, just the silent, steady pull of gravity. My entire world was the gentle hum of the Odyssey's systems and the cones of light from my LEDs, cutting through a constant blizzard of marine snow, that gentle rain of organic junk from the world above. It's a lonely place, the kind of place that makes you think. You feel the weight of all that water, the mind-bending scale of it all. The pressure isn't just physical, it's psychological. The pressure gauge was my constant companion, its numbers climbing and climbing. 4,000 meters. 6,000. The pressure outside was now a force that could twist steel girders like licorice. The hull of the Odyssey would groan and creak, tiny pings and pops that sounded like gunshots in the quiet. They call it acoustic settling, the sound of the sub's frame compressing under miles of ocean. You get used to it, but you never fully relax. It's a constant reminder of the violent, instant death waiting if the engineering gives out. Passing 8,000 meters, I reported. Hull pressure at 12,000 psi. All systems still green. The trench floor is another 3,000 meters down. Copy, Elias. Eris's voice was a little fainter now. You're making good time. The new sonar is picking up some unusual topography. Looks like a series of spires. Jagged. Unnatural. Unnatural how? I asked. A pause. The formation is too regular. Almost geometric. Could be a unique volcanic event. We'll need visual confirmation. I tweaked my trajectory, my hands moving over the controls with practiced ease. The Odyssey was an extension of my body, its 10 thrusters allowing for a delicate ballet in the crushing dark. At 9,000 meters, I slowed the descent. I was entering the Hadal zone, the realm of the trenches. The water outside was just above freezing. The pressure was almost beyond comprehension, over 15,000 pounds per square inch. It's a number so big it just becomes abstract. The best way I can describe it is to imagine the entire weight of a freight train balanced on your thumbnail. Now imagine that on every single inch of the sub. That's where I was. Reducing speed. Final approach to the depression floor, I said into the mic. Cameras are showing nothing but particulates. No sign of those spires yet. Should be coming up on your port side, Eris said. Our scans show them rising about 100 meters from the trench wall. It's odd. There's a strange sonar shadow around them. Almost a dead zone. That's when the first thing happened. A flicker. The cabin lights blinked once, twice, then held steady. The hum of the environmental controls faltered for a second, then kicked back in. On my console, a yellow warning icon flashed for a microsecond, a power fluctuation. Eris, did you see that? I asked, a hint of concern in my voice. I just had a power flicker. Negative, Elias. All our telemetry from you looks perfectly stable. No power dips on our end. Must be a loose connection in a display. I frowned. A loose connection? On the Odyssey? Not likely. Every wire, every single component was triple redundant and stress-tested to hell and back. Redundancy is the religion of deep-sea exploration. The idea of a loose connection was more unsettling than a major failure, because it just doesn't happen. I ran a quick diagnostic. Everything green, no faults. Must have been my imagination, I lied, mostly to myself. But then I felt it. A cold spot. In the perfectly climate-controlled sphere, the air right in front of my face went frigid. It was like someone had opened a freezer door. I could see my own breath misting. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, then vanished. I checked the environmental controls. Rock solid 22 degrees Celsius, no fluctuations. A chill, totally unrelated to the temperature, went down my spine. The isolation I'd always found so comforting suddenly felt different. It wasn't solitude anymore. It felt like I was being watched. Approaching target depth, I announced, my voice a little tighter. 11,000 meters. Sonar has the floor about 300 meters below. Still no visual on those spires. They should be there, Elias, Eris insisted. Our long-range sonar is painting a clear picture of them. But there's that acoustic anomaly again. It's like a curtain. Something is scattering our signal right in front of the formation. I nudged the Odyssey forward, the powerful LEDs cutting through the ink. The marine snow was thicker here, a swirling vortex. And then, at the absolute edge of my lights, I saw it. It was one of the spires. But spire wasn't the right word. It was a pillar of black rock, basalt maybe, but it was impossibly smooth, almost polished. It didn't look like a volcanic vent. It looked carved. It shot upwards into the darkness, way beyond my lights. I panned the camera and saw another, and then another. They were arranged in a perfect circle, like monoliths from some sunken Cyclopean temple. Eris, I breathed. I have visual. You're not going to believe this. They aren't spires. They're pillars, perfectly smooth and arranged in a deliberate pattern. The comms went quiet for a moment. I could just picture them in the control room. Eris and the geology team huddled around their screens, totally baffled. "Can you get us a sample?" Eris finally asked, his voice strained. "Preparing the manipulator arm," I replied, my fingers flying over the controls. The Odyssey had 2 robotic arms. I extended the port side arm, its multi-jointed limb unfolding like an insect's leg. As it reached for the nearest pillar, a high-pitched whine started coming from my console. A new warning icon flashed. This one a stark, angry red. Sonar anomaly. Catastrophic signal distortion. Eris, I'm getting a massive sonar feedback loop, I said, my heart starting to pound. The whole system is screaming. We're seeing it too, he replied, his calm finally cracking. It's a ghost signal, a wave of energy with no source. It's impossible. The arm was inches from the pillar. The whining intensified, and just as the metal claw was about to touch the rock, it happened. The figure appeared. It didn't just pop into view, it was more like the darkness coagulated. Between 2 of the pillars, the swirling marine snow and the oppressive black seemed to pull together and take a form. It was humanoid. Tall and bulky, like a statue carved from shadow. The silhouette was unmistakable, though. It had the shape of a man in an old, antiquated diving suit. Not a modern atmospheric suit, but something much, much older. The kind with a bulky helmet, heavy breastplate, and weighted boots. A ghost of diving history. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. My rational brain was screaming. Hallucination. Stress. Anoxia. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, I was breathing perfectly good air in a 1-atmosphere sphere. This wasn't narcosis. This was real. The figure was just floating, not swimming. It just drifted in the impossible pressure, a silent sentinel. It seemed to absorb the light from my LEDs, making it look blacker than the water around it. A dim, sick green-white glow pulsed faintly from where its helmet's viewport would be. My hand hovered over the comms button. What was I supposed to say? Eris, there's a ghost down here. They'd pull me up so fast my career would be over before I hit the surface. I'd be a cautionary tale. So I just stared, my mind a storm of terror and disbelief. All the legends you hear, the phantom divers, the deep-sea hauntings, they all came rushing back. Just stories, weren't they? Then it moved. It didn't swim. It glided, effortlessly. It drifted forward, out from between the pillars, right into my lights. As it got closer, I felt that unnatural cold again, but this time it was a wave of icy dread that washed over the whole sub. The internal temperature gauge on my console visibly dropped. 22 degrees, 20, 18. A delicate frost pattern bloomed across the inner surface of the viewport in front of me. This was not in my head. The figure slowly raised an arm. It wasn't a threat. It was a gesture, a clear, unmistakable warning. It was telling me to go back. My blood ran cold. This wasn't some passive apparition. This was an intelligence, and it knew I was here. For a long moment, I was paralyzed. My mind, used to quantifiable threats, just couldn't process a phantom at the bottom of the sea. My training finally kicked in. The prime directive for any pilot is to survive, and every instinct I had screamed that this thing was a threat far greater than pressure or mechanical failure. I had trespassed. "Eris," I whispered, "aborting the mission. I repeat, aborting, preparing for immediate ascent." "Elias? What's wrong? What did you see?" Eris's voice was sharp with alarm. "No time. Just get ready for a fast ascent, dropping ballast." The ascent procedure on the Odyssey is foolproof. The sub descends using massive steel blocks held by electromagnets. To go up, you just cut the power. The weights drop, and the sub's buoyant foam core rockets it to the surface. It's a dead man's switch. It has multiple redundant releases. It cannot fail. I reached for the primary release switch. As my fingers closed around it, the figure drifted closer. The green-white light from its helmet flared, flooding my cabin with a nauseating glow. I flicked the switch. A click. Then, nothing. The ballast released indicator stayed dark. A red error light flashed next to it. Magnetic coupler fault. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." "Elias, what's happening?" Eris yelled over the comms. "We've lost your primary telemetry. What's your status?" "Primary ballast release is non-responsive," I shouted, my voice cracking with panic. Switching to secondary, I slammed the cover off the emergency backup and flicked it. Again, nothing. That same mocking error light. This wasn't just a failure, this was a violation of engineering. The two release systems were on completely separate circuits. For both to fail at the same time wasn't just improbable, it was impossible. Outside, the figure had stopped. It just hung there in the water, a silent, malevolent statue, its glowing gaze locked on me. And I knew. With a certainty colder than the abyss, I knew when it was doing this. This wasn't a malfunction, it was an attack. "Comms are breaking up, Eris," I yelled as a shriek of static ripped through the speakers. "Something is interfering. Can you hear me?" "Lias, repeat." His voice dissolved into static and then silence. The comms were dead. Then the lights went out. Not a flicker. Everything. Cabin lights, consoles, external LEDs, gone in an instant. I was plunged into a blackness so complete it felt physical, a suffocating blanket. The only light was the horrifying green-white glow from the thing outside my viewport. The hum of life support died. The only sounds left were my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. I was trapped. 11,000 meters down. A coffin of titanium and ice in a dead submersible, with a ghost staring in the window. Panic took over. I fumbled in the dark for the manual ballast release, a purely mechanical lever that physically severs the connection. The last resort. My fingers found the cold steel. I pulled. It didn't budge. It felt welded in place. I put both hands on it, braced my feet against the bulkhead, and pulled with everything I had. The metal groaned, but it wouldn't move. The cold was becoming unbearable. The frost on the viewport was a thick layer of ice now, obscuring the Phantom's shape, leaving only its chilling light. My breath came out in ragged white plumes. The emergency backup display, on its own tiny battery, read 5 degrees Celsius, and dropping. Despair washed over me. This was it. This is how I die. Not in a catastrophic implosion, but a slow, freezing death in the dark, haunted by an impossible creature. I'd be another ghost story for sailors. My oxygen would last for hours, but I'd freeze to death long before that. I slumped back in my seat, defeated, my eyes fixed on the pulsing green light. In that moment, I felt a wave of pure, unadulterated hatred wash over me from outside the hull. It was a consciousness, ancient and powerful and filled with loathing for me, for my little metal machine, for my intrusion into its silent world. Then, a new sound, a low, grinding shriek of protesting metal. I braced for the end, thinking the hull was finally giving way. But the implosion never came. Instead, the Odyssey lurched violently upward, throwing me against my restraints. The grinding noise was the sound of the ballast weights being torn from the hull. The emergency display flickered to life. Ascent rate, critical. I was shooting toward the surface like a cork. The ballast hadn't been released. It had been ripped off. The ascent was pure chaos. I wasn't a pilot anymore. I was a passenger on an uncontrolled missile. The Odyssey was spinning, tumbling as it screamed towards the surface. Alarms I didn't even know we had were blaring in the darkness. I was sure the viewport would be the first thing to go. I don't remember all of it. I think I blacked out. My last conscious thought was of that green light fading into the abyss below. It hadn't tried to kill me. It had let me go. Or maybe it just threw me out. I woke up to violent rocking and frantic shouting. Daylight so bright it hurt flooded the cabin. The hatch was open, hands were pulling at me. I could smell salt and diesel fumes. I was on the surface. I was alive. They told me the Odyssey had surfaced 3 miles from the Pathfinder's position. It was a miracle they found me at all. She was battered and scarred with 2 huge gashes where the ballast assemblies had been forcibly torn away. The official report was a masterpiece of saving face. Cascading power failure, it said, originating from a previously undetected flaw in a primary battery cell. This surge, they claimed, fried multiple systems, including comms and the ballast release. The violent ascent. Catastrophic failure of the electromagnet housing under extreme pressure, leading to an explosive release of the ballast weights. My experience? The figure? The cold? They explained that away, too. A micro-leak in an oxygen valve, they hypothesized, had caused a stress-induced hallucinatory episode. It was nonsense. A 1-atmosphere system can't cause narcosis or hypoxia like that without setting off a dozen alarms, none of which went off. But it was a plausible story. It closed the book. It preserved the reputation of the Institute and their multi-million-dollar submersible program. They called me a hero. They said my calm handling of an unprecedented emergency saved my life in the vessel. They gave me a medal. I took it. And I resigned the next day. I never dived again. I can't. Sometimes at night when the house is quiet, I can still feel it. That profound, absolute cold. That feeling of being watched by something ancient and hateful from a place of eternal darkness. I don't know what I saw down there in the Hesperian Depression. A ghost? A guardian? Some unknown entity whose existence shatters our understanding of life? I went down there looking for science. I found a truth that science can't explain. They tell you the pressure is the most dangerous thing in the deep. They're wrong. The most dangerous thing is the knowledge that some places are meant to stay undiscovered, and that something is down there, waiting, to make sure they stay that way.
She was named after a word that means little jewel in Spanish. And in the beginning, that is exactly what she was. The MV Joyita was born in 1931, in the shipyards of Los Angeles, a 69-foot wooden vessel commissioned by Hollywood film director Roland West as a private luxury yacht. She was sleek. She was beautiful. She was built to carry important people across calm waters under warm skies. But the sea does not care about beauty. And the Joyita's story would end very far from Hollywood, somewhere in the vast silence of the South Pacific, surrounded by nothing but open water and unanswered questions. During World War II, the vessel was requisitioned by the United States Navy and served as a patrol boat near Pearl Harbor, designated YP-108. When the war ended, she was sold, then sold again, passing through several owners until she found herself in the hands of a British-born sailor named Captain Thomas Dusty Miller. Miller lived in Samoa. He operated the Joyita as a trading and charter vessel, running supplies and passengers between the islands of the South Pacific. It was modest work for a ship with such grand origins. But Miller loved the Joyita. He trusted her completely. And there was one thing about her that gave him absolute confidence, no matter the conditions at sea. the Joyita could not sink. Her hull was cedar planking, reinforced with a cork lining in the holds, a combination that made her fundamentally lighter than the water she sailed on. Engineers who studied her design said that short of breaking her apart entirely, there was almost nothing the ocean could do to put her under. She was, by every technical measure, unsinkable. That fact will matter. On the morning of October 3, 1955, the Joyita prepared to depart from Apia, the capital port of Samoa, bound for the Tokelau Islands, roughly 270 miles to the north. It was supposed to be a routine voyage. 2 days at sea, perhaps less if the weather cooperated. On board were 25 people. The crew included Captain Miller and several experienced hands. Among the passengers were a medical officer traveling to perform a surgical amputation on a patient in Tokelau, 2 pharmacists carrying urgent medical supplies, a number of local traders, and several Tokelauan residents returning home. One passenger carried a substantial amount of cash, money intended to purchase copper from the island farmers. There was nothing unusual about the cargo. Nothing unusual about the route. Nothing unusual about the weather. But there were problems. The night before departure, one of the Joyita's 2 engines had failed. A mechanical fault that could not be repaired in time. Captain Miller made the decision to sail anyway, on a single engine. The Tokelau run was short. The seas were calm. He had made the crossing before. Departure was delayed by several hours. The Joyita finally left Apia harbor in the early afternoon. She was never seen again. Not by anyone who was waiting for her. When the Joyita did not arrive in Tokelau, no one panicked immediately. Island schedules in the South Pacific operated on a certain looseness, weather, tides, minor mechanical delays. A ship running hours late was not unusual. A ship running a day late was inconvenient, but not alarming. But 2 days passed. Then 3. Then a week. No radio contact. No sighting. No wreckage. No survivors washing ashore. Nothing. The alarm was raised and a search was launched, aircraft and vessels combing the waters between Samoa and Tokelau, expanding outward in every direction a ship might have drifted. The search covered thousands of miles of open ocean. They found nothing. Not a single piece of debris. Not a life raft. Not a body. 25 people had simply ceased to exist somewhere on a calm sea on a short voyage that should have taken 2 days. The search was eventually called off. And then, on November 10, 1955, 5 weeks after the Joyita had left Apia, a merchant vessel called the Tuvalu was sailing north of Fiji's Vanuatu Island when its crew spotted something strange in the water. A vessel. Listing heavily to one side. Half submerged. Drifting without purpose. They drew closer. It was the Joyita. She was still afloat. Just as her design had promised, she had not sunk. She could not sink. But she was completely, absolutely deserted. The crew of the Tuvalu boarded her carefully. What they found was deeply unsettling. The radio was on, tuned to the international distress frequency, 2182 kHz. But the radio had a critical flaw. Corroded wiring had reduced its range to barely 2 miles. Any distress call made from the Joyita would have reached no one. The ship's clock had stopped at 10:25, but whether that was morning or evening, in which day, no one could say. There were blood-stained bandages on the deck. A doctor's bag. Medical equipment. Personal belongings, luggage, clothing, items that passengers do not leave behind when they make a deliberate decision to go somewhere. 3 of the 4 life rafts were gone. Much of the cargo had vanished. But the Joyita herself remained. Damaged. Waterlogged. Listing at a severe angle from flooding in the engine room. But afloat. The investigators who arrived to examine the vessel were left with questions that did not resolve into answers. Why had the passengers and crew abandoned a ship that could not sink? Where had they gone? And what had happened to them? Every mystery generates theories. The Joyita generated many. The first and most straightforward was mechanical failure. The flooding in the engine room had almost certainly begun shortly after departure, possibly triggered by a corroded pipe connected to the non-functional engine. As water entered the hull, the Joyita began to list. The list would have been alarming, frightening. To passengers with no maritime experience, a ship tilting into the sea might have looked like a ship about to go under. Captain Miller, who knew the vessel could not sink, may have tried to reassure them. But Miller himself may have been incapacitated. The blood-stained bandages suggested someone had been seriously injured. Some investigators believe Miller was hurt early in the crisis, possibly rendering him unable to command. Without their captain's authority, and with water rising around them, the passengers and remaining crew may have made a collective and catastrophic decision. They abandoned ship. They climbed into the life rafts and pushed off from the only vessel in those waters that could have kept them alive, a vessel that, as they watched it from the rafts, did not sink. The open Pacific swallowed them. But mechanical failure alone does not explain everything. It does not explain the missing cargo. Several tons of supplies had been removed from the Joyita, not lost to the sea, but physically taken. Someone had unloaded cargo from a stricken vessel. That is not what frightened survivors do. That detail led investigators to a second theory: piracy. The waters of the South Pacific in 1955 were not entirely safe. It was possible, some argued probable, that the Joyita had been intercepted by a vessel with hostile intentions. The passenger carrying a large amount of cash made her a target worth taking. Under this theory, pirates or opportunistic local criminals had boarded the Joyita, removed the cargo, and taken or killed the passengers and crew. The blood. The missing lifeboats. The absence of every single person. It fits a pattern that human history has repeated in those waters many times. A third theory pointed to Japanese involvement: holdout soldiers or fishermen operating illegally in the area, encountering the Joyita and choosing to leave no witnesses. None of these theories have ever been proven. A fourth theory, quieter, and perhaps the most unsettling, suggests that something happened on board before any external threat arrived. A mutiny, perhaps. A violent dispute among crew or passengers. Something that began in the dark of the first night and ended badly for everyone. The blood-stained bandages. The missing captain. The abandoned ship. Whatever happened on the Joyita, it happened fast enough that no coherent distress call was ever received, and completely enough that not one of 25 people was ever found. The Joyita was towed to Suva, in Fiji, and put up for auction in 1956. She sold for approximately £2,400. Her new owner repaired her, relaunched her, and put her back to work in the South Pacific, the same waters where 25 people had vanished from her decks just months before. She ran aground several times in the years that followed. Near Korea in 1957. At Nasova Beach in Fiji in 1959. Each grounding took more from her. Each year left her more broken. By the 1970s, what remained of the Joyita had disappeared entirely from Nasova Beach, reclaimed, piece by piece, by the elements she had spent her life resisting. A ship born in Hollywood. Pressed into war. Repurposed for the quiet trade routes of the Pacific. And finally, after everything, reduced to splinters on a beach in Fiji while the fate of the people she carried remained sealed inside whatever happened on the night of October 3, 1955. Of the 25 people aboard the Joyita, only 6 have ever been officially declared dead. The rest are simply missing. No bodies. No wreckage. No final message. The radio tuned to the distress frequency, reaching no one. The clock stopped at 10:25. The blood-stained bandages on an empty deck. Investigators, historians, and maritime researchers have spent decades returning to this case, searching for the detail that unlocks it. That one piece of evidence that makes everything else fall into place. It has not been found. And so the Joyita joins the long and quiet procession of ships and crews who entered the sea and did not come back, the Mary Celeste of the South Pacific, as some have called her. A vessel that refused to sink while everyone aboard her vanished completely. The ocean keeps its secrets well. It kept these ones perfectly. Somewhere north of Fiji, on a calm and ordinary October morning, 25 people disappeared from a ship that could not be destroyed. And whatever they saw, whatever they heard, whatever decision they made in those final hours, it went with them. Into the water. Into the silence. Into the deep.
Disappearance at Sea, the Carroll, a Deering story. The ocean doesn't keep secrets, it swallows them whole. For every ship that makes it to port, another battles the waves, and some just vanish. They become legends, whispered on the wind and tide, ghost ships. Now the most famous of these is the Mary Celeste, but there's another story just as chilling, just as complete in its mystery. It's the story of a magnificent 5-masted schooner found wrecked and deserted. Its sails were still set. A meal was on the galley stove, but its crew was gone, erased from the world. And this isn't some work of fiction. This is the true story of the Carroll A. Deering, the ghost ship of the Outer Banks. What happened to the 12 men who sailed her? For over a century, the answer has been lost to the waves, locked in a mystery that involves mutiny, pirates, and the strange, dark forces of the sea itself. January 31st, 1921. Through the mists of a stormy dawn, a surfman on watch at Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, spots an impossible sight. A colossal 5-masted schooner, driven hard onto the treacherous Diamond Shoals. Its sails are fully, eerily set, as if it's still under command. But no one is at the helm. For days, violent seas keep anyone from getting close. When rescuers finally climb aboard, they find a ghost ship. In the galley, pots of food sit on the stove, a meal prepared for a crew that is nowhere to be found. The captain's cabin is a mess, but the ship's log, its navigational tools, and every single one of its 12 crew members have vanished without a trace. Where did they go? What could make an entire crew abandon their ship in the middle of a meal? The answers lie somewhere between a violent rebellion and the depths of the ocean itself. To really get the mystery, you have to understand the ship. The Carroll A. Deering was a marvel of her time. Launched on April 4, 1919 from the G.G. Deering Company yards in Bath, Maine, she was one of the last great wooden schooners ever built. A 255-foot, 5-masted behemoth, she was made for the rugged world of commercial cargo hauling. Outfitted with oak, mahogany, and ash, she was even considered luxurious for a cargo vessel, with some accounts claiming she had features like electricity and steam heat. The owner was so proud, he named her after his son, Carroll Atwood Deering. This wasn't just a collection of planks and sails. She was a testament to a fading era of maritime craftsmanship, a powerful vessel designed to tame the world's oceans. Her final voyage began on August 26, 1920, leaving Virginia with a cargo of coal for Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. At first, the ship was commanded by Captain William H. Merritt, a celebrated hero of the Great War. Just 2 years earlier, Merritt had saved his entire crew when a German U-boat sank his previous ship. His son, Sewall, was serving as his first mate. But shortly after leaving Virginia, Captain Merritt fell gravely ill. The Deering had to turn back, putting into port in Delaware to leave both Merritt and his son behind. The G.G. Deering Company needed replacements, and fast. They found their new captain in William W. Wormel, A 66-year-old retired sea captain, a veteran of the waves, coaxed back for one last trip. As first mate, the company hired a man named Charles B. McClellan. With a new command structure and a crew of 10 men, mostly from Denmark, the Carroll A. Deering set sail once more on September 8, 1920. The trip down to Rio went off without a hitch. The coal was delivered. But under the surface of this routine journey, a dark current was beginning to form. While docked in Rio, Captain Wormel gave his crew shore leave. During this time, he met up with an old friend, a Captain Goodwin. In their conversations, Wormel didn't hold back about his new crew. He complained about their unruliness and said he deeply mistrusted most of them. The one man he claimed to trust was the ship's engineer, Henry Bates, whom Goodwin also knew. But his main source of frustration? His own first mate, Charles McClellan. The Carroll A. Deering left Rio on December 2, 1920, stopping for supplies in Barbados. It was here that the tension simmering on the ship boiled over for everyone to see. First mate McClellan got drunk at the Continental Cafe and was overheard openly trashing Captain Wormel. He griped about the captain's skills, his inability to navigate without his glasses, and his constant meddling. Even more chilling, one crew member was overheard making a direct threat, saying he was going to get the captain before the voyage was over. McClellan was arrested for his drunken tirade and thrown in jail. In a move that was either merciful or just practical, Captain Wormel went ashore, bailed his first mate out, and brought him back to the ship. But the damage was done. Wormel wrote to Captain Goodwin telling him he was having trouble with his crew and just had to grin and bear it. He was worried a mutiny was brewing. This stop in Barbados was a critical turning point. It left a clear paper trail of the bad blood between the captain and his second-in-command. When the Deering weighed anchor and left Barbados on January 9, 1921, bound for Virginia, it sailed under a cloud of suspicion and barely contained hostility. The seeds of mutiny had been planted. For nearly 3 weeks, the Carroll A. Deering sailed north, fighting the Atlantic's winter storms. Then, on January 28, 1921, the ship was spotted by the Cape Lookout lightship, a floating lighthouse off the coast of North Carolina. What happened next is one of the most crucial and bizarre pieces of the whole puzzle. The Deering hailed the lightship, and its keeper, Captain Jacobson, noted the strange exchange. A man on the schooner's deck used a megaphone to shout across the waves. He reported that the Deering had lost both of its anchors in a storm off Cape Fear, and asked Jacobson to notify the ship's owners. Jacobson logged the message, but his own radio was down, so he couldn't pass it along right away. But it wasn't just the message that was odd. It was the man who delivered it and the whole scene on the Deering's deck. Jacobson described the man with the megaphone as tall, thin, with reddish hair and a foreign accent. This was definitely not the 66-year-old Captain Wormel. In fact, Jacobson noted the man didn't look or act like an officer at all. He also saw that the crew was milling around on the quarterdeck, a part of the ship where the crew wasn't normally allowed. That was the officer's domain. Not a single officer was visible on deck. This was a huge red flag, a profound breach of maritime discipline. It suggested the normal command structure had completely fallen apart. Someone other than Captain Wormel was in control of the ship. The very next day, the log entries, which had been kept in Captain Wormel's handwriting, were suddenly written by someone else. The day after that, the steamship SS Lake Elon passed the Deering and noted it was steering a strange course. Something was clearly deeply wrong aboard the Carroll A. Deering. It was sailing like a ship without a master, a prelude to the discovery that would soon shock the world. At dawn on Monday, January 31, 1921, surfman C.P. Brady stared into the gray morning light. There, caught on the edge of Diamond Shoals, was the Carroll A. Deering. The shoals, a network of shifting sandbars off Cape Hatteras, have been a sailor's nightmare for centuries, earning the area the grim nickname, the Graveyard of the Atlantic. The sight was deeply unsettling. The Deering was stuck fast, getting pounded by breakers with all her sails standing. Her decks were awash with waves, and from a distance, she looked completely abandoned. But the weather was far too violent for rescue ships to even try to approach. For 4 agonizing days, the Coast Guard could only watch as the Atlantic battered the helpless schooner. Finally, on February 4th, The seas calmed enough for a boarding party to make its way to the wreck. What they found has been the subject of intense speculation ever since. They boarded a ship that was both eerily normal and terrifyingly empty. The 2 lifeboats were gone. The ship's logbook, chronometer, and all other navigational gear were missing. The crew's personal belongings were gone too. But in the galley, the scene was frozen in time. Pots of food were on the stove, as if the crew was in the middle of preparing a meal when they just left. The only living souls aboard were a few half-starved cats, including a distinctive 6-toed one. The physical state of the ship only created more questions. The rudder was broken, and the steering wheel was shattered. This suggested either a violent struggle or straight-up sabotage. The ship's anchors were gone, just as the man on the megaphone had reported. But it was a scene that made no sense. Why would a crew, even in an emergency, take the time to gather their personal belongings and the ship's vital records, yet leave a meal cooking on the stove? It was a hasty departure and a methodical one all at once. The 12 men of the Carroll A. Deering had stepped off their ship and into thin air, leaving behind one of the greatest maritime mysteries in American history. The discovery of the abandoned schooner sparked a media frenzy and launched an investigation of a scale rarely seen. The mystery of the Deering wasn't just local news. It became a national obsession. 5 separate U.S. government departments were thrown at the case: Commerce, Treasury, Justice, the Navy, and the State Department. And overseeing the massive effort from the Department of Commerce was a man whose name would soon be known around the world: Herbert Hoover. Hoover was personally intrigued, especially because the Deering wasn't alone. Several other ships, like the sulfur freighter SS Hewitt, had also vanished in roughly the same area at the same time. Hoover put his ambitious assistant, Lawrence Ritchie, in charge of the investigation. Ritchie's task was monumental. He had to build a story from almost nothing. His team tried to chart the Deering ES final days by reviewing the logs of every Coast Guard station along its route. They searched sailors' boarding houses and shipping registers, desperate for any whisper of the missing crew. But it was like chasing ghosts. The Coast Guard tried to salvage the Deering, but the ship was too badly damaged and stuck in the sand. On March 4, 1921, it was declared a hazard to navigation. The Carroll A. Deering was destroyed with dynamite, its wooden hull blown to bits. With the main piece of evidence now in fragments on the ocean floor, the investigation had to turn to theories and speculation. The government was facing a blank wall. No bodies, no survivors, no wreckage from the lifeboats, and no distress calls. There were only the chilling facts of an empty ship and the deafening silence of 12 missing men. The deeper investigators looked, the bigger the mystery got. It's a story that pulls you in, a puzzle with a dozen possible answers, but none that fit perfectly. If this mystery is pulling you in the way it pulled us in, we'd be hugely grateful if you could hit that like button. And if you haven't already, subscribe and click the notification bell. We have so many more mysteries to explore together. Now, with the ship gone and the investigation in full swing, the federal government had to consider every possibility. Where could the crew have gone? Let's get into the theories. The first and most enduring theory was mutiny. The evidence for an uprising was pretty compelling, and it all started long before the ship hit the graveyard of the Atlantic. The conflict began with that last-minute crew change. You had Captain Wormel, an old-school sea captain, and his first mate, Charles McClellan, a man with a clear problem with authority and alcohol. The public arguments in Barbados were Exhibit A. McClellan's drunken complaints and the alleged threat to get the captain established a clear motive. Captain Wormel himself was afraid of it. He'd put his worries in writing to his friend. This wasn't just speculation, it was documented tension. Then you have that bizarre scene at the Cape Lookout lightship. The man on the megaphone wasn't an officer. The crew was on the quarterdeck, where they shouldn't have been. This points to a total breakdown of the ship's hierarchy. It strongly suggests that by January 28th, Captain Wormel was no longer in command. The fact that the final log entries were in an unknown handwriting seems to confirm it. Someone else had taken control. The physical evidence on the wreck also fed the mutiny theory. The shattered steering wheel could easily be a sign of a violent struggle. In the end, Herbert Hoover and his lead investigator, Lawrence Ritchie, concluded that mutiny was the most likely answer. The story seemed to fit. A disgruntled crew, led by a belligerent first mate, rises up against their captain, seizes the ship, and then... what? This is where the mutiny theory starts to fall apart. If the crew pulled off a successful mutiny, why would they abandon a perfectly good, valuable ship? Usually mutineers take the ship, not desert it. And if they did abandon it, where did they go? They would have left in 2 small lifeboats in the middle of a vicious winter storm. It sounds like suicide. One captain at the scene believed the crew looted the ship and ran her aground on purpose. But that just leads to the same question. Where did they go next? Mutiny explains the conflict, but it doesn't explain what happened to the mutineers. If not mutiny, maybe the crew fell victim to something else. Pirates. In the early 1920s, piracy wasn't entirely gone. More importantly, it was the dawn of prohibition, and the East Coast was becoming a hotbed for rum running. The Deering, with its huge cargo hold, could have carried a fortune in illegal liquor. So, was the crew involved in a smuggling deal gone wrong, or were they attacked by criminals? This theory blew up on April 11, 1921, when a fisherman named Christopher Columbus Gray came forward with a message in a bottle. The note inside was a desperate plea. It read, "Deering captured by oil-burning boat something like chaser. Taking off everything, handcuffing crew. Crew hiding all over ship, no chance to make escape. Finder please notify headquarters Deering." Suddenly, the mystery had a story. The bottle was proven to have been made in Brazil, where the Deering had just been. And most convincingly, Captain Wormel's widow identified the handwriting as that of the ship's engineer, Henry Bates, the one man her husband had trusted. The message seemed to confirm the sighting of a mysterious steamer seen trailing the Deering. The idea of a pirate attack, maybe even by Bolsheviks as some papers wildly speculated, took hold. The FBI was now hunting for a phantom pirate ship. But just as quickly as the theory appeared, it collapsed. First, there were problems with the logic. Why would a crewman writing a desperate note ask the finder to notify company headquarters instead of the police? Then the whole thing unraveled. Investigators discovered that Christopher Columbus Gray had forged the note. He hoped the fame would help him get a job at the local lighthouse. Handwriting experts backtracked on their initial assessment, and eventually, the lead investigator tricked Gray into a confession. The message in a bottle was a complete hoax. And with that, the piracy theory lost its only piece of real evidence. While some still think rum runners could have been involved, there's just no proof. A slow, obvious sailing vessel like the Deering would have been a terrible choice for smuggling anyway. The theory was dead in the water. Maybe the explanation wasn't sinister at all. Maybe it was just tragic. The waters off Cape Hatteras are infamous for a reason. The graveyard of the Atlantic is where violent storms can appear with terrifying speed. We know for a fact that a series of powerful hurricanes had just swept through the area. This leads to the simplest theory. The crew abandoned ship in a catastrophic storm. One of the first Coast Guard captains on the scene, a veteran named R.L. Gaskell, dismissed all the talk of mutiny as so much newspaper bunk. He offered what he saw as a logical explanation. He argued that after the ship lost its anchors, it became uncontrollable in the storm and ran aground. Facing 90-mile-per-hour winds and waves like mountains, the crew had a terrible choice. Stay on a wrecked ship that could break apart any second or take their chances in the lifeboats. For Captain Gaskell, the missing lifeboats were all the proof he needed. "In such a sea as this," he stated, "the crew of the Deering manned their lifeboats and tried to make shore 9 miles away. It would have been a futile effort, practically suicide. No small boat could have survived those waters. The crew would have been swamped and lost almost immediately." This theory explains the missing crew and the missing lifeboats in one simple, tragic move, but it struggles with the other strange details. If you're panicking and abandoning a ship in a hurricane, why would you take the time to gather your personal belongings and the ship's log? And the biggest question of all, why would the ship be found with its sails fully set? Standard procedure in a storm like that is to furl the sails to keep the masts from snapping. Leaving them up makes no sense. The calm scene in the galley with a meal cooking, also doesn't fit with a panicked evacuation. The storm was definitely a huge factor. But the simple abandonment theory doesn't quite line up with the evidence. When logic fails and evidence disappears, people often turn to the supernatural. And in the world of maritime mysteries, no force is bigger than the Bermuda Triangle. The legend as we know it wouldn't fully form for a few more decades, but the Carroll A. Deering would become one of its founding stories. The Triangle is a loosely defined area of the Atlantic where countless ships and planes are said to have vanished. The Deering's final voyage took it right through the western edges of this notorious patch of ocean. For many, the sheer weirdness of the crew's disappearance was enough to link it to the Triangle's reputation. The idea that some paranormal force just plucked the crew from the deck offered an explanation, however fantastic, for the complete lack of any trace. Newspapers, books, and TV shows have all enthusiastically pushed this theory, cementing the Deering's place in supernatural lore. It is, however, a theory on shaky ground. For one, the Deering was wrecked off North Carolina, hundreds of miles from the core area of the Bermuda Triangle, and official investigators have always dismissed any claims of the supernatural. Most incidents blamed on the Triangle have later been explained by severe weather, human error, or were just flat-out exaggerations. The Bermuda Triangle theory provides a convenient, otherworldly answer to an impossible question. It plays on our fascination with the unknown, but without a shred of evidence, it remains firmly in the realm of folklore, a tantalizing but ultimately empty footnote in the official investigation, and the theories didn't stop there. Investigators considered other possibilities, each with its own problems. Could the Deering have collided with another ship, like the SS Hewitt, which also vanished at the same time with its 42-man crew? This might explain the lost anchors. But if they collided, why did the man on the Deering only mention lost anchors, and not a catastrophic collision? Plus, no wreckage from the Hewitt was ever found. There were even whispers of a Bolshevik plot to hijack American ships and sail them to Russia, a theory that was popular in the press, but had zero proof. The official investigation, led by Ritchie and Hoover, eventually ground to a halt. After nearly 2 years, they had nothing definitive. In late 1922, the investigation was officially closed, with no formal explanation ever given for the disappearance of the crew. The case went cold. We're left with the same questions that haunted investigators a century ago. Why was the meal left on the stove? Who was the mysterious red-haired man on the deck? Why would a crew pack their bags but leave in such an apparent hurry? And the biggest question of all, where did 12 men in 2 small lifeboats go? The ocean is vast, but to disappear so completely, without a single body or piece of wreckage ever washing ashore, is almost statistically impossible. The sea, it seems, had swallowed them whole. The story of the Carroll A. Deering is a perfect mystery. It's a tapestry woven from human conflict, the terrifying power of nature, and the allure of the unknown. Each theory seems plausible, right up until it smacks into a contradictory piece of evidence. A mutiny explains the conflict, but not the abandonment. A storm explains the wreck, but not the weirdness on board. Piracy explains a violent takeover, but is based on a proven lie. The Bermuda Triangle explains everything and nothing at all. For more than 100 years, the fate of Captain William Wormel and his 11 crewmen has remained one of the sea's most profound secrets. The ship itself is long gone, dynamited into splinters with only a few relics, like its bell and possibly its capstan, surviving in a museum in Hatteras. They serve as a tangible link to a story that has otherwise passed into legend. The ocean holds the truth locked deep within the graveyard of the Atlantic. The Carroll A. Deering is more than just a ghost ship. It's a timeless reminder of how thin the line is between a routine voyage and an eternal mystery. The men are gone, the ship is gone, and all that remains is the story and the endless unanswered question. What happened to the crew? What do you think is the most likely explanation? Let us know your theory in the comments below.
Close your eyes. It is October 1917. The world is at war. In the waters of the English Channel, ships are being sunk every single day. German U-boats patrol beneath the surface, silent and invisible, hunting anything that moves. Merchant vessels, supply ships, fishing boats. It doesn't matter. If it floats, it can disappear. No one is surprised anymore when a ship doesn't arrive. No one asks too many questions. There is a war on. People vanish. Ships vanish. That's simply what happens in wartime. And so, when the schooner Zebrina fails to arrive at her destination, at first, no one panics. She was a small vessel, a 3-masted trading schooner built in 1873, old but reliable. She had made the same run dozens of times. Her job on this particular voyage was simple: carry a load of coal from Abyssal in Scotland down across the channel to Saint-Brieuc on the northern coast of France. A short trip, routine, the kind of journey that doesn't make headlines under any circumstances. Her crew was small, 5 men, a captain and 4 sailors. Their names were recorded, their faces were not. In wartime, paperwork matters. People sometimes don't. The Zebrina departed on the 15th of October, 1917. She never arrived. At first, her absence was absorbed into the noise of the war. Ships were being lost constantly. The English Channel, in 1917, was one of the most dangerous stretches of water in the world. A small coal schooner failing to reach port could mean 100 different things, and most of them involved a torpedo. A search was not immediately launched. Resources were scarce. There were larger vessels to worry about. A 5-man schooner carrying coal was not a priority. But then, 2 days after she was supposed to arrive, something strange happened. The Zebrina reappeared. She was found off the coast of Rosal Point near Cherbourg, on the northern coast of France. She had run aground on the rocks. Her sails were still partially set. The hull was largely intact. There was no fire, no explosion damage, no flooding in the lower decks. The coal was still in the hold, undisturbed, and there was no one on board. No captain, no sailors, no bodies, no lifeboats deployed, no distress signals sent. The crew of 5 had simply ceased to exist. The investigators who boarded the Zebrina in those first hours noted something that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. Everything was in order. The ship's log was open on the chart table, with entries written up to a point, and then nothing. The last entry was dated October the 17th, 2 days after departure. The handwriting was calm, normal. There was no indication of distress, no final desperate message, no warning scrawled in the margins. Just ordinary log entries and then silence. The table in the crew's quarters was set, not ransacked, not overturned. Dishes were out. A meal had either just been prepared or was about to be. The smell of food, or what had once been food, still lingered in the air. The men's personal belongings were in their bunks. Clothes, small mementos, things that people take with them when they go somewhere. Things that people leave behind when they don't plan to leave at all. The navigation equipment was in place. The rigging, though weathered by the storm that had apparently passed through the channel in the days prior, was not catastrophically damaged. A trained crew could have sailed her, if there had been a trained crew. Let the sound of the water hold you now. The channel is cold this time of year. October water, the kind that takes your breath before you even realize it has you. The investigators stood on the deck of the Zebrina, and they looked at each other, and they had no answer. 5 men. Gone, no sign of struggle, no blood, no broken glass, no indication that anyone had fought or run or screamed. Just a ship, intact, drifting, and a silence so complete it felt like it was trying to say something. In 1917, the most obvious explanation was the war. A German U-boat had surfaced, they reasoned, and the crew had been taken prisoner. It happened. German submarines sometimes captured merchant sailors, brought them below, and left the vessel to drift. It was a cruel but not uncommon wartime tactic. But the German Navy's own records, examined decades later, after the war, when archives were opened and logs were cross-referenced, showed no U-boat activity in that area of the channel on those dates. The Germans, in their meticulous documentation, had recorded every surface encounter, every capture, every sinking. The Zebrina appeared in none of it. If a U-boat had taken those men, there was no record of it anywhere, which meant either the records were wrong or something else had happened on that ship, something no one had thought to document, because no one had survived to tell them what it was. Stay with the ship now. Let the darkness hold you. We are only just beginning. There are places in the world where the past refuses to stay quiet. The English Channel is one of them. It is one of the busiest, most documented stretches of water in human history. For centuries, navies have crossed it, merchants have crossed it, refugees have crossed it. Every shipwreck, every storm, every disappearance has been noted somewhere. In port records, in naval logs, in the testimony of survivors who made it to shore. And yet, in the middle of all that documentation, in the middle of a world war in which every vessel and every movement was being tracked, 5 men vanished from a ship in broad daylight and left absolutely no evidence behind. Not a body, not a lifeboat, not a single witness who saw anything unusual. The Zebrina simply returned without them, as if she had gone somewhere, done something, and come back alone. The formal investigation began quickly, as these things go in wartime. British naval authorities boarded the ship, cataloged what they found, and began interviewing anyone who might have information. The port workers who had loaded the coal in Aberdour, the harbor master who had recorded her departure, any other vessels that had been in the channel during those same days. What they assembled was a picture full of gaps. The weather had been bad. A storm had moved through the channel on the night of October 16th. The night between the last log entry and the discovery of the ship. Winds had been significant. Visibility had been poor. Several other ships had reported difficult conditions during the same window of time. This was noted, filed, and ultimately it explained nothing. Because storms do not make 5 men disappear without a trace. Storms capsize ships, flood decks, snap masts, dash vessels against rocks. They leave wreckage, they leave bodies, they leave evidence of violence and chaos and the particular brutality of the sea at its worst. The Zebrina had none of that. She was battered by the weather, yes, but she was not destroyed, and her crew was not drowned, not crushed, not washed overboard. Or if they were, the sea had swallowed them so completely that not even a coat or a boot washed up on the French shoreline. Breathe slowly now. Think about what it means to be on a ship at night, in a storm, in the middle of a war. You cannot see anything beyond the hull. The water is black. The sky is black. The sound of the wind makes it nearly impossible to communicate across the deck. You hold on to whatever is nearest to you, and you wait, and you trust that the ship will hold, and you trust that the men around you are doing what they're supposed to do. You trust the ship. You trust each other. That trust is everything out there. Without it, there is only the water and the dark. The investigators could not determine a cause. This was unusual. In wartime investigations, ambiguity was rarely tolerated. There were procedures, forms, classifications. A ship was lost to enemy action, or to weather, or to mechanical failure. A crew was killed, or captured, or survived. These were the categories. These were the boxes that needed to be filled in. The Zebrina refused to fit into any of them. The inquiry eventually produced a verdict so vague it said almost nothing. The crew had disappeared under circumstances that could not be determined. The ship had been found seaworthy. No enemy action could be confirmed. The case was closed. Not because it had been solved, but because a world at war does not have time for mysteries that don't advance the front line. The Zebrina was repaired, refloated, and returned to service. She continued to operate after the war ended, quietly, under different owners, until she was finally decommissioned and sold for breaking in 1929. She was scrapped. reduced to materials, and the question of what happened to her crew in October of 1917 was folded into the enormous silence of everything else the war had consumed. But some questions don't stay buried. Over the years, as historians and researchers began to sift through the wreckage of the First World War, through the logs and the letters and the official records, the Zebrina kept reappearing, not because anyone had new evidence, but because the absence of evidence was itself so striking. In a war that killed millions, in a sea lane that swallowed hundreds of ships, the disappearance of 5 men from an intact vessel remained one of the strangest anomalies anyone could find. Not because it was the largest tragedy, but because it made so little sense. Every other mystery had, at minimum, a plausible explanation, a likely cause, something you could point to and say, this is probably what happened, even if we can't prove it. The Zebrina had nothing. No U-boat, no storm damage severe enough to account for 5 missing men. No signal, no message, no witness, no body. There is a theory, one of many that have been offered over the decades, that the crew was somehow swept overboard during the storm. A rogue wave, perhaps. A sudden catastrophic surge that took all 5 men at once before any of them could react. It is the most rational explanation available. It is also deeply unsatisfying, because if 5 men were swept off a deck in the middle of a channel storm, at least one of them should have been found. The currents, the shoreline, the patterns of the water. All of it suggests that something would have returned. A body, a piece of clothing, something. The sea is not usually this thorough. Let the silence fill the spaces between the words now. You are very close to sleep. The ship is still out there, somewhere in the deep, and the water keeps its secrets. There is something that investigators noticed and rarely spoke about openly. Something that didn't fit neatly into any official report, but that kept surfacing in the accounts of the men who had boarded the Zebrina in those first hours after she was found. The ship felt wrong, not structurally, not mechanically. The hull was sound, the rigging was functional, the cargo was intact. On paper, the vessel was in acceptable condition for a ship that had just weathered a channel storm. But the men who walked her decks described a quality to the silence that they struggled to articulate. A stillness that felt less like the absence of noise and more like the presence of something they couldn't name. Sailors are not generally given to superstition, or rather, they are, but they rarely admit it in official testimony. These men, however, came close. One inspector reportedly refused to go below deck a second time. He never explained why. Let's sit with the theories for a moment, not to resolve them, but to feel the shape of them. The way they each reach toward an answer and fall just short. The U-boat theory. It is the most commonly cited explanation, even now. A German submarine surfaces in the storm. The crew is ordered on deck at gunpoint. They are taken prisoner and transferred below. The U-boat submerges. The Zebrina drifts. It is clean. It is logical. It fits the historical context almost perfectly, except for the records. The German naval archives from the First World War are among the most meticulously maintained military documents in history. The Imperial German Navy recorded surface encounters with extraordinary precision. Ship names, coordinates, times, outcomes. Captures were documented, sinkings were documented, even near misses were documented. There is no entry for the Zebrina, not in October, not in that section of the channel, not under any name or description that could plausibly match her. Historians have checked, multiple times. Different researchers, different archives, different years. The result is always the same. The U-boat that supposedly took those 5 men either didn't exist, or operated in a silence so complete that it left no trace in any record ever produced by either side of the war. The weather theory has already been examined and found wanting, but there is a variation of it that some researchers find more compelling. Not a rogue wave, not a sudden surge, but something more gradual and more terrible, a slow emergency. Picture this. The storm hits harder than expected. The Zebrina is taking on water somewhere, a small breach, not catastrophic but serious. The captain makes a decision to attempt a controlled evacuation. The lifeboat is prepared. The crew boards it in an orderly fashion, intending to ride out the worst of the storm at a short distance from the ship and return once conditions improve. But the lifeboat drifts. The storm pushes it faster than anyone anticipated. The Zebrina herself, unmanned, is pushed in a different direction by the wind. Within minutes, the gap between them is too large. Within an hour, they cannot see each other at all. 5 men in a small boat in October in the English Channel at night in a storm. They would not have lasted long, and a small lifeboat in those waters, in those conditions, might never be found at all. It is a plausible sequence of events. It accounts for the absence of bodies. It accounts for the absence of signal. They may not have had time or equipment to send one. It accounts for the orderly state of the ship. They left in a hurry, but not in panic. But it does not account for the meal on the table. If you are preparing to evacuate a vessel, even in a controlled, calm fashion, you do not set the table for dinner first. You do not arrange dishes and prepare food and then quietly file out into a lifeboat. You leave, you move, you focus on survival. The meal on that table suggests something else entirely. It suggests that whatever happened, happened fast, or happened without warning, or happened in a way that no one on that ship was expecting. They were, by every indication, simply going about their lives, and then they were gone. Breathe. You are safe. You are not on that ship. You are not in that water. You are here, warm, and the sounds around you are the sounds of a world that makes sense. Let that feeling settle into your body. There is one more theory. It is the one that gets discussed least often in academic contexts, precisely because it has no evidentiary basis and no logical framework that supports it. But it is the one that the sailors of that era would have recognized immediately. The sea took them. Not a wave, not a boat, not an enemy. The sea itself, in the way that the sea has always, in the imagination of the people who sail it, had a will of its own, a hunger, an indifference so vast and so complete that it operates according to rules no human being has ever fully understood. The Zebrina sailed into a part of the channel that the war had made extraordinarily dangerous. She sailed into a storm. She sailed through water that had already swallowed hundreds of ships and thousands of men in the preceding 3 years of conflict. And when she came out the other side, she was alone. Maybe that's all there is to say. Maybe the sea doesn't owe us an explanation. The 5 men who crewed the Zebrina on her final voyage have no graves. There are no markers, no memorials specifically dedicated to them. Their names exist in port records and in the pages of the inquiry, and in the small, stubborn community of researchers who have spent years trying to understand what happened in the English Channel in October of 1917. But the sea has no record of them. The sea, as always, kept what it took. You are very nearly asleep now. The ship moves in the dark. The water is deep. And somewhere, in the silence between waves, 5 men are still sailing. There is a particular quality to unsolved cases that have aged well past a century. They lose the urgency of the investigation, the desperation of the families, the noise of the press and the bureaucracy and the official inquiries that go nowhere. All of that falls away, slowly, over decades, until what remains is something quieter and stranger. Just the question itself, sitting in the dark, patient, unchanged. The Zebrina has been gone since 1929, scrapped, her materials recycled, her wood and metal absorbed into other things. There is no physical ship to visit, no hull to stand on, no deck to walk. She exists now only in documents and photographs and the occasional black and white image of a 3-masted schooner that may or may not be her, the caption always slightly uncertain. But the question she left behind has proven more durable than the ship itself. What do we do with a mystery that has no solution? This is not a rhetorical question. It is a genuine one that historians and investigators and ordinary curious people have had to reckon with, not just in the case of the Zebrina, but in all the cases like her. The Mary Celeste, the Joyita, the Baychimo, ships that returned without their people and offered nothing in the way of explanation. There is a human instinct, a deep one, almost reflexive, to find a pattern, to impose order, to say, here is what happened, here is the cause, here is the sequence of events that led from A to B to C. We are storytelling creatures. We need the arc. We need the ending. The sea has no interest in providing one. This is perhaps its most unsettling quality. Not its depth, not its storms, not the creatures that live beneath its surface, but its absolute indifference to the human need for narrative. The sea does not care if the story makes sense. The sea does not care if there are witnesses or records or grieving families waiting on shore. The sea just moves. And sometimes, when it moves, things go with it and don't come back. Let your breathing slow down now. In through the nose. Hold it for just a moment, and out. The weight of the day is leaving your body. You can feel it going. The tension in your shoulders, the pressure behind your eyes, the low hum of everything you were supposed to do and didn't. Let all of it go. You are horizontal. You are warm. The sounds around you are soft and constant. You are safe in a way that those 5 men, in October of 1917, may not have been. Remember that. Not with fear, but with something closer to gratitude. The ordinary miracle of being somewhere that holds you. The English Channel today is one of the most heavily monitored bodies of water in the world. Radar, satellite tracking, automatic identification systems on every vessel above a certain tonnage, Coast Guard patrols, naval presence, civilian monitoring networks. If a ship gets into trouble anywhere in the channel today, the response time is measured in minutes. In 1917, there was none of that. There was only the water and the wind and whatever the men on a ship could see from their deck with their own eyes. Radio was in its infancy. Navigation was by compass and chart and the kind of hard-won intuition that comes from years at sea. If something went wrong, you were largely on your own until the water brought you somewhere, or until someone stumbled across you. The Zebrina's crew was operating in that world, a world where the gap between help and helplessness was measured not in minutes, but in days. A world where the English Channel, for all its relative smallness, could swallow 5 men as easily and as silently as any ocean. We have built so many systems since then to prevent exactly this, to make sure the sea cannot take people without leaving some trace, some signal, some record. And still, there are cases. There are always cases. The sea is patient in a way that technology is not. The last entry in the Zebrina's log was written on October the 17th, 1917. We don't know who wrote it. We don't know if the man who held that pen had any sense in that moment that something was wrong. The entry itself gave no indication. It was routine. Coordinates, weather observations, the kind of notation that a sailor makes 100 times over the course of a voyage without ever thinking twice. He put the pen down, and after that, nothing. No more entries, no more handwriting, no more evidence that any living person was aboard that ship. Just the log, lying open on the table, waiting for a next entry that never came. There is something almost tender about that image, if you let yourself sit with it. A book left open, a story interrupted mid-sentence, the physical record of a life, of several lives, ending not with drama or punctuation, but simply with a blank page that goes on and on. That is, the Zebrina. Not a horror story, exactly. Not a ghost story in the traditional sense. Just a question mark, a gap in the record. A handful of men who went to work one October morning, who did what they had always done, who pointed their ship south across the channel, and who the world lost track of somewhere between the last entry and the next morning's light. The sea kept them. We never got them back. Sleep now. The water is deep and dark and very far below you. The ship is quiet, the log is open, and somewhere in the channel, in the place where the records go silent, the Zebrina is still sailing, carrying her question through the dark. No captain, no crew, no answer, just the wind in the sails and the sound of the sea, moving, always moving, taking you somewhere soft and still and very, very far from here. Good night.
A deep sea diver's supernatural encounter. They tell you the pressure is the most dangerous thing down in the deep. They're wrong. They say equipment failure is the biggest threat. They're wrong about that too. The most dangerous thing is realizing you're not alone. It's finding something that shouldn't exist, something that sees you, and something that doesn't want you to leave. My name is Elias Vance. For 20 years, I was a professional deep-sea diver and submersible pilot. I've seen things on the abyssal plains that would make biologists weep. I've brushed against creatures that glow with their own galaxies and navigated canyons that have never seen the sun. I've felt that profound, crushing loneliness of the deep, and I always found a strange comfort in it. It was my cathedral, a place of silent, magnificent solitude. You have to understand, I was a rational man, a man of science, of engineering, of pressures and tolerances. I believed in what I could measure, what I could see on sonar, what my cameras recorded. Ghosts and phantoms, those were stories for sailors on foggy nights, not for a guy sealed inside a 12-ton titanium sphere. The dive into the Hesperian Depression was supposed to be the peak of my career. This wasn't a separate trench, not like the Mariana. This was a newly charted feature, a sudden, impossibly steep drop within the Kuril-Kamchatka trench system, a pit that went deeper than any recorded sounding in that region. It was a void within a void, a total unknown. The mission was simple. Get down there, survey, collect samples, and plant a flag for the Institute. It turned into a descent into a nightmare I am still trying to claw my way out of. I went down into that trench a scientist. I came back, something else. My submersible was the Odyssey, not some repurposed tourist boat. She was a state-of-the-art exploration vehicle, an engineering marvel built for one thing, to go where nothing else could. My home for the next 12 hours was the pilot sphere, a perfect globe of 90-meter thick titanium alloy. It was a one-atmosphere environment. What that means is the air pressure inside my little bubble was the same as it is on the surface. I was breathing normal recycled air, not some exotic pressurized mix. That's a crucial detail. It means no risk of nitrogen narcosis, the rapture of the deep, which can cause hallucinations. In the Odyssey, what you saw was real. There was no chemical excuse for delusion. Miles above me, our support vessel, the Pathfinder, floated on a calm Pacific. "How's it looking down there, Elias?" The voice on the comms was Dr. Eris Thorne, our lead oceanographer and my lifeline to the world. "Beginning descent," I announced, all business. "All systems green. Sphere integrity is nominal." "Copy that, Odyssey," Eris crackled back. "We've got you on acoustic tracking. You are go for the deep. Enjoy the ride, Elias. Send a postcard from the bottom." The first part of the descent is always a journey through worlds. The first few hundred meters, the sunlit zone, are just dazzling. Light pierces the blue, lighting up schools of flashing silver fish. It's alive, but that beauty doesn't last. By 1,000 meters, you're in the twilight zone. The blue has faded to a deep, bruised purple. The only light now is bioluminescence. Ghostly creatures drifting past the viewports like pulsing jellyfish with tentacles of spectral lace. Below 2,000 meters, it's absolute blackness, the midnight zone. There's no up or down, just the silent, steady pull of gravity. My entire world was the gentle hum of the Odyssey's systems and the cones of light from my LEDs, cutting through a constant blizzard of marine snow, that gentle rain of organic junk from the world above. It's a lonely place, the kind of place that makes you think. You feel the weight of all that water, the mind-bending scale of it all. The pressure isn't just physical, It's psychological. The pressure gauge was my constant companion, its numbers climbing and climbing. 4,000 meters. 6,000. The pressure outside was now a force that could twist steel girders like licorice. The hull of the Odyssey would groan and creak, tiny pings and pops that sounded like gunshots in the quiet. They call it acoustic settling, the sound of the sub's frame compressing under miles of ocean. You get used to it, but you never fully relax. It's a constant reminder of the violent, instant death waiting if the engineering gives out. Passing 8,000 meters, I reported. Hull pressure at 12,000 psi. All systems still green. The trench floor is another 3,000 meters down. Copy, Elias. Eris's voice was a little fainter now. You're making good time. The new sonar is picking up some unusual topography. Looks like a series of spires. Jagged. Unnatural. Unnatural how? I asked. A pause. The formation is too regular. Almost geometric. Could be a unique volcanic event. We'll need visual confirmation. I tweaked my trajectory, my hands moving over the controls with practiced ease. The Odyssey was an extension of my body, its 10 thrusters allowing for a delicate ballet in the crushing dark. At 9,000 meters, I slowed the descent. I was entering the Hadal zone, the realm of the trenches. The water outside was just above freezing. The pressure was almost beyond comprehension, over 15,000 pounds per square inch. It's a number so big it just becomes abstract. The best way I can describe it is to imagine the entire weight of a freight train balanced on your thumbnail. Now imagine that on every single inch of the sub. That's where I was. Reducing speed. Final approach to the depression floor, I said into the mic. Cameras are showing nothing but particulates. No sign of those spires yet. Should be coming up on your port side, Eris said. Our scans show them rising about 100 meters from the trench wall. It's odd. There's a strange sonar shadow around them, almost a dead zone. That's when the first thing happened. A flicker. The cabin lights blinked once, twice, then held steady. The hum of the environmental controls faltered for a second, then kicked back in. On my console, a yellow warning icon flashed for a microsecond, a power fluctuation. Eris, did you see that? I asked, a hint of concern in my voice. I just had a power flicker. Negative, Elias. All our telemetry from you looks perfectly stable. No power dips on our end. Must be a loose connection in a display. I frowned. A loose connection? On the Odyssey? Not likely. Every wire, every single component was triple redundant and stress-tested to hell and back. Redundancy is the religion of deep-sea exploration. The idea of a loose connection was more unsettling than a major failure, because it just doesn't happen. I ran a quick diagnostic. Everything green, no faults. Must have been my imagination, I lied, mostly to myself. But then I felt it. A cold spot. In the perfectly climate-controlled sphere, the air right in front of my face went frigid. It was like someone had opened a freezer door. I could see my own breath misting. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, then vanished. I checked the environmental controls. Rock solid 22 degrees Celsius, no fluctuations. A chill, totally unrelated to the temperature, went down my spine. The isolation I'd always found so comforting suddenly felt different. It wasn't solitude anymore. It felt like I was being watched. Approaching target depth, I announced, my voice a little tighter. 11,000 meters. Sonar has the floor about 300 meters below. Still no visual on those spires. They should be there, Elias, Eris insisted. Our long-range sonar is painting a clear picture of them. But there's that acoustic anomaly again. It's like a curtain. Something is scattering our signal right in front of the formation. I nudged the Odyssey forward, the powerful LEDs cutting through the ink. The marine snow was thicker here, a swirling vortex. And then, at the absolute edge of my lights, I saw it. It was one of the spires. But spire wasn't the right word. It was a pillar of black rock, basalt maybe, but it was impossibly smooth, almost polished. It didn't look like a volcanic vent, it looked carved. It shot upwards into the darkness way beyond my lights. I panned the camera and saw another, and then another. They were arranged in a perfect circle, like monoliths from some sunken cyclopean temple. Eris, I breathed. I have visual. You're not going to believe this. They aren't spires. They're pillars, perfectly smooth and arranged in a deliberate pattern. The comms went quiet for a moment. I could just picture them in the control room. Eris and the geology team huddled around their screens, totally baffled. "Can you get us a sample?" Eris finally asked, his voice strained. "Preparing the manipulator arm," I replied, my fingers flying over the controls. The Odyssey had 2 robotic arms. I extended the port side arm, its multi-jointed limb unfolding like an insect's leg. As it reached for the nearest pillar, a high-pitched whine started coming from my console. A new warning icon flashed, this one a stark, angry red. Sonar anomaly. Catastrophic signal distortion. Eris, I'm getting a massive sonar feedback loop, I said, my heart starting to pound. The whole system is screaming. We're seeing it too, he replied, his calm finally cracking. It's a ghost signal, a wave of energy with no source. It's impossible. The arm was inches from the pillar. The whining intensified, and just as the metal claw was about to touch the rock, it happened. The figure appeared. It didn't just pop into view, it was more like the darkness coagulated. Between 2 of the pillars, the swirling marine snow and the oppressive black seemed to pull together and take a form. It was humanoid. Tall and bulky, like a statue carved from shadow. The silhouette was unmistakable, though. It had the shape of a man in an old, antiquated diving suit. Not a modern atmospheric suit, but something much, much older. The kind with a bulky helmet, heavy breastplate, and weighted boots. A ghost of diving history. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. My rational brain was screaming. Hallucination, stress, anoxia. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, I was breathing perfectly good air in a 1-atmosphere sphere. This wasn't narcosis. This was real. The figure was just floating, not swimming. It just drifted in the impossible pressure, a silent sentinel. It seemed to absorb the light from my LEDs, making it look blacker than the water around it. A dim, sick green-white glow pulsed faintly from where its helmet's viewport would be. My hand hovered over the comms button. What was I supposed to say? Eris, there's a ghost down here. They'd pull me up so fast my career would be over before I hit the surface. I'd be a cautionary tale. So I just stared, my mind a storm of terror and disbelief. All the legends you hear, the phantom divers, the deep-sea hauntings, they all came rushing back. Just stories, weren't they? Then it moved. It didn't swim. It glided, effortlessly. It drifted forward, out from between the pillars, right into my lights. As it got closer, I felt that unnatural cold again, but this time it was a wave of icy dread that washed over the whole sub. The internal temperature gauge on my console visibly dropped. 22 degrees, 20, 18. A delicate frost pattern bloomed across the inner surface of the viewport in front of me. This was not in my head. The figure slowly raised an arm. It wasn't a threat. It was a gesture, a clear, unmistakable warning. It was telling me to go back. My blood ran cold. This wasn't some passive apparition. This was an intelligence, and it knew I was here. For a long moment, I was paralyzed. My mind, used to quantifiable threats, just couldn't process a phantom at the bottom of the sea. My training finally kicked in. The prime directive for any pilot is to survive, and every instinct I had screamed that this thing was a threat far greater than pressure or mechanical failure. I had trespassed. Eris, I whispered, aborting the mission. I repeat, aborting, preparing for immediate ascent. Elias, what's wrong? What did you see? Eris's voice was sharp with alarm. No time, just get ready for a fast ascent, dropping ballast. The ascent procedure on the Odyssey is foolproof. The sub descends using massive steel blocks held by electromagnets. To go up, you just cut the power. The weights drop, and the sub's buoyant foam core rockets it to the surface. It's a dead man's switch. It has multiple redundant releases. It cannot fail. I reached for the primary release switch. As my fingers closed around it, the figure drifted closer. The green-white light from its helmet flared, flooding my cabin with a nauseating glow. I flicked the switch. A click. Then, nothing. The ballast released indicator stayed dark. A red error light flashed next to it. Magnetic coupler fault. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." "Elias, what's happening?" Eris yelled over the comms. "We've lost your primary telemetry. What's your status?" "Primary ballast release is non-responsive," I shouted, my voice cracking with panic. Switching to secondary, I slammed the cover off the emergency backup and flicked it. Again, nothing. That same mocking error light. This wasn't just a failure, this was a violation of engineering. The two release systems were on completely separate circuits. For both to fail at the same time wasn't just improbable, it was impossible. Outside, the figure had stopped. It just hung there in the water, a silent, malevolent statue, its glowing gaze locked on me. And I knew. With a certainty colder than the abyss, I knew when it was doing this. This wasn't a malfunction, it was an attack. "Comms are breaking up, Eris," I yelled as a shriek of static ripped through the speakers. "Something is interfering. Can you hear me?" "Lias, repeat." His voice dissolved into static and then silence. The comms were dead. Then the lights went out. Not a flicker. Everything. Cabin lights, consoles, external LEDs, gone in an instant. I was plunged into a blackness so complete it felt physical, a suffocating blanket. The only light was the horrifying green-white glow from the thing outside my viewport. The hum of life support died. The only sounds left were my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. I was trapped. 11,000 meters down. A coffin of titanium and ice in a dead submersible, with a ghost staring in the window. Panic took over. I fumbled in the dark for the manual ballast release, a purely mechanical lever that physically severs the connection. The last resort. My fingers found the cold steel. I pulled. It didn't budge. It felt welded in place. I put both hands on it, braced my feet against the bulkhead, and pulled with everything I had. The metal groaned, but it wouldn't move. The cold was becoming unbearable. The frost on the viewport was a thick layer of ice now, obscuring the phantom's shape, leaving only its chilling light. My breath came out in ragged white plumes. The emergency backup display, on its own tiny battery, read 5 degrees Celsius, and dropping. Despair washed over me. This was it. This is how I die. Not in a catastrophic implosion, but a slow, freezing death in the dark, haunted by an impossible creature. I'd be another ghost story for sailors. My oxygen would last for hours, but I'd freeze to death long before that. I slumped back in my seat, defeated, my eyes fixed on the pulsing green light. In that moment, I felt a wave of pure, unadulterated hatred wash over me from outside the hull. It was a consciousness, ancient and powerful and filled with loathing for me, for my little metal machine, for my intrusion into its silent world. Then, a new sound, a low, grinding shriek of protesting metal. I braced for the end, thinking the hull was finally giving way. But the implosion never came. Instead, the Odyssey lurched violently upward, throwing me against my restraints. The grinding noise was the sound of the ballast weights being torn from the hull. The emergency display flickered to life. Ascent rate, critical. I was shooting toward the surface like a cork. The ballast hadn't been released. It had been ripped off. The ascent was pure chaos. I wasn't a pilot anymore. I was a passenger on an uncontrolled missile. The Odyssey was spinning, tumbling as it screamed towards the surface. Alarms I didn't even know we had were blaring in the darkness. I was sure the viewport would be the first thing to go. I don't remember all of it. I think I blacked out. My last conscious thought was of that green light fading into the abyss below. It hadn't tried to kill me. It had let me go. Or maybe it just threw me out. I woke up to violent rocking and frantic shouting. Daylight so bright it hurt flooded the cabin. The hatch was open, hands were pulling at me. I could smell salt and diesel fumes. I was on the surface. I was alive. They told me the Odyssey had surfaced 3 miles from the Pathfinder's position. It was a miracle they found me at all. She was battered and scarred with 2 huge gashes where the ballast assemblies had been forcibly torn away. The official report was a masterpiece of saving face. Cascading power failure, it said, originating from a previously undetected flaw in a primary battery cell. This surge, they claimed, fried multiple systems, including comms and the ballast release. The violent ascent. Catastrophic failure of the electromagnet housing under extreme pressure, leading to an explosive release of the ballast weights. My experience? The figure? The cold? They explained that away, too. A micro-leak in an oxygen valve, they hypothesized, had caused a stress-induced hallucinatory episode. It was nonsense. A 1-atmosphere system can't cause narcosis or hypoxia like that without setting off a dozen alarms, none of which went off. But it was a plausible story. It closed the book. It preserved the reputation of the Institute and their multi-million-dollar submersible program. They called me a hero. They said my calm handling of an unprecedented emergency saved my life in the vessel. They gave me a medal. I took it. And I resigned the next day. I never dived again. I can't. Sometimes at night when the house is quiet, I can still feel it. That profound, absolute cold. That feeling of being watched by something ancient and hateful from a place of eternal darkness. I don't know what I saw down there in the Hesperian Depression. A ghost? A guardian? Some unknown entity whose existence shatters our understanding of life? I went down there looking for science. I found a truth that science can't explain. They tell you the pressure is the most dangerous thing in the deep. They're wrong. The most dangerous thing is the knowledge that some places are meant to stay undiscovered, and that something is down there, waiting, to make sure they stay that way.
The year is 1969. A group of Inuit hunters are moving across the frozen surface of the Beaufort Sea, off the northern coast of Alaska. The Arctic in winter is a landscape without mercy. White in every direction, temperature below -30, wind that cuts through every layer of clothing as if it isn't there. Then one of them stops. In the distance, half buried in pack ice, is the silhouette of a ship. A large ship. Old. Its hull dark against the white horizon. They know this ship. Every person in the region knows this ship. Because this is the Baychimo. And the Baychimo was abandoned 38 years ago. They approach carefully. The vessel is intact. No visible damage. No signs of life. It sits in the ice the way it has been sitting in the ice, on and off, for nearly 4 decades. As if it is simply waiting. As if it has nowhere else to be. As if it has all the time in the world. This was the last confirmed sighting of the SS Baychimo. After 1969, the ship was never seen again. But here is what makes this story different from every other ghost ship you have ever heard. The Baychimo did not vanish in a single night. It did not disappear in a storm or sink without a trace. It spent 38 years drifting through some of the most inhospitable waters on the planet. Spotted dozens of times by hunters, explorers, and sailors. And each time it was found, it was still afloat. Still intact. Still, somehow, refusing to go under. This is the story of the ghost ship that would not die. To understand the Baychimo, you need to understand the world it was built for. In the early 20th century, the Arctic was not the remote and forgotten place it seems today. It was a frontier. Brutal and unforgiving, yes, but alive with commerce, with trade routes, with communities that had existed for thousands of years and a growing network of ships that connected them to the outside world. The Hudson's Bay Company had been operating in the Canadian and Alaskan Arctic since the 17th century. By the 1920s, their fleet of trading vessels made annual voyages along the northern coastline, carrying goods to remote Inuit settlements and returning with furs, skins, and other Arctic commodities. These were not pleasure cruises. They were difficult, dangerous, and essential. The SS Baychimo was built in 1914 in Hamburg, Germany. It was a steam cargo ship. Solid, reliable, designed for exactly the kind of work the Hudson's Bay Company needed. 322 feet long. A veteran of the North Sea during the First World War. By the time it entered service on the Arctic trade routes in 1921, it had already survived more than most ships see in a lifetime. For a decade, the Baychimo made its annual runs without incident. Summer voyages north, trading with Inuit communities along the Alaskan coastline, returning south before the ice closed in. It was a hard life for the crew. Months at sea in waters that could freeze solid without warning. But the Baychimo was good at its job. In October of 1931, it left on what was supposed to be its final run of the season. It would never complete that voyage. The Arctic has its own calendar. Its own rules. And in the fall of 1931, the ice came earlier than anyone had anticipated. The Baychimo was working its way along the Alaskan coast, loaded with a cargo of furs, when the temperature dropped suddenly and dramatically. Within days, the sea around the ship began to freeze. The captain, a veteran named Sidney Cornwell, ordered full steam ahead, trying to push through before the ice closed completely. It was too late. By mid-October, the Baychimo was locked in pack ice near the town of Barrow, Alaska. The hull was gripped on all sides. The engines were useless. The ship was going nowhere. Captain Cornwell made a decision. The crew, 36 men, would wait it out. They set up a temporary camp on the ice nearby, expecting the freeze to loosen, expecting the ship to free itself as it had done before. This was not an unusual situation for Arctic vessels. Ice trapped ships. Ice released them. You waited. But the ice did not release the Baychimo. Weeks passed. The temperature continued to fall. The Arctic winter settled in completely, and it became clear that the ship was not going anywhere until spring at the earliest. The Hudson's Bay Company sent aircraft to evacuate most of the crew, leaving only a small team of 15 men behind to watch over the vessel through the winter. Those 15 men set up a more permanent camp on the shore, close enough to monitor the ship. They settled in for a long, dark Arctic winter, checking on the Baychimo regularly, keeping records, waiting for the spring thaw. Then, in November, the blizzard came. It lasted for days. A full Arctic storm. Zero visibility, wind so strong that moving outside the camp was impossible. The men huddled inside their shelter and waited for it to pass. When the storm finally broke and the skies cleared, one of the crew members walked to the edge of the shore and looked out at where the Baychimo had been sitting in the ice. The ship was gone. Not damaged. Not sinking. Gone. The ice where it had sat was empty. The Baychimo had simply vanished during the storm. Broken free, perhaps, or been driven under. No one knew. The men searched as best they could in the aftermath of the blizzard, but found nothing. Captain Cornwell reported the ship as lost. The Hudson's Bay Company began processing the insurance claim. Everyone assumed the Baychimo had finally succumbed. Broken apart by the ice, dragged under, gone to the bottom of the Beaufort Sea. They were wrong. Less than 2 weeks after the ship disappeared, a local Inuit hunter named Unga spotted something on the horizon. A ship. Large, dark-hulled, drifting slowly through open water some 45 miles from where the Baychimo had last been seen. It was the Baychimo. Intact. Floating. Completely unoccupied. Word reached Captain Cornwell, who organized a small party to reach the vessel. When they boarded it, they found the ship in surprisingly good condition. The cargo of furs was still in the hold. The structure was sound. The Baychimo had not been destroyed by the storm. It had been freed by it, pushed into open water, and had been drifting ever since. The captain faced a decision. The ship was intact, but the Arctic winter was now fully established. Attempting to sail it south through pack ice, with a skeleton crew, in worsening conditions, the risk was too great. They removed as much of the valuable cargo as they could carry and made a second decision to leave the Baychimo behind. The logic was simple. The ship was old. It was already compromised by the ice. It would not survive the winter drifting unprotected in Arctic waters. By spring, it would be at the bottom of the sea, and that would be that. They left. The Baychimo did not sink. In March of 1933, a fur trapper named Leslie Melvin was traveling through the area when he came across an unmistakable sight. The Baychimo, drifting in the ice, still afloat, still intact, more than a year after it had been abandoned for the second time. Melvin boarded the vessel. He spent 10 days aboard it, sheltering from the cold, exploring its empty corridors and holds. The ship was in remarkable condition. Weathered, yes. Worn by the ice and the cold. But structurally sound. Still floating. Still stubbornly refusing to go down. He left when the weather permitted, and the Baychimo drifted on. In 1934, it was spotted again. This time by a group of explorers near the Alaska coast. They attempted to board it but were prevented by the surrounding ice. They watched it from a distance and moved on. In 1935, a sighting near Point Barrow. In 1936, another report, further west. Each time, the ship was described the same way. Drifting. Intact. Empty. By now, the Baychimo had acquired a reputation. Sailors and hunters along the Arctic coast knew the story. The ship that the Hudson's Bay Company had written off, still somehow out there, still surviving winters that should have destroyed it a dozen times over. It had become something more than a ship. It had become a fixture of the Arctic. A landmark. A ghost. Then, in the winter of 1939, something happened that moved the story into genuinely disturbing territory. A group of Inuit, traveling across the ice near the Beaufort Sea, encountered the Baychimo and decided to board it for shelter. They had done this before. The ship's abandoned holds provided reasonable protection from the elements. But this time, while they were aboard, a storm moved in. Not a passing storm. A sustained, violent Arctic storm that made it impossible to leave the vessel for days. The group was trapped on the Baychimo. A ship with no crew, no engine power, no fixed position, drifting through pack ice in the middle of an Arctic winter. They remained aboard for 10 days. 10 days on a ghost ship, moving through ice-filled waters, with no idea where the vessel was taking them or when the storm would break. All of them survived. When the weather cleared, they were able to make their way back to land. But the experience left a mark on everyone who heard about it. The Baychimo wasn't just drifting. It was, in some impossible sense, protecting people. Sheltering them. As if it still had a purpose. As if it wasn't finished yet. The sightings continued through the 1940s and into the 1950s. The Baychimo appeared and disappeared along the Arctic coastline with no predictable pattern. Sometimes close to shore, sometimes far out in the Beaufort Sea, sometimes locked in ice for months before breaking free again. Each time it was found, it was the same. Empty. Intact. Drifting. By 1962, the ship had been floating for 31 years since its abandonment. In maritime terms, this is not just unusual. It is essentially impossible. A vessel adrift in Arctic waters, without maintenance, without anyone to pump out its bilges or repair its seams, should have deteriorated and sunk within a few years. The Baychimo should have been at the bottom of the ocean before 1935. But in 1962, a group of people spotted it near the Alaskan coast. Still there. Still afloat. The final confirmed sighting came in 1969. The Inuit hunters who encountered it near the Beaufort Sea pack ice were not alarmed by what they found. The Baychimo was almost a familiar presence by then, a feature of the Arctic landscape that had been part of the region's story for nearly 4 decades. They observed it, noted its position, and moved on. After that, silence. The Baychimo was not seen again. In 2006, the state of Alaska launched an official effort to locate the Baychimo. Using historical sighting records, oceanographic data, and modern search technology, investigators attempted to determine where the ship might have ended up. They found nothing. No wreck. No debris field. No evidence that the Baychimo ever sank at all. The ship did not appear to have been destroyed. It simply stopped being seen. There are a few possible explanations. The Baychimo may have finally succumbed sometime after 1969, sinking in a location and under conditions that left no recoverable trace. The Arctic is vast, and its floor holds many secrets. But there is another possibility. The Beaufort Sea is enormous. The pack ice that covers it shifts and changes constantly, opening channels in summer and sealing them in winter. A vessel drifting in those waters, unoccupied and without a transponder, could go years or decades without being spotted even if it was still floating. The Baychimo was found 38 times over 38 years. But it was not searched for continuously. It appeared when conditions allowed it to be seen, and disappeared when they didn't. The last confirmed sighting was 1969. That is 57 years ago. But in the Arctic, 57 years is not as long as it sounds. The question that the 2006 search could not answer, and that no one has been able to answer since, is this: is the Baychimo still out there? I want you to sit with that for a moment. A ship built in 1914. Abandoned in 1931. Drifting, unoccupied, through some of the world's most violent and inhospitable waters for nearly 4 decades. Surviving storms, ice, decades of Arctic winters that would have destroyed any vessel by any reasonable measure. And then, gone. Not sunk. Not found. Just gone. There is something about the Baychimo that resists easy explanation. Not because the facts themselves are supernatural. A ship caught in favorable currents, buoyed by its cargo, protected by its own construction. But because of what those facts add up to when you hold them together. The ship that was abandoned twice. The ship that was written off as lost and then found again. The ship that sheltered a group of stranded travelers for 10 days and then released them safely. The ship that was seen 38 times over 38 years and then simply ceased to be seen. Every ghost ship story ends with a wreck. With a discovery. With an explanation, however incomplete. The Baychimo has no ending. It is the only ghost ship in recorded maritime history that was never confirmed sunk, never found wrecked, and never recovered. It existed in a kind of maritime limbo for nearly 4 decades. Present enough to be seen and boarded and sheltered in, absent enough to drift for months without contact, persistent enough to survive conditions that should have destroyed it 100 times over. And somewhere in the Beaufort Sea, if the currents have been kind and the ice has held it gently, it may still be there. Drifting. Empty. Intact. Waiting to be found one more time. The Hudson's Bay Company never recovered the Baychimo. The cargo of furs, worth a significant sum in 1931, was either salvaged during Captain Cornwell's visit or lost to the sea in the years that followed. The ship's registry was eventually struck. It was officially declared lost. But officially lost and actually gone are 2 different things. And in the Arctic, where the ice preserves what the rest of the world forgets, the line between those 2 things has always been blurry. Captain Cornwell spent the rest of his career with the Hudson's Bay Company. he never returned to search for the Baychimo. He had made his decision in the winter of 1931, and the Arctic had made its own decision in return. The men who were stranded on it in 1939 never spoke publicly about the experience in detail. 10 days on a drifting ghost ship in an Arctic storm is not the kind of thing that translates easily into words. And the Inuit hunters who saw it for the last time in 1969 went home, told their families what they had seen, and returned to their lives. The Baychimo drifted on. And then it stopped being seen. I have read a lot of maritime mysteries. The Mary Celeste. The Carroll A. Deering. The Aurang Medan. Ships that disappeared, ships whose crews vanished, ships that were found in impossible conditions. Most of them have one thing in common. They are, ultimately, stories of endings. Of things that were lost. Of questions that were never answered because what was lost is gone beyond recovery. The Baychimo is different. Because the Baychimo is not a story about something that was lost. It is a story about something that refused to be. For 38 years, that ship was out there. Real. Physical. Boardable. People stood on its deck. They slept in its holds. They used it for shelter in the worst storms the Arctic had to offer. And then it stopped being seen. Not sunk. Not found. Not explained. Just, out there. Somewhere. In the ice and the dark and the silence of the Beaufort Sea. Waiting. I want to know what you think happened to the Baychimo. Did it finally sink sometime after 1969, quietly, without witnesses, taking its secret to the ocean floor? Is it still drifting somewhere in the Arctic, too remote and too icebound to be spotted? Or is there something else, some quality of that ship, some combination of construction and current and cold Arctic water, that has kept it floating for over a century? Leave your theory in the comments. I read every single one. If this story is keeping you awake tonight, good. That means it worked. Subscribe, so the next one finds you. I am the Night Chronicle. And the Arctic is still keeping its secrets. Sleep well.
There is a particular kind of silence that belongs only to the open ocean. It is not the silence of an empty room, or a quiet street, or a forest at night. It is something heavier than those silences, something older. The ocean has a way of absorbing sound, of pulling voices and footsteps, and the ordinary noise of human life, down into itself, until there is nothing left but the low hum of wind and water, until there is nothing left to prove that anyone was ever there at all. On the morning of January 8, 2003, an Australian patrol aircraft was flying a routine route over the Timor Sea, roughly 80 nautical miles east of a remote reef system called the Rowley Shoals. The waters there are clear and extraordinarily deep. They are also extraordinarily empty. Almost nothing passes through that part of the ocean. There are no major shipping lanes nearby, no major fishing grounds. No reason, under normal circumstances, for a vessel to be drifting alone in those waters without a destination. And yet, there it was. The crew of the patrol aircraft saw it from altitude first. A small vessel, maybe 20 meters long, sitting almost perfectly still on the surface of the water. No movement on deck, no signal flags, no response to radio contact. Just a boat, floating in a part of the ocean where boats had no particular reason to be. They reported what they saw, and a boarding party was dispatched. What they found when they climbed aboard would take weeks to begin to understand, and, in certain important ways, would never be understood at all. The vessel was called the High Aim 6. It was a Taiwanese longliner, a commercial fishing boat built for extended deep-sea operations, capable of spending months at a time far from port. It had left the small island of Liuqiu in the south of Taiwan on October 31st, 2002. On board were 12 men, a Taiwanese captain named Chen Tai Cheng, a Taiwanese engineer named Lin Chung Li, and 10 Indonesian crewmen whose names and faces had been logged into the ship's registry before departure. By any reasonable standard, the High Aim 6 was a working vessel in the middle of a working voyage. It had fuel, it had provisions, it had a functional engine, which was, in fact, still running when the boarding party climbed over the rail and set foot on the deck. The tanks were not empty. The hold was not flooded. The weather in the area had been calm. There had been no distress call. No emergency beacon had been activated. No debris field had been spotted. No sign of fire or collision or any of the ordinary catastrophes that take ships in the night. Everything was exactly as it should have been, except for one thing. There was no one on board. The crew's personal belongings were still in their bunks. Clothing, small valuables, the private and ordinary things that people carry with them when they go to sea for months at a time. All of it was still there, exactly where it had been left. The hold was full of fish, rotting fish by now, because the catch had been sitting unrefrigerated for what investigators would later determine to be somewhere between 5 and 10 weeks. Long enough for the smell alone to announce the ship's abandonment before anyone had even opened the hatch. The engine was running. The food was there. The belongings were there. The men were not. Australian authorities contacted the ship's owner, a Taiwanese woman named Tsai Huang Shui Er. She told investigators that she had last spoken with Captain Chen in December of 2002, several weeks before the ship was discovered. The conversation had been routine. There had been nothing unusual in his voice, nothing that suggested anything was wrong. And then, silence. She had heard nothing since. No distress. No explanation. No goodbye. Investigators began the slow, painstaking work of trying to reconstruct what had happened aboard the High Aim 6 in the weeks between that last phone call and the moment the patrol aircraft spotted the drifting vessel from the air. What they would eventually piece together was darker than most of them had expected, and in the end, it would raise more questions than it answered. The investigation into the disappearance of the High Aim 6 moved slowly, as investigations at sea often do. The ocean does not preserve evidence the way that land does. There are no footprints, no tire tracks, no neighbors who heard something in the night. There is only water and wind and whatever the ship itself managed to hold on to while it drifted, alone, for weeks across the Timor Sea. And what the High Aim 6 had held on to, the belongings, the provisions, the quietly rotting catch in the hold, told investigators very little about what had actually happened to the people who should have been aboard. The ship was registered in Taiwan and flew under an Indonesian flag, a common arrangement in the international fishing industry. The crew had been hired through brokers in Indonesia, men brought aboard for a voyage that was supposed to last several months and return them home with wages for their families. That was the arrangement. That was what everyone had agreed to back in October, before the High Aim 6 had slipped away from the dock at Liuqiu and disappeared into the Pacific. Investigators from both Taiwan and Australia began trying to trace the crew. Of the 12 men who had left port that October, only one could be located. He was an Indonesian national, one of the crewmen who had been hired for the voyage. Authorities found him through his mobile phone records, a trail of signals that placed him back on Indonesian soil sometime in late December or early January. Weeks before the ship itself was discovered, he had made it home. The others had not, or at least could not be found. He was brought in for questioning. What he told investigators was simple and brutal, and left almost as many questions as it answered. He said there had been a mutiny. At some point during the voyage, he was vague about exactly when, and investigators would later note that his account shifted in certain details over multiple interviews. Tensions on board the High Aim 6 had reached a breaking point. He did not explain fully what had caused those tensions. The fishing industry is a hard world. Long voyages in close quarters, far from home, in difficult conditions, can do things to people that are not always easy to explain later. Whatever the cause, what happened next was not in dispute, at least not in its broad outline. The captain, Chen Tai Cheng, was killed. The engineer, Lin Chung Li, was also killed. The surviving crewmen, however many of them remained, then abandoned the vessel and made their way back to shore by means that were never fully documented. Small boats, perhaps, other vessels encountered at sea. The specifics of how 10 men crossed hundreds of miles of open ocean after committing murder on a commercial fishing boat were never clearly established. What was established was that they did somehow manage it, and that by the time the High Aim 6 was found drifting with its engine running and its hold full of rotting fish, the men who had been aboard it were scattered, or hidden, or dead themselves, in ways that no investigation ever completely untangled. Only one man spoke, and he said only enough to confirm that something terrible had happened, and to leave almost everything else to the imagination. The bodies of Captain Chen and Engineer Lin were never recovered. No one else was ever charged. No one else was ever found. There is a word that investigators use in cases like this one, when the evidence runs out before the answers do. The word is inexplicable. It does not mean that nothing happened. It does not mean that there is no explanation. It means simply that the explanation that exists, the partial, incomplete, fragmentary account that survived, is not enough. Not enough to explain everything. Not enough to close every open door. Not enough to satisfy the part of the human mind that needs, fundamentally, to know how a story ends. The case of the High Aim 6 was declared, in its official summary, to be a case of murder, followed by the flight of the remaining crew. That much, at least, was supported by the available evidence. 2 men had died. One man had confessed in broad terms to knowing what had happened to them. The ship had been left behind, deliberately abandoned, the engine running, the personal belongings still in the bunks, because the men who left had either been in too much of a hurry or too frightened or simply too exhausted by whatever had happened in those final days to gather what was theirs before they went. But the official summary left many things unsaid. It did not explain what had caused the mutiny. Investigators speculated, underpayment perhaps, or poor conditions, or some specific grievance that had built slowly over the weeks at sea until it finally broke through the surface. The fishing industry in that part of the world has a long and difficult history of labor disputes, of migrant workers brought aboard under agreements that were not always honored, of men who found themselves far from home with fewer protections than they had been promised. None of that excuses what happened on the High Aim 6. But it may help to explain how 12 men who had each agreed individually to make a voyage together could find themselves weeks later in a situation that ended in violence. It did not explain how the surviving crewmen reached shore. The High Aim 6 was found 80 nautical miles from the nearest reef system, and much farther than that from any populated coastline. For men to have left that vessel and reached land alive, they would have needed another vessel, a chance encounter, a pre-arranged pickup, something. The ocean in that area is not a busy place. The odds of stumbling upon another ship by accident are not favorable. And yet, apparently, they did. Because they were gone, and some of them at least had reached Indonesia alive. It did not explain the silence. That is perhaps the strangest part of all of this. Not the murder, as terrible as that was, but the weeks of silence that followed it. The High Aim 6 had drifted alone through the Timor Sea for somewhere between 5 and 10 weeks before anyone noticed it. 5 to 10 weeks of calm water, clear skies, a boat with a working engine going nowhere in particular, while somewhere on the other side of the ocean, a woman was trying to reach her captain by phone and getting no answer, while somewhere else families were waiting for crewmen who would not be coming home, or who had already come home and said nothing, or who were still out there somewhere in the ordinary world, living ordinary lives, carrying the weight of what had happened on the water. No official investigation ever fully closed the case. The Indonesian crewman who spoke was never charged with a crime. The others were never identified, or located, or brought in for questioning. The captain and the engineer were never buried, because there was nothing left of them to bury. The High Aim 6 itself was eventually scrapped, the last physical remnant of what had happened out there on the Timor Sea, dismantled and repurposed, as old ships always are, until nothing remained to mark the fact that it had ever existed. Only the questions remained. There are certain stories that stay with you not because of their violence, or their mystery, or even their strangeness, but because of the particular shape of the silence they leave behind. The High Aim 6 is one of those stories. It is not, on its surface, a supernatural story. There are no ghost lights on the water, no apparitions on the deck, no sounds that cannot be explained. It is, at its core, a story about people, about what can happen when people are pushed too far, or feel that they have been wronged, or find themselves in a situation that has gone beyond what any of them had planned for. It is the kind of story that happens in the real world, in the quiet, unwitnessed spaces of the ocean, where no one is watching and there is no one to call for help. And yet, there is something about the image of that ship, drifting alone for weeks, the engine still running, the food still there, the fish quietly decomposing in the hold. That belongs to a different kind of story, something older and stranger than a labor dispute and a mutiny, something that touches on the same darkness as all the great ghost ships of history. The Mary Celeste, found abandoned in the Atlantic with the captain's log still open on the table. The Carroll A. Deering, run aground off Cape Hatteras with food on the stove and the crew gone. The Joyita drifting in the South Pacific for weeks before anyone found it. Ships that simply ceased one day to have people on them, and that continued in their absence to float and drift and wait the way ships do, as if they had not yet received the news that they had been abandoned. The High Aim 6 waited for 5 to 10 weeks, long enough for the fish to rot, long enough for the engine to burn through most of its fuel, long enough for a patrol aircraft to spot it from altitude and send a boarding party to climb over the rail and find nothing but the silence and the smell. The man who confessed is still alive, somewhere. If the investigators who spoke with him were correct about his account, and there is no guarantee that they were, because his account shifted, and people who have been involved in violence at sea are not always reliable narrators of their own experience, then he knows what happened. He knows how the mutiny began. He knows what was said and what was done, and how it ended. He knows how the survivors got off the boats and where they went and what lives they have been living in the years since. He has never, as far as the public record shows, said anything more than he said in those initial interviews, and no one has been able to compel him to say more. Somewhere in the Timor Sea, in waters that are clear and deep and very far from anywhere, whatever remains of the captain and the engineer of the High Aim 6 is still drifting. The ocean does not give back what it takes. It holds things. It keeps them in that heavy ancient silence that belongs only to deep water. That silence that absorbs sound and voices and the ordinary noise of human life until nothing is left. Until there is nothing left to prove that anyone was ever there at all. The engine ran until it didn't. The fish rotted until they were found. The ship drifted until it was stopped. The men were never found. The sea kept them. It always does. Imagine the most isolated place on Earth, a tiny barren strip of coral and white sand, floating alone in the middle of the vast Pacific Ocean. No trees, no fresh water, no human settlement for thousands of miles in any direction. Just the blinding equatorial sun and the deafening, endless roar of the waves crashing against the reef. Now, imagine walking along that empty shoreline, a place where no human being is supposed to be, where no human being has lived for centuries, and finding a shallow grave, not an accident, not a natural formation, a grave made of carefully, deliberately stacked coral stones. Someone had gathered them one by one. Someone had arranged them with intention, with care, and protruding from the top of those stones, a human jawbone. But that is not the most terrifying part of this story. Tucked inside the grave, wedged between the rocks, fluttering slowly in the dead ocean wind, was a small stack of gold and silver foil papers, joss paper, an ancient Chinese tradition. Paper burned at funerals to ensure the safe passage of the dead into the afterlife. A ritual performed with reverence and precision for someone who mattered. A ritual performed perfectly on a cursed, uninhabited island in the middle of nowhere, where no one should have been. To understand how this nightmare came to be, and whose bones were buried beneath those stones, we have to travel back 10 years and thousands of miles away. February 11th, 1979, the small town of Hana, on the eastern shore of the island of Maui, Hawaii. It was a Sunday morning, the kind of morning that makes you forget that the ocean can be anything other than beautiful. The water was glass, flat and silver and still. The sky was a perfect unbroken blue that stretched to the horizon in every direction. 5 friends decided it was the perfect day to take a boat out. Their names were Scott Mormon, Peter Hanchett, Benjamin Kalama, Ralph Maliakini, and Patrick Wausner. They were not strangers to the ocean. These were local men who had grown up near the water, who respected it, who knew its moods. Scott Mormon, 26 years old, was known as careful and calm. Ben Kalama had fished these waters his entire life. They were not reckless men. Their boat was called the Sarah Joe, a 17-foot Boston whaler. Open hull, no cabin, no shelter. A solid, reliable boat built for calm coastal waters and short trips. The kind of boat you take out on a beautiful Sunday morning and bring back by late afternoon. They loaded a cooler with food and beer. They said goodbye to their families on the dock. They waved, someone took a photo, and they motored out into the deep blue channel, planning to be back before dark. The ocean was still smiling. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it stopped. The change came without warning. There was no gradual buildup, no slow darkening of clouds on the horizon. One moment, the sky was blue. The next, the atmosphere simply collapsed. The barometer plummeted. Meteorologists would later describe what happened as a freak storm system of almost impossible intensity. The worst to strike the Hawaiian Islands in over 50 years. A perfect catastrophe. A wall of weather that had built silently out at sea and then accelerated toward the coast with terrifying speed. The wind hit first, shrieking gale-force winds that turned the flat water into chaos within minutes. The sky darkened from blue to gray to a bruised, violent purple, and then to absolute black. The glassy ocean erupted into a nightmare of foam and towering waves. What had been flat water 2 hours ago was now walls of black water, 30 feet high, 40 feet high, rising and crashing in all directions. On the shore, the families of the 5 men stood in the freezing, blinding rain, staring out into the darkness, screaming names that the wind swallowed whole. Somewhere out there, beyond the reef, beyond the curtain of rain and foam, 5 men were trapped in a 17-foot open boat. Think about what that means. No cabin, no shelter, no radio, no emergency beacon. Just 5 men clinging to the sides of a small fiberglass hull as the Pacific Ocean rose up around them in the dark. The sky is black. The rain is hitting your face like shards of glass. You cannot hear your friends over the roar of the wind. You cannot see the shore. You cannot see anything. And every few seconds, a wall of black water lifts your entire world and throws it sideways before the next one comes. There is no preparing for that. There is no training that readies you for the sound of the ocean when it has decided to take you. When the storm finally broke the following morning, the silence it left behind was almost worse. What followed was the largest search and rescue operation in the history of the Hawaiian Coast Guard. For 7 consecutive days, Coast Guard vessels, Navy aircraft, private planes, and volunteer boats combed thousands of square miles of open ocean. They flew low and slow, eyes scanning the surface. They searched every nearby island, every exposed reef, every piece of floating debris. They found nothing. Not a life jacket, not the cooler, not a seat cushion, not a single splinter of fiberglass from the hull of the Sarah Joe. 5 men in their boat had simply ceased to exist. The ocean had taken them completely, leaving the surface as smooth and indifferent as if they had never been there at all. The search was called off after a week. The families were left with nothing, no bodies to bury, no wreckage to grieve over, just absence. The particular, devastating kind of loss that comes without proof, where hope and grief exist at the same time for years, quietly destroying everything around them. Memorial services were held, names were spoken, flowers were placed on the water, and then life moved forward, because life always does, regardless of what the ocean keeps. The 5 men of the Sarah Jo became another entry in the long, quiet record of those claimed by the Pacific. Their story faded, the world moved on. 1 year passed, then 2, then 5, then 9. Mormon's family kept his room the same. Hanchet's children grew older and learned to answer questions about their father in short, practiced sentences. 9 years of silence. It is now September 1988. We are 2,800 miles from Hawaii, deep in the Marshall Islands, in the remote western Pacific. A marine biologist named John Naughton was leading a small research expedition. Their destination was the Taongi Atoll, a place most people have never heard of, and most people would never choose to visit. Taongi is a dead place, one of the driest, most inhospitable atolls in the world, completely uninhabited, surrounded by a jagged ring of coral reef that has torn open the hulls of ships for centuries. Even the indigenous peoples of the Marshall Islands avoid it. There is an old belief that Taongi is cursed, a place where spirits gather and the living do not belong. Naughton and his team spent an hour carefully navigating their small, inflatable raft through the violent surf that broke over the outer reef. They stepped onto the blinding white sand and began walking. What they were looking for was data, bird populations, coral health, the kind of quiet scientific inventory that no one publishes in newspapers. What they found was something else entirely. About halfway along the beach, Naughton stopped. There was something in the sand, partially buried, bleached bone white by years of brutal sun. A large, curved piece of fiberglass. He walked closer, crouched down, began brushing the sand away with his hands. It was the hull of a small boat. His hands were moving faster now, looking for a registration number, and there, faded and peeling but still legible, stenciled along the side in the way all registered vessels carry their identity. HA59227HI. Naughton sat back on his heels and stared at those numbers. Here is where the story becomes something that is almost impossible to accept as real. 10 years earlier, before Naughton had become a marine biologist based in the Marshall Islands, he had lived in Hawaii, and when the Sarah Jo disappeared in February of 1979, he had volunteered in the search. He had spent days in the air and on the water, looking for 5 men who were never found. He knew those numbers. He had looked at them on a missing vessel report a decade ago. After 9 years, after drifting across nearly 3,000 miles of open, violent Pacific Ocean, the Sarah Jo had come to rest on the only atoll in the western Pacific that a person who had searched for her would one day visit. The probability of that coincidence is almost too small to calculate. And yet, Naughton stood up, looked around the empty beach. The wind was the only sound. The reef broke and hissed in the distance. If the boat was here, then what about the men? The team spread out across the atoll, moving carefully through the low scrub and coral rubble, calling out, searching, 60 yards from where the Sarah Jo lay in the sand. They found the grave. The coral stones had been arranged with deliberate care. The depression beneath them had been dug by hand in the hard, resistant ground. This was not the work of someone in a hurry. Someone had taken time, had performed an act of burial with intention and respect. Protruding from the top of the stones was a human jawbone. The research team stood in silence. The wind moved over the coral. The sun was very bright. Nobody spoke for a long time. The bones were carefully recovered and sent to authorities in Hawaii. Dental records confirmed what John Naughton had already, somewhere in the back of his mind, begun to suspect. The remains belonged to Scott Mormon, 26 years old, when he left the dock at Haina on a beautiful Sunday morning. Found 9 years later, 3,000 miles away, buried beneath a cairn of coral stones on the most cursed, isolated atoll in the Pacific. But the bones told investigators almost nothing about what had actually happened. Only that Mormon had died. Only that someone had buried him. Only that they had done so with extraordinary care. Because there was something else inside the grave. Tucked beneath the jawbone, placed there with absolute precision, was the stack of joss paper. Small squares of gold and silver foil. Traditional Chinese funeral offerings. Burned at burials to ensure the spirit's passage into the afterlife. A ritual with deep roots, performed not casually, but with full understanding of what it means. None of the 5 men aboard the Sarah Jo were Chinese. None had any known connection to Chinese burial traditions. There was no reason, no logical reason, for those papers to exist on that island, in that grave, beneath those particular bones. And yet, there they were. Investigators returned to Taongi. They dug in the sand. They searched every inch of the atoll. They looked for a second grave, a fire pit, tools, any trace of a camp. They found nothing else. Just the boat, the grave, the paper, and the wind. 4 men were still gone entirely. Peter Hanchett, Benjamin Kalama, Ralph Maliachini, Patrick Wausner. No trace of them has ever been found. Not then, not since. So, what happened? There are theories. There have always been theories, but none of them are satisfying. None of them close the door completely. One theory holds that the Sarah Jo, badly damaged by the storm, but not destroyed, drifted westward on the currents with some or all of the men still alive. That they survived for days or weeks on whatever provisions they had, rationing beer and food, watching the horizon for rescue that never came. That one by one, exposure and dehydration took them overboard, until only Mormon remained, and that when the boat finally grounded on Taongi's reef, he was already gone. But this theory cannot explain the grave. It cannot explain the joss paper. It cannot explain who placed those offerings there, or why. A second theory suggests that a vessel found the drifting Sarah Jo somewhere in the open Pacific. Perhaps a fishing boat, perhaps a freighter, perhaps a vessel whose crew had reasons not to announce their presence. They might have found the boat with Mormon's body on board, dead from exposure. They carried him to Taongi, the nearest land, and buried him with the rituals they knew. Then they left, and told no one. This would explain the joss paper, a Chinese crew performing the only funeral rite they understood. But it raises a question with no answer. Why bring a body to the most cursed, inaccessible atoll in the Marshall Islands? Why not a port? Why not an inhabited island where the death could be reported, unless they couldn't be seen? The third theory is darker. It suggests Mormon survived the entire drift, 3,000 miles, alone on an open boat, weeks at sea, slowly losing his grip on time and identity under the equatorial sun, that he arrived at Taongi barely alive, crawled ashore, and died on the beach, and that someone else was already there, someone who found him, someone who, for reasons we will never understand, buried him with ceremony and care, and then vanished without leaving a single trace of their own presence. In any direction you look, the story ends the same way, with a door that won't open, with a question the Pacific refuses to answer. The Sarah Jo has been called one of the most baffling maritime disappearances in recorded history, studied by researchers, investigated by authorities, written about by those who specialize in the unexplained. No one has ever produced an explanation that accounts for all the evidence. The joss paper sits in a file somewhere. The coral atoll sits in the middle of the ocean. The wind moves over it the same way it always has. Scott Mormon was buried. Someone took the time to do it properly. Someone cared enough to ensure his passage. Who they were is a secret the Pacific intends to keep. As you lie there tonight, let the sounds around you slow. The world outside is quiet. You are safe where you are, but somewhere, in the middle of the largest ocean on Earth, a tiny island sits beneath a sky full of stars. The waves break over the reef in the dark. The coral stones are still there, arranged just as they were, and the wind moves over them, carrying nothing. Some things are meant to be lost, and some things will never be found. I am the Night Chronicle. Sleep well.
Off the coast of Queensland, Australia, April 20th, 2007. A helicopter crew on routine patrol spots something strange in the water below. A catamaran, 32 feet long, sails up, engine running, drifting slowly through the Coral Sea. They circle. No movement on deck. No one at the wheel. They call it in. When rescue teams board the vessel, what they find stops them cold. The engine is running. A laptop sits open on the table. A meal has been prepared. 3 life jackets are neatly stowed, right where they should be. 3 men had left port 5 days earlier. Not one of them was on that boat, and not one of them was ever found. This is the story of the Kaz 2. And unlike anything you have heard before, it happened in the modern world, in broad daylight, with cameras on board. We still do not know what happened. To understand how 3 men could simply vanish from a moving vessel in the middle of the day, we need to go back to where it all began. Airlie Beach, April 15, 2007. Airlie Beach is a small coastal town in Queensland, a launching point for sailors heading out to the Whitsunday Islands, one of the most beautiful stretches of water on the planet. Tourists come here to sail, to dive, to escape. Derek Batten was 56 years old. The Kaz 2 was his boat, his pride. He had sailed these waters before and knew them well. With him were brothers Peter and James Tunstead. Peter was 69, James, 33. 2 retired men joining their friend for what was supposed to be a leisurely sailing trip up the coast. Simple, familiar, safe. They departed on April 15th, heading northeast. The plan was to make their way up the Queensland coast, a trip many sailors do without incident. What we know of those first hours comes from a camera found on board. The footage shows all 3 men on deck relaxed, smiling. The ocean is choppy but manageable. They are in good spirits. This footage would later become one of the most haunting things investigators would review, because it captures the men alive and healthy, sometime during that voyage. Then the camera stops, and after that, we have nothing. No distress call was ever received. No debris was found in the water. No bodies were ever recovered. 5 days after they left port, the boat was found drifting, engine running, sails set, the GPS still functioning. The Kaz 2 had been sailing on its own for an unknown amount of time. The rescue team's report reads like something out of a ghost story. When they boarded, the first thing that struck them was the engine. It was running. Whoever had started it had never turned it off. The sails were up, set correctly for sailing. The boat was not in distress. It was not capsized. It was not taking on water. From the outside, you could look at the Kaz 2 and think the crew had just stepped below deck for a moment. But below deck told a different story. The table had food on it. A meal partially prepared. 3 sets of personal belongings were accounted for. The men's clothing, their phones, their wallets. 3 life jackets remained in their stowage, untouched. 1 life jacket was later found in the water nearby, floating alone. Whether it came from the Kaz 2 or drifted there from somewhere else could never be confirmed. The radio. Here is where things get complicated. Investigators discovered that the vessel's VHF radio, the primary communication device, was not functioning correctly. Whether it had failed before or during the voyage is unknown, but it means that if something had gone wrong out there, the men may have been unable to call for help even if they tried. And then there was the fishing line, tangled around the rudder. A single line caught and wound around the steering mechanism, the kind of thing that would bring a vessel to a crawl and require someone to go back and manually clear it. This detail would later become the center of the official explanation, but it would also become the source of the most disturbing questions. If you are finding this as unsettling as I am, make sure you are subscribed. New mysteries every week. Right here on the Night Chronicle, the Australian Transport Safety Bureau conducted a formal investigation. After reviewing the evidence, they released their conclusion, and officially, the case is closed. But officially closed does not mean answered. The first theory, the official explanation, is straightforward, if deeply tragic. Investigators believe that at some point during the voyage, the fishing line became tangled around the rudder, in rough seas, and the weather that day was no gentle breeze, with winds recorded at 20 to 25 knots and swells of 2 to 3 meters. The line would have wrapped tightly, making the boat difficult or impossible to steer. One man, likely Derek, went to the back of the vessel to clear it. On a wet pitching deck in those sea conditions, he fell overboard. The other two saw it happen. They rushed to help and without stopping to grab life jackets, and in the chaos, both of them went in as well. Within minutes, all three were in the water. The boat, engine still running, sails still set, simply continued sailing. Without anyone at the helm, it drifted northeast. For 5 days, it is a plausible explanation. Experienced sailors have drowned in exactly this way. Overconfident, moving too fast, forgetting the one rule that could have saved them. But here is what the official report does not explain. Why did none of the 3 men grab a life jacket? They were right there. 3 experienced sailors, aboard a well-equipped vessel with life jackets within arm's reach. The report suggests it happened too fast. That panic overrode reason, perhaps, but 3 men? Not one of them paused for even a second. And the camera that recorded them alive. At what point in the journey was that footage taken? If it was taken near the time of their disappearance, why does no one appear alarmed? Why are they smiling? The footage has never been fully released to the public. The second theory suggests that the explanation is not as simple as 3 men going overboard at the same moment. What if one of them became seriously ill or was injured before anyone entered the water? In rough seas, a fall below deck can be catastrophic. A head injury, a broken limb, a sudden cardiac event. Any of these could have incapacitated a man instantly. If Derek suffered a medical emergency, Peter and James may have gone into crisis mode, and in the confusion made a fatal error. This theory would explain the food on the table, a meal abandoned suddenly. The engine still running. No one calm enough to think to turn it off. The haste with which they may have moved, forgetting the life jackets entirely. But it still leaves the same question unanswered. Why did all 3 end up in the water? There is a third possibility, one that investigators have not publicly entertained, but that exists in the silence between the facts. What if someone else was out there? The waters around the Whitsundays are remote. Beautiful, yes. But the outer edges of that coastline are not patrolled. Ships pass. Vessels come and go. Piracy, modern, brutal, nothing like the romanticized version, is not common in Australian waters. But it is not impossible. In isolated stretches of ocean, a well-equipped boat can attract attention for the wrong reasons. 3 men, aboard a 32-foot catamaran, electronics, GPS, gear, fuel. To the right kind of opportunist, that vessel represents value. If a second boat had pulled alongside, if an altercation had occurred, the chaos that followed could explain everything. The rushed departure, the bodies never found, the fact that the camera which recorded them alive somehow survived intact while the men did not. There is no evidence of foul play. No blood was found on board, no sign of a struggle, but absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, and the ocean has a way of cleaning up after itself. Derek Batten, Peter Tunstead. James Tunstead, 3 names. 3 men with families, with histories, with people who still grieve them. Their bodies were never recovered. In those waters, with those currents, that is not surprising. The Coral Sea does not give back what it takes. What stays with me, what I cannot stop thinking about, is the laptop, open, running, sitting, on the table of a boat that had been sailing unmanned. For 5 days, what was on that screen? The camera footage of them smiling alive, shot at some point during a voyage that ended in their disappearance. The fishing line, wound around the rudder, the life jackets, still in their place. Every piece of evidence points to a boat that was simply left. Not sunk, not destroyed, not even damaged in any significant way. Just abandoned, as if the men had been lifted off the deck and taken somewhere the sea could not follow. The ATSB closed the case. Accidental deaths by drowning. 3 experienced sailors undone by a moment of bad weather and worse luck. Maybe that is exactly what happened. But the detail I keep returning to is not the missing men, or the running engine, or even the life jackets. It is the food on the table someone had been cooking. Someone was mid-sentence in whatever the day was, and then in a moment all of that stopped. Not gradually. Not with a distress call or a signal flare or even a turned-off engine, just stopped. I want to know what you think, not what the official report says. What you think happened on the Kaz 2. Was it the fishing line about a tragic accident in rough seas? Was it a medical emergency that spiraled into disaster? Or is there something else out there? Something the investigation chose not to pursue? Leave your theory in the comments. I read every single one. If this story kept you up tonight, that means it worked. Subscribe so the next one finds you. I am the Night Chronicle, and the ocean still has its secrets. Sleep well.
There is a very specific kind of fear that comes when you wake up in the middle of the ocean, in the dead of night, when the only sound is the deep mechanical hum of the engines below you, and the endless heavy crashing of black water against the hull. In the dark, you realize just how small you are. You are entirely at the mercy of the sea. In July of 1909, a man named Claude Sawyer woke up in his first-class cabin on the SS Waratah, terrified. He was a man of logic, an experienced engineer. He was not prone to panic, and he did not believe in ghost stories. But the nightmare that woke him was so vivid, so violently real, that it shook him to his core. In the dream, he saw a man rising from the dark, freezing waves. The figure was wearing a medieval suit of armor, and he was wrapped tightly in a blood-soaked cloth. In one hand, the entity held a long sword, and with the other, he pointed directly at the ship, screaming its name into the freezing wind, Waratah. Sawyer sat in the pitch black of his cabin, listening to the creaking of the wood and the distant sound of the ocean, feeling an overwhelming, suffocating sense of doom. He knew, with absolute, unshakable certainty, that this ship was going to die, and he knew that if he stayed on board, he was going to die with it. The SS Waratah was not an old, rusting cargo vessel. She was the crown jewel of the Blue Anchor Line. Built in 1908, she was barely a year old. They called her the Titanic of the South, 3 years before the actual Titanic ever set sail. She was 500 feet of cutting-edge engineering, 8 watertight compartments, luxuriously appointed cabins, grand dining saloons, and elegant music rooms. She was carrying 211 souls on this voyage from Australia to London, with a brief stop in South Africa. For the wealthy passengers aboard, the ocean was just a backdrop to their evening parties. They drank champagne, they listened to live music, they slept in soft beds, entirely unaware of the abyss beneath them. But Claude Sawyer could not sleep. After his terrifying nightmare, he began to notice things, small things at first. The way the Waratah moved in the water. It didn't slice through the waves. It rolled, a deep, heavy, sluggish roll, as if the ship was top-heavy, as if it was struggling, just a little too long, to right itself after every swell. Sawyer was an experienced engineer. He knew what a stable ship felt like, and this felt wrong. He spent his nights pacing the deck, watching the black water rise too close to the rails. The suffocating dread from his dream had bled into his waking hours. When the ship finally docked in Durban, South Africa, for a brief stopover, Sawyer made his decision. He packed his bags and walked down the gangway. He tried to warn the others. He spoke to a group of passengers, including the wealthy Hayes sisters, begging them to leave the ship. He told them about the sluggish rolling. He told them about his dream, the man in armor, the blood, the absolute certainty of death. They laughed at him. They told him he was being hysterical. They were on the finest ship in the southern hemisphere. The Waratah was unsinkable, they said. Sawyer stood on the docks in Durban and watched as the grand ship pulled away, heading back out into the violent waters of the open ocean. He had abandoned part of his luggage. He had lost the money he paid for his ticket. His friends thought he was crazy. But as he watched the Waratah disappear into the gray horizon, he knew he had just bought his life. On July 25th, the Waratah sailed into the notorious waters off the wild coast of South Africa. Sailors have another name for this stretch of water. They call it the graveyard of ships. The weather was turning. The wind picked up, howling across the open deck, and the sky bruised into a deep, sickly purple, before fading into a pitch-black night. That morning, another vessel, a cargo ship named the Clan McIntyre, spotted the Waratah. They exchanged standard signals. To the casual observer, the Waratah looked fine, cutting through the rising swells with its massive black hull. But the captain of the McIntyre noticed something unsettling. The Waratah was moving fast, too fast for the worsening conditions. And that heavy, sluggish roll, the exact movement Claude Sawyer had warned everyone about, was much worse now. Every time the massive luxury liner tipped into a wave, it seemed to hesitate. It hung at an impossible angle, just a fraction of a second too long, before groaning back upright. By nightfall, the storm hit with absolute vengeance. Hurricane-force winds whipped the sea into a frenzy. Waves reached 30, sometimes 40 feet high, slamming against steel like concrete. The ocean had become a dark, violent nightmare. Later that evening, a cavalryman stationed on the rugged South African coast was looking out over the black water. Through the blinding rain, he saw the distant lights of a large ship. It was struggling, fighting a losing battle against the massive swells. Then, he saw two blinding flashes of light, like sudden explosions in the dark. He watched closely, waiting for the lights to re-emerge from the waves. He waited and waited, but there was nothing. The lights never came back up. The ship was simply gone, swallowed by the abyss in a matter of seconds. No distress call was ever sent. No rockets were fired. 211 people, the wealthy, the crew, the children, simply vanished into the freezing black water. When the storm finally broke, the search began. The disappearance of the Waratah shocked the world. Ships scoured the South African coast for weeks. They expected to find debris, smashed lifeboats, deck chairs, bodies washing ashore, but they found nothing. Not a single piece of wood, not a life jacket, not a drop of oil, a 500-foot luxury liner, and 211 souls had been completely erased from existence. To this day, despite decades of sonar searches and deep-sea expeditions, the wreck of the SS Waratah has never been found. It remains one of the most chilling unsolved mysteries in maritime history. Oceanographers believe the ship fell victim to a freak wave, a rogue wall of water, perhaps 60 feet high, that struck the sluggish, top-heavy vessel perfectly on its side. In this scenario, the ship wouldn't have sunk slowly. It would have rolled completely upside down in a matter of seconds, trapping everyone inside the luxurious cabins, the dining halls, and the music rooms, dragging them straight to the bottom of the abyss before they even knew what was happening. No time to scream, no time to deploy a lifeboat, just the violent, crushing weight of the black ocean. But Claude Sawyer knew. He lived the rest of his life with the chilling knowledge that the ocean had sent him a warning. A man in armor, a sword dripping with blood, a name screamed into the freezing wind. He listened to his fear, and he survived. It makes you wonder, if the dark waters whisper to us in our sleep, how many of us are actually listening? Tell me what you think happened to the Waratah in the comments. Do you think the wreck will ever be found? I read every single one. If the sound of the dark ocean is pulling you under tonight, good. Let it take you. Subscribe. So, the next story finds you in the dark. I am the Night Chronicle. Sleep well.
Somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, a boat was found drifting. No damage, no distress signal, no signs of struggle. Just silence. The sails were set. The equipment was intact. Food and water remained untouched. But the man who had been sailing that boat was gone. His name was Donald Crowhurst. And what they found aboard that vessel was far more disturbing than any wreckage could ever be. Tonight, we follow a man who set out to conquer the sea, and instead was consumed by his own mind. The year was 1968. Britain was gripped by something extraordinary. The Sunday Times had announced a race unlike anything the world had ever seen. The Golden Globe Race, a solo, non-stop, around-the-world sailing competition. No crew, no port stops, just one man, one boat, and the entire ocean. The prize was £25,000. A fortune, but more than the money, there was glory. The kind of glory that changes a man's life forever. Donald Crowhurst wanted that glory more than anything. He was a 36-year-old amateur sailor, an inventor, a dreamer, a man who believed, deeply believed, that he was destined for greatness. There was just one problem. He was not ready, not even close. His boat, the Teignmouth Electron, was untested. His experience was limited. His finances were collapsing. And deep down, he knew it. But he had already made promises to his sponsors, to the press, to his wife, to his children. And so, on the 31st of October, 1968, Donald Crowhurst sailed away from the coast of England into the open sea. He was the last competitor to leave, and he would never return. Stay with me tonight, because what happened next is one of the most haunting stories the sea has ever kept. If this is your first time here on the Night Chronicle, welcome. If you find value in stories like this one, consider subscribing and turning on notifications. It means the world to this channel. And it costs you nothing. The first weeks at sea were a disaster. The Teignmouth Electron was leaking. Equipment was failing. The self-steering mechanism, critical for a solo sailor, was barely functioning. Crowhurst was exhausted, frightened, and already far behind the other competitors. He faced a choice. He could turn back, admit failure, return home with nothing, face the financial ruin he had been running from. Or he could lie. It started small. A position reported here, a course adjusted there, numbers that didn't quite match reality. But lies have a momentum of their own. And Crowhurst, slowly, deliberately, began fabricating his entire voyage. While the world believed he was racing through the Southern Ocean, battling storms near Cape Horn, Crowhurst was drifting, hiding, sailing in quiet circles in the South Atlantic, waiting. He kept 2 logbooks. One was real, the private truth of a man slowly falling apart. The other was fiction, a carefully constructed lie, filled with false coordinates, fabricated speeds. Imaginary storms survived. Back home, the press was celebrating him. His reported times were extraordinary. He was being hailed as a hero, a genius, a man of the sea. And with every headline, the trap tightened. Because Crowhurst had not planned for success. He had planned to finish poorly, to return quietly, to slip back into ordinary life without too much scrutiny. But now, his fabricated times were so impressive that he was on course to win. And winning meant inspection, verification, both logbooks examined side by side. The fraud would be discovered instantly. He was trapped in the middle of the ocean, with nowhere to go and no way out. Months passed. Crowhurst kept drifting, kept calculating, kept writing. And then something shifted. The logbooks changed. The careful deception began giving way to something else entirely. The entries became longer, stranger, more philosophical. Crowhurst began writing about the nature of time, about God, about the universe, about what it means to exist. He wrote that he had discovered something, a great truth, a cosmic secret that no human being had ever understood before. He wrote that he had transcended, that he no longer needed to return, that he had found something beyond. The handwriting became erratic, the thoughts circular, pages filled with equations, symbols, fragments of sentences that collapsed into themselves. He had been alone for months, truly alone. No voice, no touch, no horizon that wasn't exactly like the last. The sea had not broken his boat. It had broken his mind. On the 1st of July, 1969, Crowhurst made his last log entry. It was 25,000 words long, written in a feverish, sleepless rush over several days. A final testament to a man who had gone somewhere the rest of us cannot follow. The last line read, "It is the end of my game. The truth has been revealed, and it will be done as my family require me to do it." After that, nothing. If you've been listening since the beginning, thank you. Stories like this one take time to research and craft. If Donald Crowhurst's story moved you, please like this video. It helps more people find the Night Chronicle. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now is a good time. On the 10th of July, 1969, a Royal Mail vessel spotted the Teignmouth Electron drifting in the Atlantic. They hailed her. No response. They boarded her. No one was there. The boat was in good condition. No damage, plenty of food, plenty of water. Donald Crowhurst had simply vanished. His body was never found. What they did find were the logbooks. Both of them. The investigators pieced together the truth slowly. The false coordinates, the fabricated voyage, the months of drifting, the descending spiral of his thoughts. It became clear that Donald Crowhurst had not been lost at sea. He had chosen to leave it. Whether he jumped overboard in a moment of clarity or in the depths of psychosis, no one will ever know. What we know is this. A man set out to sail around the world, driven by pride, by desperation, by the unbearable weight of a lie he could not escape. And somewhere between the person he was and the person he pretended to be, Donald Crowhurst disappeared. The sea keeps its secrets well, but sometimes it returns just enough to let us know how little we truly understand. Thank you for spending this night with the Night Chronicle. If this story stayed with you, leave a comment below. Tell me what you think happened in those final hours aboard the Teignmouth Electron. I read every single one. Subscribe if you haven't. Ring the bell so you never miss a story. And share this with someone who loves the sea or fears it. I'll see you in the dark. Good night.
The barges were just floating there, drifting south on the Mississippi River. Unmanned, untethered, carrying their cargo of cotton and molasses with no vessel ahead of them, no captain, no explanation. The crew of the Iroquois chief spotted them first. A string of barges that should have been attached to something, that had to have been attached to something, simply drifting on the current as if they had always been alone. They pulled the barges alongside and searched them carefully. The tow ropes had been cut. Not snapped.
not frayed from strain or weather. Cat. Deliberately severed, as if someone had decided, at some point on that wide brown river, that the barges needed to be let go. But the ship that had been pulling them, the SS Iron Mountain, a 181-foot stern-wheel paddle steamer carrying 55 crew and passengers, was nowhere to be found. The Iroquois chief's crew searched the river in both directions. Nothing. No wreckage. No survivors swimming toward shore. No distress signal. No sound. The Mississippi, one of the busiest commercial waterways in America, had simply absorbed a steamboat and everyone aboard it, and offered no explanation in return. That detail, the cut ropes, will matter. Because on a river, you cannot disappear. Not really. The Mississippi is not the open Pacific. It is bounded on both sides by land, populated by farms and towns and other vessels. A ship that sinks leaves wreckage on a known riverbed. A ship that burns leaves scorched debris floating downstream. A ship that strikes another vessel leaves witnesses. The SS Iron Mountain left nothing. And what happened next, or rather, what did not happen next, is the reason this story has been told and retold for over a century. Because no one, in all the years that followed, could agree on what the truth actually was. Here is what is known. The Iron Mountain was built in 1872 on the Ohio River at Pittsburgh. She was 181 feet long, with a beam of 35 feet, a substantial vessel, designed for the demanding work of commercial river trade. For 10 years she plied the Mississippi, carrying cargo and passengers between the ports of the American South. She was a working ship. Unglamorous. Dependable. The kind of vessel that accumulated no particular legend until the day she disappeared. The date of her final voyage depends on which account you read. Some records place the disappearance in June of 1872, the year of her launch. Others date it to March 25, 1882, a decade later. The discrepancy is not a minor detail. It is the first crack in the story. The first place where the history begins to come apart. What the legend says is this. On a June morning, the Iron Mountain departed Vicksburg, Mississippi, heading north toward Pittsburgh. She was loaded with cotton and sugar, towing a string of barges filled with molasses. She carried 55 souls, crew and passengers, on a routine commercial run. A few hours after departure, the Iroquois chief rounded a bend and nearly collided with the Iron Mountain's barges, drifting free. The tow ropes had been cut. The Iron Mountain herself was gone. No one ever saw her again. But there is another account. A harder one. A more documented one. According to newspaper records from the Vicksburg Daily Commercial, dated March 27, 1882, the Iron Mountain struck an obstruction near Island 102, at a place called Stumpy Point. The hull was breached. The ship began to sink. The crew scrambled onto the barges and survived. All except one. A chambermaid named Ellen Anderson was trapped below decks. Her body was recovered the following day, along with some wreckage. The ship itself had gone under so completely that nothing substantial remained on the surface. 2 stories. 1 ship. And between them, a silence that has never been filled. Every version of this story generates its own set of explanations. And every explanation leaves something unaccounted for. The most straightforward theory is the sinking. The documented one, obstruction, hull breach, rapid descent into the Mississippi mud. It happens. The river is not forgiving, and it keeps what it takes. Under this version, the cut ropes are not mysterious at all. Crew members, trying to save themselves in the chaos of a sinking, would have cut the barges loose to prevent them from being pulled under. Ellen Anderson died. Everyone else survived. The ship sank in deep water and was never recovered. Clean. Logical. Unsatisfying. Because it does not explain the 55 passengers the legend describes. It does not explain why, if the crew survived, none of them gave a clear and consistent account that ended the story once and for all. It does not explain the gap between the 2 dates, or why the legend spread so far, so fast, into books, into newspapers, into popular culture, if the answer was simply a documented sinking. The second theory is piracy. The Mississippi in the 1870s and 1880s was not a safe waterway. River pirates operated in the quieter stretches, where a vessel could be boarded, its passengers and crew disposed of, and its cargo transferred to another boat before anyone on shore noticed anything wrong. The cut-tow ropes fit this theory perfectly. A pirate crew would cut the barges loose to slow pursuit, or simply because they only wanted the steamboat itself. Under this theory, the Iron Mountain was taken. The passengers and crew were killed. The ship was repainted, renamed, and sailed somewhere far enough from Vicksburg that no one recognized her? It sounds extreme, but it has happened on rivers before. And then there are the theories that live at the edge of explanation. The ones that have attached themselves to this story precisely because the documented record is so thin. A fold in the river's reality. The same force, some have suggested, that takes ships in the Bermuda Triangle, only here, in the brown water of the American South, far from any ocean, something reached into the ordinary world and removed a vessel and 55 human beings without leaving a trace of how it was done. No theory closes the case. No theory explains all the details and none of the others. And so the Iron Mountain remains suspended, between legend and history, between the river bottom and the open question of what actually happened on that slow, brown, ordinary stretch of the Mississippi. The Mississippi River does not give back what it takes. That is the plain truth underneath all of this. Whether the Iron Mountain sank in a documented accident or vanished into something stranger, the river absorbed her, hull, cargo, passengers, crew, and kept her. No significant wreckage was ever recovered. No bodies beyond Ellen Anderson's. No manifest of survivors that matched the passenger list. No other steamer was ever identified as the Iron Mountain under a different name. She is simply gone. And in the decades since, the story has grown in the telling. Frank Edwards repeated it in his 1956 book, Strangest of All. Paul Begg included it in Into Thin Air in 1979. Reader's Digest published it in Mysteries of the Unexplained in 1982. Charles Berlitz catalogued it alongside Bermuda Triangle cases and other unresolved anomalies. Each retelling added weight to the legend and subtracted certainty from the facts. What is interesting is not just that people believed the legend. It is that the documented version is barely more comforting. A ship strikes an obstruction and sinks so completely that nothing recoverable remains. One woman dies below decks. The crew survives but leaves behind an account thin enough that a decade later, writers are still arguing about the basic facts of what happened and when. Something was lost on the Mississippi River. Whether it was lost to the river bottom, to pirates, to a story that grew beyond its origins, or to something else entirely, the result is the same. 55 names on a passenger manifest. A string of barges drifting south with cut ropes. And a 181-foot steamboat that the Mississippi River decided to keep. If you find yourself near the river at night, near Vicksburg, near Island 102, near the place they call Stumpy Point, and you hear the low groan of a steam engine somewhere beneath the surface, that is probably nothing. Probably. The next story is worse. Stay with us.
One man had a dream. In the dream, he saw a ship. He saw a warrior figure standing on the deck, holding a long sword in one hand and a length of cloth in the other, the cloth soaked through with blood, dripping into the sea below. He woke up on the ship he had been dreaming about. He had the same dream 3 nights in a row. His name was Claude Sawyer. He was a British engineer, a practical man by all accounts, not given to superstition, not prone to panic. But on July 26, 1909, when the SS Waratah prepared to leave Durban, South Africa, bound for Cape Town, Claude Sawyer was not on board. He had packed his bags and left the ship at port. He told the other passengers what he had dreamed. He urged them to leave with him. They did not. At 8:15 that evening, the Waratah departed Durban with 211 passengers and crew. She was never seen again. The Waratah was a new ship. Built in 1908 in Glasgow, Scotland, by the firm of Barclay, Carroll and Company, the same yards that had produced some of the finest vessels in the British merchant fleet. She weighed 9,339 tons. She stretched nearly 500 feet from bow to stern. She had been fitted with 8 watertight compartments and was described, in the language of the time, as practically immune from any danger of sinking. She belonged to the Blue Anchor Line, designed to carry passengers and cargo on the long route between Britain, South Africa, and Australia. Emigrants heading south. Cargo heading north. The ordinary commerce of empire, carried across ordinary ocean. The Waratah was on only her second voyage when she disappeared. The first voyage had gone smoothly enough, on paper. But passengers who had sailed on that maiden run told a different story when they were later called to testify. They said the ship felt wrong. Even in calm weather, she listed, tilting to one side without obvious cause, then slowly, reluctantly returning to level. She rolled excessively in moderate seas. She took an unusually long time to right herself after heeling into a swell. Her bow had a tendency to bury itself in oncoming waves rather than rise over them. For experienced sailors, these were not minor discomforts. They were warnings. Claude Sawyer was among those who felt it. He had sailed on the maiden voyage and noted the instability with growing unease. By the time the Waratah reached Durban on her second run, he had made his decision. 3 nights of the same dream. A warrior. A bloodied cloth. A ship going down. He spoke to the Hay family, a mother and her daughters, traveling together, and urged them to leave the ship with him at Durban. They thanked him, and stayed. At 4 in the morning on July 27, roughly 8 hours after leaving Durban, the Waratah was spotted by the master of the Clan McIntyre, a passing steamer heading in the same direction along the South African coast. The two ships exchanged lamp signals, as was customary at sea. Names, destinations, routine acknowledgement. The Waratah confirmed who she was and where she was going. By 6 in the morning, the Waratah had drawn level with the Clan McIntyre. By 9:30 in the morning, she had pulled ahead and disappeared over the horizon. That was the last confirmed sighting of the SS Waratah. She was due in Cape Town on July 29. She did not arrive. There was one more possible sighting. A mounted rifleman named Edward Joe Conker, watching the seas through a telescope from the shore, recorded in his diary that he had seen a ship matching the Waratah's description struggling against heavy seas on July 27. He watched the ship fight the waves. And then a large wave rolled over her. And she was gone. Later that same night, the British passenger liner Guelph attempted to exchange lamp signals with another ship in the darkness. The storm had reduced visibility to almost nothing. Through the weather, the crew of the Guelph could only make out 3 letters from the other ship's name. T A H. The last 3 letters of Waratah. No distress signal was observed. No flare. No call for help. Whatever happened, it happened too fast for any of that. The captain of the Clan McIntyre, the man who had exchanged signals with the Waratah just hours before she vanished, later described the storm that followed as the worst weather he had encountered in his 13 years at sea. His ship passed through it without damage. The Waratah did not. When the Waratah failed to arrive in Cape Town, the initial assumption was engine failure. Ships broke down. Ships drifted. A few days late was inconvenient, not catastrophic. The Waratah was practically unsinkable, after all. But the days passed. And the Waratah did not appear. Search vessels were dispatched along the South African coast. They covered thousands of miles of open water. They searched the sea lanes, the coastal shallows, the stretches of ocean where the storm had been worst. Some ships reported seeing bodies in the water. None of those reports were ever confirmed as Waratah passengers. No wreckage was conclusively identified. No lifeboats. No cargo. No personal belongings washed ashore that could be traced back to the ship or anyone aboard her. The search went on for months. A second, larger search was commissioned. More ships. More ocean. More nothing. In 1910, a court of inquiry convened in London and sat for 14 months, hearing testimony from passengers who had sailed on the maiden voyage, from the ship's builders, from harbour masters, from the captain of the Clan MacIntyre. The women in deep mourning sat behind the lawyers every day. Wives. Mothers. Daughters. Waiting for an answer that the inquiry could not give them. The experts agreed that the Waratah had been properly designed and built. That she had sailed in sound condition. That nothing in her construction should have caused her to sink in the way she apparently had. But the passengers who had felt her list and roll in calm weather told a different story. And Claude Sawyer told his. Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who created Sherlock Holmes, who believed deeply in the possibility of contact with the dead, conducted a séance in an attempt to reach the passengers of the Waratah. He received no reply that satisfied him. The inquiry concluded without a definitive finding. The Waratah had disappeared. The reason remained unknown. Expeditions have searched for the Waratah many times in the century since she vanished. Sonar surveys. Underwater cameras. The most sophisticated equipment that each decade had to offer. In 1999, a search team announced they had found her, a large wreck off the South African coast, the right size, the right depth, the right location. It was not the Waratah. She has never been found. 211 people. One of the largest passenger ships of her era. A vessel with 8 watertight compartments and a reputation for being practically unsinkable. Gone in less than 24 hours after leaving port. Gone without a confirmed distress signal. Gone without a piece of wreckage that could be pointed to and named. The theories are reasonable. A design flaw in the hull made her unstable in heavy seas. A shift in the heavy cargo she was carrying, railway materials, Australian exports, caused her to capsize suddenly. A rogue wave, in one of the most violent stretches of ocean in the world, overwhelmed a ship that was already compromised. Any of these could be true. None of them have been proven. What is known is this. A man had 3 dreams about a ship going down. He left the ship before it sailed. He tried to warn the others. On the morning of July 27, 1909, the Waratah pulled ahead of the Clan McIntyre and disappeared over the horizon into a storm that the other ship's captain would later describe as the worst of his career. By nightfall, only 3 letters of her name could be read through the darkness and the weather. By morning, she was gone entirely. 211 people. Not a body recovered. Not a board identified. Not a single answer given to the women in mourning who sat behind the lawyers in that London courtroom for 14 months. The Indian Ocean has its own rules about what it keeps and what it returns. The Waratah, it decided to keep. Somewhere off the eastern coast of South Africa, beneath water that does not give up its dead easily, a 500-foot ship is resting on the ocean floor. And somewhere in that ship, or scattered across miles of dark seabed around her, are the remnants of 211 lives that ended without warning on an ordinary July morning. Claude Sawyer dreamed of a warrior holding a bloodied cloth. He woke up. He packed his bags. He walked off the ship. And he spent the rest of his life knowing that he was the one who listened. They could see the people. That is the part that never goes away. From the shore, from the rescue vessels anchored just beyond the breaking surf, from the cliffs above the reef, they could see the survivors of the SS Valencia clinging to the rigging, to the hurricane deck, to anything still above the waterline. They could see them waving. They could hear them screaming. The ship had run aground less than 400 feet from shore. 400 feet. The length of a city block. And for 36 hours, while the Pacific Ocean slowly broke the Valencia apart piece by piece, rescuers watched from that distance and could not close it. 136 people died within sight of land. Every woman on board. Every child. This is the story of the SS Valencia, the ghost ship of the graveyard of the Pacific. And it begins, as so many of these stories do, with a decision that seemed reasonable at the time. The SS Valencia was not a beloved ship. Among the sailors and officers who knew her, she had a reputation, not for danger, exactly, but for discomfort. For inadequacy. For being the wrong vessel in the wrong conditions. She had been launched in 1882 in Philadelphia, built for service on the East Coast between New York and Venezuela. Iron-hulled, 1,598 tons, 252 feet long. For the warm waters of the Caribbean trade route, she was adequate enough. But she had been designed for calmer seas, for warmer months, for a different ocean entirely. By 1886 she had been sold and brought around to the Pacific coast. She served during the Spanish-American War as a troop transport between San Francisco and the Philippines, carrying soldiers into a conflict she had no stake in. When the war ended, she was returned to civilian service, back to the West Coast, back to the passenger routes between California and the Pacific Northwest. The sailors who worked her in winter knew her problems. Her 30-meter bow was too tall, it blocked visibility from the bridge, and the sound of waves crashing against it made communication between officers nearly impossible in heavy weather. She had no double bottom. She was slow. She was cold in the winter months, and her passenger accommodations reflected that coldness in every way that mattered. She was not equipped for the Pacific Northwest in January. Nobody said this loudly enough. The stretch of coastline she would travel was already known by a name that should have meant something. The Graveyard of the Pacific. Between Cape Flattery and the northern tip of Vancouver Island, the Pacific coast of British Columbia had claimed nearly 500 ships since the California Gold Rush. The combination of unpredictable weather, hidden reefs, powerful currents, and near-constant winter fog had been making wrecks for as long as ships had sailed there. Lighthouses had been built. Telegraph lines had been run along the shore. None of it had been enough. The Valencia departed San Francisco at 11:20 in the morning on Saturday, January 20th, 1906. She carried 108 passengers and 65 crew. She was bound for Victoria and Seattle. She was expected to arrive on Tuesday. Her captain was Oscar Johnson, a 12-year veteran of the company, experienced, capable, a man who had made this run before. He had no particular reason to be alarmed as the Valencia moved north along the coast, even as the weather worsened and the fog thickened. He had one reason to be cautious. He was not entirely certain where he was. Celestial navigation, the method of fixing a ship's position by the stars, requires visibility. By the time the Valencia approached the entrance to the Strait of Juan de Fuca on the night of January 22nd, the sky above her was solid cloud. The coast was invisible in the fog and rain. The ship's chronometer, which should have given Johnson his longitude, may have been running slightly fast. Johnson believed he was further north than he was. He believed he had already passed Cape Flattery, the headland that marked the entrance to the strait and the relative safety of calmer inland waters. He had not. At around 11:30 in the evening on January 22nd, Johnson ordered a course change to bring the ship closer to shore, a standard maneuver when a captain needs to find a landmark to confirm his position. The landmark he found was the bottom. The Valencia struck a reef at Baychimo Point on the southwest coast of Vancouver Island with enough force to tear open her hull immediately. Johnson tried to back off the rocks, the engines churned in reverse, but the ship would not move. He tried to run her aground on a beach where the passengers might be able to escape. The rocks held her. She was on a reef, caught between sheer basalt cliffs rising directly from the water and the full force of the Pacific breaking over her from the other side. Less than 400 feet from shore in one direction. Miles of cliff and forest in every other. Water began entering the hull immediately. The radio operator sent a distress call. The crew began preparing the lifeboats. And the Valencia began, very slowly, to die. What followed is one of the most documented slow-motion disasters in maritime history. Not because the records are complete, they are not. But because enough people survived to describe what they saw, and what they saw was systematic, terrible, and preventable in ways that the subsequent inquiry would spend months trying not to say directly. In the first hour after grounding, 6 of the ship's 7 lifeboats were launched. The captain had ordered them not to be lowered, the seas were too rough, the boats would not survive the surf. They were lowered anyway. Of the estimated 60 people who boarded those 6 boats, 9 survived. The boats were swamped immediately. Overturned by waves before they had traveled 50 feet. Passengers who had climbed in, women, children, people who had no idea what was coming, were thrown into water that was close to freezing, in darkness, under a sky that offered no light and no mercy. 3 of the boats simply disappeared. They were never found. The 9 who survived from those first launches were sailors, men who knew how to fight the water, who had the strength and the experience to stay alive in it long enough to reach shore. Even then, 3 of them were swept back into the sea the moment they reached the rocks and were never seen again. The remaining survivors climbed the sea cliffs and found a telegraph line. The distress call went out. Help was coming. On the Valencia, the passengers who had not been placed in the lifeboats, the women, the children, the elderly, those too frightened or too wise to trust the boats, climbed to the hurricane deck and the rigging and held on. The waves came over them in sets. Each wave a little higher than the last. They held on. 3 rescue vessels arrived from Victoria over the next day. The Queen. The Topeka. The city of Topeka. They could see the Valencia. They could see the people in the rigging. They anchored just beyond the breaking surf and assessed the situation. The surf made it impossible to approach. The rocks made it impossible to approach. The cliffs made a shore rescue almost equally impossible. For hours, for most of a day and a night, the rescue ships stayed where they were, visible from the Valencia, while the people in the rigging waved and screamed and waited. Some survivors later said that the Queen had come close enough, at one point, that they could see the faces of the crew watching from the rails. And then the Queen turned away. The official explanation was sea conditions. The survivors had other words for it. One man, a fireman named John Segalos, volunteered to swim to shore with a rope, to create a lifeline that might allow people to transfer off the Valencia. He fought the current, was tangled in the rope, was struck by a drifting log, and was forced to cut the line and return to the ship. He survived. Most did not. By the morning of January 24th, 34 hours after the grounding, the Valencia had settled lower in the water. The waves had broken away most of the upper structure. Approximately 90 people still clung to what remained. The rescue ships were still visible on the horizon. The 2 remaining life rafts were launched. One was picked up by the city of Topeka with 19 survivors aboard, men who had endured hours on a raft in freezing Pacific water, battered by waves, some of them described afterward as nearly insane from exposure. The other raft reached a First Nations village on the island. 4 people on it. All alive. On the wreck, the funnel collapsed. It had been the last shield the people in the rigging had against the direct force of the waves. Without it, there was nothing between them and the Pacific. And then a wave came, larger than the others, the kind of wave the Pacific generates without warning or reason, and it swept the hurricane deck clean. The screaming stopped. The rescue ships watched. When investigators reached the wreck site shortly afterward, there was almost nothing left above water. 136 people. Every woman on board. Every child. Gone. The inquiry that followed lasted months and produced hundreds of pages of testimony. Survivors described the chaos of the first night, the boats launched against orders, the insufficient crew training, the equipment that failed or was never properly maintained. They described rescue ships anchored in visible distance while people died within shouting range. They described a rescue system along that coastline that had been inadequate for decades, lighthouses too few and too far apart, telegraph lines overgrown and unreliable, no proper trail for shipwrecked sailors to follow to safety. The inquiry found fault in several directions simultaneously. It found fault with Captain Johnson's navigation, the course change that brought the Valencia onto the reef. It found fault with the decision to launch the lifeboats in impossible conditions. It found fault with the rescue coordination, with the state of the coastal infrastructure, with the speed at which help arrived. What it could not adequately explain was the rescue ships. Why had vessels capable of seeing the Valencia and the people on her rigging not done more? The official answer was sea conditions. The sea conditions were real. The question of whether they were insurmountable remained open. One direct consequence of the Valencia disaster was the construction of a new lighthouse at Baychimo Point in 1907, the year after the wreck. Another was the transformation of the overgrown telegraph route along the coast into a proper life-saving trail, with wooden shelters built at intervals for shipwreck survivors. That trail still exists today. It is called the West Coast Trail. Hikers from around the world walk it every year. Most of them do not know what it was built for. The wreck of the Valencia did not disappear. She sank in shallow water, 4 fathoms, less than 25 feet in some places, and her remains settled on the reef where she had grounded. Today, more than a century later, her rusting hull can still be seen from the cliffs above Baychimo Point at low tide. A protected maritime artifact, slowly returning to the ocean that destroyed her. Most of her dead were never recovered. The Pacific coast in winter does not give its bodies back easily. Of 136 people, only a small number were ever identified and returned to their families. 5 months after the disaster, a local fisherman reported seeing something extraordinary. A lifeboat drifting near the wreck site, with 8 skeletons inside. A party was dispatched to investigate. They found no cave. They found no lifeboat. They found nothing at all. The fisherman's account was dismissed as the product of grief and imagination, of a coastline community still raw from what it had witnessed. And then, 27 years later, in 1933, long after the disaster had passed from news into history, someone found the Valencia's lifeboat number 5. It was drifting in Barkley Sound. In good condition. The original paint was nearly intact. As if it had been launched recently. As if it had been waiting somewhere, preserved, for reasons that nobody could explain. A lifeboat from a 1906 wreck, found in 1933, in better condition than it had any right to be. No human remains inside. No explanation for where it had been. Part of that lifeboat, the nameplate bearing the word Valencia, is on display today at the Maritime Museum of British Columbia in Victoria. You can go and look at it. You can read the name. The ghost stories began almost immediately after the disaster. Sailors navigating that stretch of coast began reporting sightings, a ship, visible in the fog near Baychimo Point, appearing and disappearing without explanation. The right size. The right shape. Running dark, with no lights. Others reported seeing a lifeboat moving across the surface of the water near the wreck site. Moving against the current. Moving without oars. A legend formed, that the Valencia still sailed those waters. That she could not leave. That the people who had died within sight of land, watching rescue ships that would not come close enough, were bound to the place where they had been abandoned. One fisherman reported seeing the Valencia herself, the full ship, not a lifeboat, still visible in the fog, with figures still clinging to her rigging. Still waving. Still waiting. These are ghost stories. They are the kind of stories that form around any tragedy large enough and close enough to shore that a community has to find a way to live beside it. They are not evidence of anything supernatural. But the lifeboat found in 1933 is not a ghost story. It is a documented fact. A wooden boat, 27 years in the Pacific Northwest, in water that destroys wood within years, found in excellent condition, as if freshly deployed, in a sound more than 60 miles from the wreck site. Nobody has ever explained where it was. Nobody has ever explained how it got there. Nobody has ever explained the paint. The Valencia Bluffs, the 100-foot cliffs directly above the wreck site, were named for the ship after the disaster. They are part of Pacific Rim National Park Reserve today. Tourists photograph them in the summer. Hikers stop and look down at the rusting remains in the water below. In January, when the weather is what it always was, when the Pacific runs at full force against that coastline, the bluffs look exactly as they looked on the night of January 22, 1906. Sheer rock. Heavy surf. No way down. No way across. 400 feet of water between the living and the dead. And the Pacific, as it always has, holding the line between them. 136 people died on this reef. They died watching rescue ships that could see them and did not reach them. They died close enough to shore that their voices carried over the water. And somewhere in Barkley Sound, in 1933, a lifeboat drifted in calm water with fresh paint and no one inside. As if it had somewhere to be. As if it was still looking. The next story is waiting. Stay with us. The food was still warm on the table. The fire still burned in the galley. The lamps were lit. The logbook was open, the last entry written just 6 hours before. Everything was exactly where it should be. Except the crew. 8 men. Gone. No struggle. No blood. No distress signal. Just a ship drifting silently through the cold grey waters off Newfoundland, as if the ocean itself had simply reached up and taken them. What happened aboard the SV Resolven on the night of August 27, 1884, remains one of the most disturbing unsolved mysteries in the history of the sea. And the closer you look at the evidence, the more unsettling the answers become. Tonight, we go back to 1884. We board the ghost ship. We read the last entry in the logbook. We follow the missing lifeboat. And we piece together the one clue that investigators buried, literally, for over 100 years. Stay with me until the end. Because the truth, or the closest thing we have to it, only appears in the final piece of this puzzle. To understand what was lost, you first need to understand what the Resolven was. She was a merchant brig, a 2-masted sailing vessel built for cargo and endurance, not speed or elegance. Her home port was Aberystwyth, on the western coast of Wales. A small, quiet town. The kind of place where men go to sea because that is simply what men do. The Resolven's route was straightforward, back and forth across the North Atlantic, carrying timber and salt and cod between Welsh ports and the Canadian coast. It was hard work. It was cold work. It was not glamorous. But it was honest. The man in command was Captain John James, a master mariner from Newquay, Wales. Experienced. Disciplined. The kind of captain who kept his logbook precise and his crew in order. He had made this crossing many times before. In June of 1884, the the Resolven arrived in Newfoundland carrying a load of salt from the Mediterranean. She docked. She offloaded. She waited. And then, in late August, she prepared for the return leg of her journey. On the evening of Wednesday, August 27th, the Resolven departed Harbour Grace, a small port town on the eastern shore of Newfoundland's Conception Bay. She was heading north. Destination, Snug Harbor, Labrador. Cargo to collect, a shipment of cod, bound for Europe. It was a short run. Routine. Nothing that should have troubled an experienced crew. At midnight, the Resolven passed Baychimo Lighthouse, a landmark at the northern tip of Conception Bay. The lighthouse keeper noted her passage. She was moving normally. Everything was fine. That was the last confirmed sighting of the Resolven with her crew aboard. Sometime in the next 6 hours, between midnight on Wednesday and the morning of Friday, August 29th, something happened. Something that caused every man on that ship to abandon it. We do not know what. We may never know. Friday morning, August 29th, 1884. The HMS Mallard, a Royal Navy gunboat, was patrolling the waters of Trinity Bay, enforcing fishing treaties along the Newfoundland coast. It was routine work. Until it wasn't. Approximately 40 kilometers off the coast near Catalina, the crew of the Mallard spotted something that didn't belong. A ship, a brig, under full sail. Drifting. Erratic. Not moving like a vessel under control. Moving like a vessel that had been abandoned. Lieutenant William Brown, commanding the Mallard, ordered his crew to approach. They hailed the drifting ship. No response. They signaled. Still nothing. Brown gave the order to board. The boarding party climbed onto the deck of the Resolven and found silence. Total silence. The deck was empty. The wheel was untended. The sails were set but unguided, catching wind by accident, not by design. They moved below. And what they found there is what makes this case so deeply unsettling. The galley fire was still burning. Food sat on the table, prepared, as if the men had just stepped away for a moment and would return at any second. The lamps were lit. Personal belongings, clothes, tools, the small objects that men carry when they are away from home for months at a time, were still in their places. The logbook was open. The last entry, written in a steady hand, was dated approximately 6 hours before the Mallard arrived. It was routine. No mention of danger. No distress. No warning. The only things missing were the lifeboat, and every single member of the crew. 8 men. Vanished. The Mallard remained in the area for some time, watching, waiting, in case the crew had been rescued by another vessel and might return. No one came back. The Resolven was eventually towed to the port of Catalina. Investigators boarded her. They examined every inch of that ship. And they found something else that no one had initially reported. The ship had been damaged. The stem, the front structural piece of the hull, was smashed. The rudder had been unshipped, knocked off its fittings. The bowsprit and jib boom, the long horizontal spars extending from the bow, had been carried away entirely. This was significant. The damage was consistent with a collision. Something had struck the front of the ship with enough force to destroy her steering and her forward rigging. But what? In late August of 1884, there were reports of a late-season iceberg in the waters near Conception Bay. A large one. Moving silently through the dark water in the middle of the night. Invisible. Here is where the story fractures. Here is where every theory begins to fall apart under its own weight. If the crew abandoned the Resolven because they struck an iceberg, why leave? The ship was still afloat. She drifted for at least 6 hours after the crew left. She was towed to port and refitted. The damage was serious, but the ship did not sink. So why did 8 experienced sailors, men who had crossed the North Atlantic multiple times, abandon a ship that was not sinking? One possibility: the collision happened at night. In the darkness and chaos, in the cold fog of a Newfoundland August night, Captain James may have believed the ship was going down. He may have ordered an emergency evacuation before he could assess the full extent of the damage. Men in panic do not think clearly. Men in the dark, hearing the hull crack and the rigging collapse, men who can feel the cold Atlantic inches below their feet, those men do not stop to calculate whether the ship might survive. They run. That is one possibility. But it doesn't explain everything. Because here is the detail that the iceberg theory cannot account for. The gold. Captain John James was known to carry a personal fortune with him on his voyages. A substantial number of gold coins, reportedly worth around £300 at the time. In 1884 terms, that was not a small amount. That was a life-changing amount. When investigators searched the Resolven, the gold was gone. Now, it is possible that Captain James took the gold with him when the crew abandoned ship. That would be a rational act, a man grabbing his most valuable possession in the middle of a crisis. But it leads to another question. If the captain took the gold, where did it go? If the crew drowned in the lifeboat, as the iceberg theory suggests, the gold would have sunk with them. No one recovered it. No one reported it. No one ever explained where £300 in gold coins disappeared to. Unless someone did. This is the part of the story that was hidden. Not by investigators. Not by the Royal Navy. Hidden by 2 brothers from a small settlement called Deer Harbor, on Random Island, not far from where the Resolven was found. Shortly after the Resolven was discovered adrift, in those same days, in that same stretch of Newfoundland coastline, the 2 brothers came across something on a beach near their home. A body. A man. He was sitting upright beneath a tree on a hillside overlooking the sea. Facing the water. As if he had climbed that hill, sat down, and simply never gotten up again. He was dressed in a captain's uniform. He carried no identification. The only thing on his person was a gold pocket watch. The brothers did not report the body to authorities. They did not alert the Royal Navy. They did not send word to the investigators who were, at that very moment, trying to understand what had happened to the crew of the Resolven. Instead, they buried the man themselves. Quietly. Without ceremony. Without telling anyone. And there he stayed, unknown, unnamed, unconnected to any investigation, for well over 100 years. No one outside of Deer Harbor knew the body existed. No one made the connection. Until a Welsh writer named Will Wayne began digging. Will Wayne is the great-grandson of Captain John James. He grew up hearing fragments of this story, passed down through the family like a wound that never quite healed. A great-grandfather who sailed away one August night and never came back. A ship found empty on the water. No explanation. No closure. When Will Wayne was old enough to search for answers, he began researching the Resolven in earnest. He went to England's National Archives and found the original logbook of the HMS Mallard, the Royal Navy vessel that had found a ghost ship. He read the official record of exactly what had been found aboard the Resolven on August 29, 1884. He also inherited something else from his family, something that had been left aboard the Resolven and recovered when she was towed to port. His great-grandfather's New Testament. A small, worn Bible. The kind a man carries when he is far from home and has nothing else to hold on to. Wayne began sharing his research online. He created a website about the Resolven. He posted what he had found. And then, from a place he never expected, someone answered. A woman from Newfoundland. She had been reading Wayne's posts about his missing great-grandfather. And as she read, she remembered something. A story. Passed down through her own family. About a body that her grandfather and his brother had found, when they were young men, in those same waters, in that same August of 1884. A man in a captain's uniform. Sitting upright under a tree. Facing the sea. The month matched. The year matched. The location matched. For the first time in over a century, someone was connecting the dots. Now the story takes its darkest turn. The woman told Will Wayne everything her family had passed down. And there was one detail, one piece of local lore, that had always haunted the story. One of the brothers who found the body, the one who chose not to report it to the authorities, had, in the weeks and months that followed, come into an unexpected sum of money. Unexplained wealth. The kind of money that a fisherman from a small settlement on Random Island, Newfoundland, did not simply earn. Think about what that implies. The captain carried gold. The gold disappeared. The captain's body was found by two brothers. The brothers did not report the body. One of the brothers became suddenly wealthy. What do you conclude from that? The most obvious reading, the one that the evidence, thin as it is, seems to point toward, is that the captain made it to shore. Somehow, he survived whatever happened on the Resolven that night. He made it to Random Island. He climbed that hill. He sat down beneath a tree, facing the ocean he had sailed his entire life. And there, alone on a hillside in Newfoundland, the captain of the Resolven died. From exposure? From injuries sustained in the collision? From whatever had happened out there in the darkness between midnight and dawn? We don't know. What we do know is that when those two brothers found him, and found the gold coins he carried, they made a choice. They kept quiet. And because they kept quiet, the investigation into the Resolven never had the one piece of information that might have told investigators what had truly happened. The captain who could have answered everything was buried in an unmarked grave. His gold was spent. His crew remained missing. And the mystery endured. Let's walk through what we actually know, and what we only suspect. The Resolven left Harbor Grace on the evening of August 27, 1884. She passed Baychimo Lighthouse at midnight. Sometime in the next 6 hours, the crew abandoned her. The ship was found drifting at around 9 in the morning on August 29. That gives us a window. Roughly 30 hours unaccounted for. The ship's forward structure was badly damaged, a collision, almost certainly. The lifeboat was missing. The captain's gold was missing. A man in a captain's uniform was found dead on a nearby island shortly afterward. From these facts, 3 primary theories emerge. Theory 1, the iceberg. It was late summer. Icebergs from the Labrador Current still drifted through those waters in August, later than most people would expect. At night, in poor visibility, a collision with ice would have been sudden and violent. The damage to the bow and rudder would be consistent with this. In the panic, Captain James ordered the crew into the lifeboat, believing the ship was doomed. The lifeboat, overloaded and battered by cold waves, was swamped. Most of the crew drowned. The captain somehow made it to shore, and died there. This is the most widely accepted explanation. But it is deeply unsatisfying. Because experienced sailors do not abandon a ship that is still floating. And the Resolven floated for at least 6 more hours after the crew left. She floated long enough to be found, towed, and refitted. Whatever James believed in that moment, whatever panic gripped him in the dark, he may have made a decision that cost 8 men their lives. A decision made in fear. The worst kind of decision. Theory 2, foul play. The Resolven was carrying a captain with a significant amount of gold. Gold that disappeared. In 1884, piracy was not yet a thing of the distant past on the Newfoundland coast. Criminal activity at sea, boarding, robbery, murder, was not unheard of. Could someone have boarded the Resolven that night? Could the damage to the hull have been caused not by ice, but by another vessel ramming her? Could the crew have been taken by force, or killed, and then disposed of? The problem with this theory is the evidence. Investigators found no signs of struggle aboard the Resolven. No blood. No damage to the interior. No broken furniture. No indication of a fight. A pirate attack on a crewed merchant vessel, violent enough to eliminate 8 men, would leave traces. This one left nothing. Theory 3, something we haven't named yet. This is the theory that lives in the spaces between the other two. What if the men left voluntarily? Not in panic, but in agreement. What if something happened aboard that ship, a conflict, a mutiny, a decision made in secret, that caused the entire crew to choose to disappear? It sounds implausible. But consider, the gold was gone. The captain ended up alone on an island, dead. The crew was never found. That is not the pattern of an accidental sinking. That is the pattern of people who wanted to vanish. Why? We cannot say. Debt. Conflict. Something on that ship that was never recorded in any logbook. We will likely never know. There is one more detail that deserves attention. And it is one that most accounts of this story gloss over. When the Resolven left Harbor Grace on August 27th, she was not carrying only her regular crew. She had taken on 4 passengers. Local men, residents of the Conception Bay area, who needed passage north. Not sailors. Not officers. Just men who needed to get somewhere. They were on that ship when it went dark. They were in that window, between midnight and dawn, when whatever happened happened. And they, too, were never seen or heard from again. 4 additional men. 12 souls in total, when you add them to the crew and captain. 12 people who left Harbor Grace on a Wednesday evening and never arrived anywhere. Their families waited. They sent word to the ports along the northern coast. They asked. They searched. Nothing. Before we go further, I want to ask you something. You're watching this right now, wherever you are, whatever time it is where you live. Drop a comment below and tell me, would you have boarded that ship? Knowing what you know now, the food on the table, the fire still burning, the logbook open, would you have stepped onto the deck of the Resolven? I want to know. And if this kind of story keeps you up at night the way it keeps me up, hit subscribe. There are more nights like this one waiting for you here. The SV Resolven herself survived. She was towed to Catalina, repaired, and eventually returned to service. A new crew. A new captain. A new life on the same water. It is strange to think about, a ship that outlived every man who sailed her on her last voyage. A vessel that carried the memory of 12 vanished souls while new hands gripped her rigging and new boots crossed her deck. The Resolven went on sailing for years. No one aboard those later crews knew what had happened on that August night. Or if they did, they didn't speak of it. There are places on this earth that hold their secrets in the wood and salt and silence. The Resolven was one of them. One of the most troubling aspects of this case is how thoroughly it was not investigated. The Royal Navy found the ship. Maritime officials examined her. Local newspapers reported on the mystery. And then, for over 100 years, the file was essentially closed. The official explanation, that the crew panicked due to an iceberg and drowned, was accepted as probable enough. No bodies were recovered. No lifeboat was found. No survivors came forward. And the body on Random Island, the man in the captain's uniform, was never reported. Never entered into the official record. Never examined by anyone with the authority to say, this is Captain John James, and here is where he died, and here is what that tells us. The 2 brothers who found him made a decision, whether out of fear, or greed, or simply the instinct of isolated men to handle things themselves, and that decision erased the most important piece of evidence in the entire case. If they had reported the body, the investigation would have been different. We might know today whether the captain died from collision injuries, which would support the iceberg theory. We might know whether he died from violence, which would point towards something darker. We might know whether he carried signs of a long, cold night in an open boat, or whether he had been ashore longer than anyone suspected. Instead, we have a mound of earth on a Newfoundland hillside, and a pocket watch, and questions that will never be answered. The story of the Resolven has been compared, almost universally, to the story of the Mary Celeste. The Mary Celeste, found adrift in the Atlantic in November of 1872, 12 years before the Resolven, is perhaps the most famous ghost ship in history. An American brigantine carrying alcohol from New York to Genoa. Found abandoned near the Azores with no crew aboard. Cargo intact. Logbook intact. Crew, gone. The parallels are obvious. But there is a key difference. The Mary Celeste gave us nothing, no body, no gold, no local memory, no great-grandson digging through archives. Just open water and silence. The Resolven gave us a thread. A thin, fraying, easily missed thread, but a thread nonetheless. A captain's body on a hillside. A gold pocket watch. A brother who became wealthy. A woman in Newfoundland who remembered a story her grandfather told. The Resolven almost told us what happened. It almost gave us an answer. Almost. Here is what I keep coming back to. Captain John James was an experienced mariner. He had crossed the North Atlantic multiple times. He knew these waters. He knew his ship. If the Resolven was struck by an iceberg in the dark, and if James ordered the crew to abandon ship, what happened next? The lifeboat was launched. 8 men, or 12, if you count the passengers, climbed into a small open boat in the middle of the North Atlantic, in the dark, in cold water, in August. And the captain survived. He made it to shore somehow. He climbed a hill. He sat down. Did he make it alone? Did he watch the others drown and then find his way to land on his own? Or did he make it with others, others who then disappeared into the Newfoundland interior, never to be seen again? And why, if he survived, did he not seek help? Why did he sit on that hillside, alone, facing the sea, and simply stop? Was he injured beyond the point of survival? Was he broken by what he had witnessed? Was he carrying something, a guilt, a knowledge, a secret, so heavy that he simply could not go on? We don't know. He faced the ocean. He died. And he took whatever he knew to a grave that no one ever marked. Will Wayne is still searching. As of the time this account was compiled, he continues to maintain his research online, sharing what he has found, seeking new connections, hoping that somewhere out there, someone else has a story passed down through their family that might add one more piece to this puzzle. The grave on Random Island has never been located. The body has never been exhumed or examined. The gold coins, if that is indeed what bought one brother's sudden prosperity, have long since been spent and scattered. The Resolven herself is gone, eventually retired, broken up, or lost to the sea in some later voyage. No record survives of her final end. The water off Catalina, Newfoundland, where the HMS Mallard found her drifting, that water is still there. Cold. Gray. Deep. It keeps its secrets well. The sea always does. The SV Resolven left Harbor Grace on a Wednesday evening in August 1884, with 8 men aboard, plus 4 passengers, plus a captain who carried his fortune in gold. She was next seen on Friday morning, drifting, empty, silent. No bodies were ever officially recovered. No lifeboat was ever found. No survivor ever came forward. The only trace of Captain John James was a body on a hillside, buried by men who chose to stay quiet. A pocket watch. And a Bible that made it back to Wales. 140 years later, his great-grandson is still looking for answers. The ocean gave back the ship. It never gave back the men. That's the thing about the sea. It takes what it wants. And it never explains why. If this story stayed with you, if you're lying awake right now thinking about 12 men and a dark stretch of water in 1884, then subscribe. Leave a comment. Tell me what you think happened out there that night. And come back. There are more nights like this one. The Chronicle continues. Good night.